Hashtag C 1953 People feel refreshed when they are happy. Xiao Han heard Xiao Tanner's voice and immediately opened his eyes to check.
Xiao Tan ERS condition.
Then his face lit up. He didn't expect Xiao Tanner to wake up so soon. He thought Xiao Tanner would sleep for a while. And the recovery is really good. Xiao Han was not too excited, but said, "Hee, you are awake. The healing effect this time is very good. You should adjust your breath and see if there is any discomfort in your body." Xiao Tanner pinched her face with her hands, and then said with a hiss, "It hurts so much. It seems that this is real. I feel like I have slept for a long time and had a long dream. In the dream, we went to see wild chrysanthemums together. We lived together for many years. I remember there was a cute baby. It was really happy. I don't want to come out of the dream." Xiao Tanner talked a lot and soon reacted. She looked at him and said, "Do you mean that my injury has recovered?" The emotional transformation was so fast that even Xiao Han didn't expect it. This big transfer was really, "Of course I have recovered." Xiao Han laughed, paused and continued, "Don't be careless. Check your body first. If there is anything wrong, I can make up for it. Even if I check carefully, there are still some carelessness. I know my own body best."
Xiao Tanner hurriedly faced it.
Who doesn't want to recover from injuries? Moreover, she can be with Xiao Han now. In the future, she can have a life span of thousands of years after breaking through the nascent soul stage. What a happy existence. Xiao Han will definitely be very outstanding in the future and will attract a lot of attention. Maybe he can find a few sisters and sit together to drink tea and chat. After facing this problem, Xiao Tanner hurriedly began to check her body. The more she checked, the more surprised she was. She really didn't expect that she could really recover completely. And more. "Xiao Han, give me a nascent soul pill and the pills needed for breaking through the level. Hurry up." Xiao Tanner's voice was full of urgency, and even the basic reserve was gone. How could Xiao Han not understand Xiao Tanner's meaning? He had not given Xiao Tanner the infant transformation pill before because he was afraid that Xiao Tanner would force herself to take the infant transformation pill to break through when he was not around. The consequences would be disastrous. Since Xiao Tanner needed the infant transformation pill now, it only meant that Xiao Tanner was about to break through. Then he quickly slapped the storage bracelet and several porcelain bottles immediately floated in the void. Xiao Han said anxiously, "Hey, you just retreat here and lay a solid foundation as much as possible. Don't rush for success. I feel that my foundation is already very solid, especially because of this injury. My foundation is even more solid, and I feel that it is a blessing in disguise. This time, after I break through, I may be able to fight with you."
Xiao Tanner luoket brut.
Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. "Good guy, what benefits did he get? It's not easy to fight with me." Afterwards, he didn't ask any more questions. When Xiao Tanner broke through, he would know naturally. Thinking of this, Xiao Han stood up and took a step forward and then quickly left the secret room, and at the same time set up a barrier. Whoever tried to do anything to this barrier, he could sense it immediately. Xiao Han happily came to the open space in the center of the courtyard, and he began to float when he walked. He was in high spirits when he was happy. First, he broke through to the nascent soul stage, and then Xiao Qian's Dantian recovered and Xiao Tanner recovered from his injuries. The progress of the 4 sacred beasts was even more gratifying.
Xiao Han.
Simply let them all stay with the city lord. I don't know how much stuff can be saved if these 4 gold-eating beasts are not here. Since the city lord doesn't mind these, he must make good use of them. In addition, he successfully sent back the elixir needed by Lan Xing, and even obtained a space force. If the Hongmeng creation pearl had not fallen asleep, then all this would be too smooth. It's time to improve the qualifications of Zhao Taizhu and others. Xiao Han immediately sent a message to Xiao Yun, asking her to notify all the disciples to come to the open space in the center of the courtyard. Not long after the message was sent, Xiao Han saw Xiao Qian hurriedly coming to him. Without saying a word, he knelt down and said, "Thank you, Grandpa, for giving me a new life." Xiao Han could see the excitement on Xiao Qian's face, and then chuckled. "Is it possible that you called me Grandpa for nothing? Hee, what's more, the fundamental reason why your Dantian was destroyed was because of me. I would feel guilty if I didn't help you heal it." But Xiao Qian couldn't listen to this. In his heart, Grandpa was omnipotent. After organizing his words a little, he said, "I don't care about these. Anyway, I know that it was Grandpa who helped me reshape my life and gave me the opportunity to take back the previous shame." Xiao Han nodded when he heard this and said, "Well, but your current cultivation has all dissipated, and you only have the strength of the initial stage of Qi training. You must hurry up and don't be left too far behind by other disciples." "Well," Xiao Qian nodded heavily. At the moment when the Dantian is restored, all of Xiao Qian's cultivation must be dispersed. If the cultivation is not dispersed, the Dantian cannot be restored. Even if it is restored by force, it will be destroyed by the spiritual power in the body. While the two were talking, Xiao Yun brought a group of disciples to the central courtyard. Xiao Han looked around and grinned. "Your progress is very gratifying, but your cultivation is still stagnant due to limited qualifications. After I pondered for a while and tested it on your master, I finally succeeded in getting a way to improve qualifications." After saying that, Xiao Han looked at Xiao Yun and said, "Give me all the qualifications of everyone later, and remember to buy a qualification test stone. In the next period of time, I will improve your qualifications one by one." Xiao Yun bowed and said, "Yes, Grandpa. Everyone in Yuyun Peak is thriving. The gap between the Blue Star Realm, the Jade Disk of Good Fortune, has been quietly operating to suppress the 9th Demon Emperor because of the presence of Pavel and Turgenev. At this time, even Qinzhan was staying next to the Jade Disk of Good Fortune. Compared with the other two, Qinzhan's situation was much better, at least he could move back and forth. It was seen that the realms of these three people had reached the 9th level, which could only barely reach the early stage of the Golden Core when converted into the realm of the Tianxian realm. Pavel said with an unhappy face, "Fuck, if I had known that Xiao Han would be so good at cheating people, why would I come to this place? Now it's good, we may have to stay here forever." Turgenev's expression was natural, and then he said softly, "Hey, in fact, it's not Xiao Han's fault, and suppressing the 9th Demon Emperor is also for our own sake. Do you really want to see the lives of the people destroyed?" Pavel said, "That being said, can't I complain a little? I really don't know where Xiao Han is now." Qinzhan shook his head aside. The two of them had a similar conversation for who knows how many times, and they were still nagging here, but thinking that the two of them had nothing to do, it was okay to chat. Just when the three of them had their own ideas, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the gap between the realms. A large bag of things flew out under the gaze of the three people, and at the same time a figure appeared in the void. A closer look showed that it was Xiao Han. #C 1954 5 Elements and Spiritual Roots. This kind of thing happened in the gap between the realms, and the three of them all looked surprised. Soon, the three of them showed signs of ecstasy, and they all cast their sights on Xiao Han's phantom. Qinzhan said loudly, "Xiao Han, what's going on with you?" Turgenev and Pavel also asked, "I think this is an idea. If you have any farts, just let it go." Xiao Han's phantom grinned and said, "You are right." At the same time, in a luxurious villa in Kyoto, Han Feng, Zhang Zhen, and Qiu Mingyuan were discussing something. It wasn't until several people discussed the matter that Han Feng spoke up and said, "I really don't know how long this heart-wrenching life will last. The son of the Tao has been conceived, but apart from his good talent, I can't see where he will be destroyed." Speaking of this, Zhang Zhen quickly interrupted, "Han Feng, pay attention to your words." Xiao Han said that Jiang Xiaoyun's child is the son of heaven. The son of heaven. Have you forgotten what Xiao Han did for Blue Star? But now there's not even news about Xiao Han. This. Han Feng still had some complaints. It was Qiu Mingyuan who said, "No matter what, we just need to stick to it and don't talk so much nonsense. Compared to Xiao Han, our life is not that much better. Look at Jiang Xiaoyun and her children. They can't even see Xiao Han's face." While a few people were chatting, something strange suddenly happened on the outskirts of Kyoto. A huge crack opened directly in the void, and everyone turned their attention to the crack. Just when everyone thought something was going to happen, a huge shadow slowly appeared. Han Feng and the others immediately flashed and appeared quickly on the outskirts of Kyoto, all looking at the phantom. This phantom was too familiar to them. Not long after the three of them arrived, Thunderflame, Holy Dragon Xiaoye and Jiang Xiaoyun also appeared in the suburbs. They saw a child sitting on the head of the Thunderflame Holy Dragon. When Jiang Xiaoyun saw the phantom, 2 lines of clear tears instantly flowed from the corners of his eyes. The child sitting on the head of the Thunder Flame Holy Dragon asked in confusion, "Mom, is that the dad you were talking about?" Hearing his child ask, Jiang Xiaoyun wiped his tears and said, "Xiao Nian, that's your father." The child's eyes were filled with displeasure and he said, "I don't like my father at all. He often makes my mother cry. I must become a strong person to protect my mother in the future." When Jiang Xiaoyun heard this, he immediately slapped Xiaonian on the face and said loudly, "I don't allow you to say that about Dad. You don't know what he has paid for mankind and what makes us so safe today. I can forgive you for doing something wrong when you were young, but only your father, you can't say that." Soon the shadow slowly spoke, "Xiaoyun and my child." The small courtyard of Wanzhong City in Tianxian realm. Xiao Han quickly injected a spiritual power into Zhao Linger's body, and at the same time guided the power of creation in the body to attach to the spiritual power, improving Zhao Linger's spiritual roots little by little. Although Zhao Linger had excellent qualifications, she could the power of creation can still improve. From the moment everyone's qualifications were handed over to Xiao Han, Xiao Han began to improve the qualifications for Kuan Yu Yunfeng's disciples. From Zhao Taizhu to Zhao Linger, who had the best qualifications. The same is true for Xiao Yun. In the end, after improvement, the qualifications of all the disciples have been qualitatively improved, at least. The ones have risen to a higher level. Some even turned from mid-grade spiritual roots to top-grade spiritual roots. The only thing that surprised Xiao Han was Zhao Tieju's spiritual roots. Perhaps because of the pseudo-spiritual roots, Zhao Tieju's spiritual roots had undergone some changes due to the improvement of the power of creation. Xiao Han didn't know how to describe this change. The original 5 elements, spiritual roots, suddenly began to generate each other. If he had to describe it in one way, it would be similar to innate spiritual roots. Xiao Han continued to observe, and had improved Zhao Tieju's spiritual roots 3 times. Coupled with the cooperation with Zhao Taizhu, he had discovered something. For example, if Zhao Taizhu wants to practice the fire attribute, he will always be in harmony with each other. The increase in the other 4 attributes is even stronger than the best fire attribute. This made Xiao Han happy. Zhao Taizhu happened to have 20% of each of the 5 elements. As long as any attribute was less or more, it would not have this effect. There is a high probability that, like other disciples, the fire attribute swallowing the wood attribute and finally reaching the highest level of qualifications. But Zhao Taizhu even reached an existence beyond the innate spiritual roots. But the process was still very long. During the period of improvement, Zhao Taizhu made breakthroughs one after another, directly reaching the middle stage of foundation building. This made all the monks envious. Now even Xiao Han didn't know whether it was Zhao Taizhu who made Zhao Linger or Zhao Linger made Zhao Taizhu. Both of them have a strong immortal bond. Without Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Linger would not be able to enter the fairyland. Without Zhao Linger's subsequent protection, Zhao Taizhu would not be able to survive until Xiao Han improves his qualifications. In the end, it can only be said that the two have achieved each other. Thinking about these messy things, Xiao Han immediately drew out all his spiritual power, looked at Zhao Linger and said, "Okay, your qualifications can only be improved so much. Go and call your brother over." Zhao Linger said with some worry, "Ancestor, you haven't rested for a long time. Do you want to take a rest first? My brother's qualifications are completely sufficient for practice now. Doesn't matter if it's later." Xiao Han felt relieved that what he had done was not in vain, and then said, softly, "There is not much time left. Once your deputy captain comes out of seclusion, we will leave Wanzhong City." Zhao Linger was a little confused and said, "Why? Isn't it good here?" "It is the best in terms of resources and all aspects." Xiao Han opened his mouth and explained, "No matter how good you are relying on someone else. Today you take someone else's benefit, and tomorrow you have to pay it back 1,000 times. Always remember, you can trade with people, but you can never get this free lunch all the time. What's more, there are countless opportunities within the sea of 10,000 stars. I don't want you to be flowers in the greenhouse. You must have experiences in life. This is very good for improving your life. What's more, if you follow me, my ancestor, I still lack your cultivation resources. Okay, go and call your brother over. Whether we can really succeed depends on today." Zhao Linger nodded in understanding and quickly left Xiao Han. After waiting for a short time, she saw Xiao Qian walking quickly. Xiao Han investigated and raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, I haven't seen you for a few days and your strength has increased a lot." Zhao Taizhu scratched his head and said, "Oh, everything is better cultivated by my ancestors. Otherwise I wouldn't be where I am today." He was grateful to his ancestor from the bottom of his heart. Without his ancestor, he probably wouldn't know where he would be now. His sister might have been sold because the family's life was unsustainable, and he would have become a slave to someone else's family. The entire family will fall apart as a result, and the parents will suffer from countless people's looks, and may even starve to death in a certain disaster. Looking now, my sister is already a golden core monk, and he has reached the middle stage of foundation building. His parents and those in his family have also risen through the ranks and become dynasty nobles. And all this is because of the man in front of them, their idol. Xiao Han looked at Zhao Taizhu and said, "Whether you can achieve the 5 elements spiritual root depends on today. Are you ready?" Zhao Taizhu said with firm eyes, "Ancestor, you are ready." #C 1955 Natural Vision. Xiao Han also wanted to see what the so-called 5-element spiritual root could achieve. This kind of pseudo-spiritual root was even rarer than the innate spiritual root, and if there was no improvement of the power of fortune, there would be no achievement in life. This means that at present, the 5-star spiritual root is unique. Even if Xiao Han was to find a needle in the ocean, it would be impossible to find such a balanced 5-star attribute spiritual root. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately injected a stream of spiritual power into Xiao Qian's body and introduced the power of fortune with ease, and at the same time found the location of the spiritual root. Xiao Han continued to improve the 5-star spiritual root step by step. According to the previous ideas, each attribute released the same power of fortune. The most difficult part of this spiritual root to improve was that the enhancement of each attribute must be absolutely the same. Even the slightest change could not be made. Once a certain attribute was enhanced too quickly, it would quickly eat up part of the other spiritual roots, and then the desired effect could not be achieved. Xiao Han, who knew this well, spoke softly. "Be careful not to use your spiritual roots. Relax your whole body and mind." The voice was accurately transmitted to Xiao Qian's ears, and Xiao Qin quickly came back to his senses and continued to treat it in full state. In the blink of an eye, several days passed, and Xiao Han had almost improved. The 5-star spiritual roots, and only the last bit of this 5-star alien spiritual root was needed to complete it. It was finally completed. Just when Xiao Han was about to complete the last round of improvement, the Hongmeng creation pearl in his body suddenly trembled. Fuck! What the hell is this? Xiao Han was caught off guard by this sudden scene. He never thought that the creation pearl would have such a thing at this time. It was precisely because of the shock of the creation pearl that Xiao Han's release of the power of creation was no longer so accurate. Now he had no time to see what happened to the creation pearl. Xiao Qian's face suddenly became more solemn. Did he even notice that something was wrong? At this time, the 5-star spiritual roots were originally peacefully complementing and restraining each other, but at the moment when the power of creation was disordered, the fire attribute suddenly rose, instantly increased by several points, and quickly eroded the power of creation of other attributes. At the same time, in this situation, it also squeezed the living space of other attributes and ate those attributes bit by bit. Xiao Han knew that if he continued, it would be easy to lose all his previous efforts, so he decisively cut off the power of creation of the fire attribute and turned to replenish the same amount of other attributes. If Xiao Han was one step later, everything would be too late, but fortunately, there is still a chance to save it now. It was also when Xiao Han replenished it in time that the other 4 attributes slowly recovered, which was a great test for Xiao Han's control. Fortunately, Xiao Han's mental strength was originally strong and he was also handy in control. Until the strength of all attributes was equalized, the 5 elements of the attributes rotated peacefully. In order to avoid having an attribute that was slightly stronger, Xiao Han specially checked it over and over again until there was no problem. At the moment when Xiao Han drew out his spiritual power, the 5 spiritual roots in Zhao Tieju's body rotated rapidly, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, and they could be switched back and forth as they wished. Xiao Han's face lit up with joy and he said, "Hey, it actually worked." Just when Xiao Han was happy, Zhao Taiju seemed to be immersed in a colorful stream of light, with a 5-colored light flowing back and forth behind him, slowly rising into the air. In an instant, strange phenomena appeared in the sky and the whole courtyard was covered by the 5-colored stream of light. At the same time, all the cultivators near the entire courtyard cast their eyes into the void. What the hell is this thing? A natural phenomenon means that a treasure must have descended into the world. I think you are crazy about treasures. What kind of treasure can there be here? Some Yuanying stage cultivators began to make bold guesses. This is the courtyard where the city lord lives when he has nothing to do. Do you think the city lord is doing something again? After all, at this time, anything that happens is not surprising. In short, a natural phenomenon means that something must have happened. It is better to pay close attention to this matter. These years have been getting more and more uneasy. I, Beishitong, am willing to pay a high price to buy any news about this matter. If any Taoist friends get the information, they can come to me to exchange spirit stones. Just as the cultivators were chatting passionately, the city lord's voice suddenly appeared above the courtyard. Don't guess, everyone. This is my improvement on the magic. There is a qualitative improvement that causes the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Everyone, disperse. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators understood and dispersed. It turned out that this was just a strange phenomenon caused by the magic that the city lord was thinking about. They were happy for nothing and thought that something big would happen. However, in the courtyard, the city lord sent another message to Xiao Han. Xiao Han, you have caused this natural phenomenon. Be careful not to let anyone know about it. Train this disciple well. He is likely to become the human race's holy son, and will be responsible for the rise and fall of the human race in the future. After listening to this, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said, "You said this guy will become the human race's holy son? I want to know how the human race's holy son is selected." For this news, Xiao Han was full of surprise. He had already reached his level, but he couldn't become the human race's holy son. As a result, the city Lord now told him that Zhao Taizhu was likely to become the human race's holy
Son.
This was a bit outrageous. The city lord did not beat around the bush with Xiao Han. After a moment of silence, he said, "In fact, I have never told you in detail about the selection of the saint and the saint. The selection criteria for each saint and the saint will change, and even we don't know how they will be selected. This choice comes from the way of heaven. For example, the previous saint was chosen by heaven when she reached the nascent soul stage. You will know what changes will happen at that time. The same is true for the saint. But one thing is certain, the younger the age and the better the talent, the more likely it is to be chosen by heaven. The strange phenomenon of heaven and earth this time is a good proof. I think your disciples' spiritual roots are quite peculiar. The future achievements are limitless, so it is said that you are likely to be chosen as the saint. The saint is not clear yet, so don't think that becoming a saint is a good thing. Because every saint is ready to sacrifice at any time. Since the ancient ancestors of the human race, in order to allow the human race to continue to reproduce, some ancient great powers choose to sacrifice yourself to modify the way of heaven. No living creature can reproduce forever, and will inevitably die out in one crisis after another. In order to break this bondage, these powerful people worked hard to modify the rules of the avenue, and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter came into being. In addition to having extremely strong talents and taking on the rise and fall of the human race, the most important thing is that they have been passed down from generation to generation just to wait for one person. But no one wants this person to appear. Once this person appears, it means that the human race will face the disaster of genocide. And whether this disaster can be survived depends entirely on whether this person can lead the human race to survive. Xiao Han was confused and full of doubts. There were many things he didn't understand about what the city lord just said. #C 1956 Bone extraction for knife. This includes why the Holy Son and the Saint are waiting for sacrifice. On the one hand, they are responsible for the rise and fall of the human race, and on the other hand, they are waiting for sacrifice. Xiao Han is confused about this contradictory thing. However, Xiao Han did not ask, he just listened quietly. Even if he had questions, he should at least wait until the city lord explained it almost before raising his questions. "Oh, you must be very curious about this person." Before Xiao Han took the initiative to ask, the city lord took the lead in asking this question. After a pause, he continued, "My hunch is that this person will appear soon. He is the human emperor of the human race. Once the human emperor appears, the final fate of the Holy Son and Saint Daughter will be cut from their bones into blades, and their whole people will be drained by this Yin-Yang divine sword, eventually becoming the sacred Yin-Yang holy sword. Of course, there are some prerequisites for this. When it appears, you will know that this is an existence far beyond the immortal weapon, and only the human emperor can use it. I hope that the human emperor will appear, and I don't hope that the human emperor will appear. There is only so much I can tell you now. Do you have anything else to ask?" In the end, the city lord gave Xiao Han a chance to ask questions. Xiao Han pondered for a moment and then said, "What about the Holy Son and Saint of the Demon Clan?" He was not that interested in the Demon Clan's affairs. But among his guesses, one of them is very scary. Once the Demon Saint's son and Saint girl end up like this, it's hard to say what he will do then. The city lord obviously guessed that Xiao Han would ask this question, and chuckled, "Hey, I knew you would ask this question. As you guessed, the demon saint and son also had this fate. In fact, according to ancient news, the human demon race actually came from the same origin, but at the moment when the creatures were born, there were some differences among the ancestors. In the end, the two creatures, humans and demons, appeared, and they have continued to reproduce to this day, resulting in a certain degree of isolation. There are also some essential differences in the magic system of practice. The human race is waiting for the human emperor, and the demon race is also waiting for the demon emperor. The moment the demon emperor comes to the world, the saint son and saint of the demon race will become the most powerful demon sword of the demon race as long as they meet the conditions. Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. If this was really the case, then he hoped that the demon emperor would never appear. This place is different from Blue Star. The golden elixir is the most powerful existence in Blue Star in its early stage. However, in this Tianxian world, it is only the real starting point for cultivators. Once the demon emperor appears, Xiao Han knows what it means. Moreover, the person I care about in my heart will most likely be the demon saint. It will be a difficult time until then, and I just hope that this will not happen. When he has enough strength to go to the demon tribe, find Lu Yen, and finally return to Blue Star through the disc spirit with his current strength, the Jilly demon emperor will probably not be able to jump a few times in his hands. The only thing that needs to be done is to find Lu Yen and Dai Ling. If they go back, what will happen to the Tianxian realm? What does he have to do with? This is also the reason why he leaves no cause and effect or fetters as much as possible. Xiao Han was worried that if he asked more questions, he would arouse the suspicion of the city lord, so he simply stopped asking and just slightly cupped his hands and said, "City lord, I have no other doubts other than this. I will also train this disciple well and make his own contribution to the human race." "Oh, that's good. You will be a pillar of the human race in the future. Practice hard." It wasn't until the city lord's voice didn't appear again that Xiao Han looked. Zhao Taizhu. Sometimes life has a huge turning point. Zhao Taizhu, who was a useless person a moment ago, soon possessed the 5 elements spiritual roots. Now he might even be a saint.
Son.
If this news had been placed when Zhao Taizhu first joined Luyun sect, no one would have believed it, and people would have thought that Zhao Taizhu was a fool. When these facts were placed in front of those who looked down on Zhao Taizhu before, Xiao Han could already think of the wonderful expressions of those people. Xiao Han did not send Zhao Taizhu away immediately, but quietly waited for him to wake up. Zhao Taizhu looked around and said with some embarrassment, "Ancestor, I accidentally fell asleep." After listening to Zhao Tieju's explanation, Xiao Han immediately waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, you first try to see what state the spiritual roots in your body are now, and then you can condense a spell for me to see." Zhao Taizhu naturally understood what Xiao Han meant and quickly formed seals with his hands. Soon a fiery red 6-pointed star array was suspended behind his back, and the fireball technique instantly hit Xiao Han. Xiao Han raised his hand and dissolved the fireball technique. Feeling the power of this fireball technique, if it were someone in the middle stage of foundation building who released this technique, he would definitely not have this power. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said again, "Try changing the attribute of the spell, the basic spell will be fine." Zhao Taizhu nodded and immediately formed a seal. A water blue 6-pointed star array appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, a large dark cloud gathered and concentrated rain on this area. Xiao Han observed this cloud and rain technique and once again had some more judgments in his mind. In the final summary, Zhao Tieju's 5-element spiritual root is even stronger than the innate spiritual root. The power of the mutual generation is a kind of repeated superposition, but he still couldn't do it against himself. With the blessing of the power of creation, his spells were much more powerful than Zhao Tieju's. Of course, Without the energy of creation at the same level, the intensity of Xiao Tieju's spells would definitely be higher than that of Xiao Tieju's. He is strong. Hiss. Xiao Han took a breath, paused, and then said softly, "You should go back first. Remember to keep this matter in your heart, and no one can reveal it. You can only give a rough idea of your sister for your safety. The more people know about this matter before you really grow up, the more dangerous it will be for you." Watching Xiao Taiju leave, Xiao Han turned his eyes to the place where Xiao
Tan was in Seklusion.
It has been more than a year since he started to practice alchemy in seclusion every day, and he helps his disciples improve their qualifications. It has continued until now. Maybe it is because of the protection of the city Lord that no one has come to him. Even those sects who came to build relationships were rejected by him one by one. It was still the same concept. He didn't want to leave too many causes and effects and fetters in Tianxian realm. Just when Xiao Han wanted to continue his seclusion, there was suddenly some movement between his ears. It was the barrier he set up at Xiao Tanner's seclusion place. Could it be that someone wanted to do something? Thinking of this, Xiao Han took a step forward. His body disappeared into the void and appeared outside the seclusion place again. Xiao Han did not see anyone destroying the barrier. After observing carefully for a while, Xiao Han's face lit up and he muttered, "Is it finally going to break through? I didn't expect that in more than a year, Xiao Tanner would start to challenge the nascent soul stage, and it was obvious that she was going to break through successfully." After confirming this news, Xiao Han simply sat outside and waited. Just as it was about to get dark, a huge energy wave rose straight up from the secret room and extended to a place that was out of sight. Without the city lord's help to suppress it, how could this shocking energy wave be covered up? #C 1957 Farewell. The reason why Xiao Tanner was able to break through so quickly was not because she was impatient and chose to break through when her realm was still unstable. It was because of her previous injuries that she had laid a solid foundation after several years of continuous seclusion. This breakthrough was a natural result. Countless cultivators gathered near the courtyard, but no one dared to approach the courtyard within 10 meters. This was the rule set by the city lord. Anyone who approached the 10-meter range would be killed for no reason. Who would choose to offend the city lord? This also saved Xiao Han from spending time to settle these trivial matters. He just waited quietly until the energy column shot into the void dissipated. Little by little, and the door of the secret room was quietly pushed open. Xiao Tanner walked out, looked at Xiao Han with a smile on her face and said, "Xiao Han, come and hug me to celebrate first?" At this time, there were already many disciples watching secretly around. How could Xiao Han pay attention to Xiao Tanner's request? After thinking for a while, Xiao Han hugged Xiao Tanner and said, "Hey, this is something worth celebrating." The injury was completely recovered, and the realm also broke through to the nascent soul stage. The most important thing is that Xiao Tanner did not have any signs of a saint. Compared with others who were looking forward to becoming a saint, Xiao Han was disdainful. He would rather Xiao Tanner was just an ordinary person. Listening to the discussions of the disciples around him, Xiao Han muttered in his heart, "It seems that it is time to train these disciples well." At night, in the open space of the courtyard, a large bonfire was burning silently in the middle, which set off everyone's laughter. The sizzling sound of barbecue sounded from time to time. There were more or less 3 or 5 monks gathered around several small bonfires, eating, drinking and chatting. Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner sat in the front seat. The best food was placed on the table in front of them. Xiao Tanner snuggled in Xiao Han's arms and handed fruits to Xiao Han's mouth. At first, Xiao Han was not used to this kind of behavior, but with Xiao Tanner's insistence, he gradually got used to it. The disciples decisively chose to ignore the dog food spread by the ancestor. Xiao Han listened to the idle chat of these disciples while thinking about all kinds of things in his head. It's time to leave here. Xiao Han thought so and ate the fruit that Xiao Tanner handed to his mouth. Again, he could feel that these disciples didn't even have a sense of crisis. Now, this was like a greenhouse for raising delicate flowers. If it was a peaceful era, it would be fine, but he knew very well what Tianxian realm would face. The mentality that had been trained by the experience and the battle with the demons was gradually disappearing. This was not a good thing for them, especially since even their own vigilance was gradually being let down. Several Yuanying period cultivators looked after the small courtyard day and night, and all dangers were wiped out in the cradle. At the beginning, some disciples would take the initiative to go out of the city to have a look. At least they would go around several large areas, but recently Xiao Han found that these people were less and less willing to go out, and what they did most was seclusion. The growth of realm will not help the state of mind. At the same realm, these people are like ants that can be easily crushed to death, without any practical experience. Thinking about these trivial matters, the celebration ended with everyone's laughter and joy. All the cultivators chose to temporarily seal their spiritual power, drank until they were drunk, and lay on the ground casually, not caring about whether there was any danger around. The next morning, Xiao Han got up from the bed, looked at Xiao Tanner who was sleeping beside him, and turned his hand to cast a barrier to cover her. It is important to get a good night's sleep after such a long retreat, so Xiao Han did not disturb Xiao Tanner. Only one person came to the city lord's mansion alone, and under the gaze of several people, he sent a voice message to the city lord. "I want to see you." Just 4 words. As soon as the voice fell, Xiao Han felt the same pulling force as before, and soon brought him to the abandoned garden, and then passed through a winding passage and appeared in that familiar place. The city lord was controlling the spring water in the spiritual spring at this time, watering a small medicinal field not far away. Little by little,
Xiao Han
looked at the medicinal field with some envy. Although the medicinal field was small, the spiritual medicine planted in it made people like it. Every plant taken out can cause the whole cultivation world to scramble for it, and there is a high probability that it will be a bloody storm. The city lord is a girl, and there is no way to think of her image in the outside world. This is the most real city lord. Xiao Han thought about it. The ceiling of the combat power of the entire Tianxian world is the palace master of Shentian Palace and the city master of Wanzhong City. However, these two are female cultivators. Don't the majority of male cultivators feel embarrassed? The city lord pulled a stream of spring water again and said, "Hey, what's the matter with you coming to me at this time? Or are you not satisfied with my arrangement? I remember that the batch of 3rd-level spiritual medicines I gave you before was quite a lot, and that amount was painful for me." Xiao Han said unhappily, "Hey, city lord, you are not being nice. You provided me with so many 3rd-level spiritual medicines, but you thought I could refine more top-grade elixirs. Let's not talk about anything else, just the top-grade elixirs I provided during this period can improve Wanzhongmen to many levels. Let's not talk about anything else, just how many top-grade infant transformation pills there are, and behind each pill is a Yuanying stage cultivator. Isn't that enough?" The city lord was not angry when he heard Xiao Han's complaints, but chuckled and said, "Of course I know this, but it's a different matter whether it should be painful or not. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the purpose of your coming to me this time." Seeing that the city lord had no intention of chatting, Xiao Han paused and said in a deep voice, "I came here to say goodbye to the city lord this time." The city lord frowned at first, but soon relaxed his brows and said, I remember I told you before that I don't restrict your freedom. You can live in that courtyard if you want. Even if you leave Wanzhong City, I will always keep it for you." Xiao Han thought for a moment and continued, "My farewell is different from what the city lord thought. What I mean is that the city lord has no surveillance on me, and at the same time we don't need anyone to protect us. Secretly. The city lord hesitated for a moment, and was silent for a long time. Before speaking, I can understand your thoughts, but at this time are you sure you don't need any protection? Especially after the demons attacked the city, there are many people who want you dead. They are not like me, knowing that you can refine top-grade elixirs. Even if you spread this news, let alone me, the palace master of Shantian Palace will be more. I'll arrest you first. What's more, your danger is not just that. Recently, many sects are asking about your news. If I hadn't blocked a lot of news, you would have been exposed to many sects now. Especially the Chanhua Valley, which has recently launched a blockade against you. You have killed many people in Chanhua Valley. I know that you killed all the demon clan undercovers. But for Chanhua Valley, it's not just that. I can't say anything. Chanhua Valley also has a cultivator in the god transformation stage. In short, the same sentence, the danger you are facing now is not a little bit. Outsiders only think that I just pay more attention to you and treat you as a talent, but I have cultivated many talents. Unless I really publicize it in public, I think now is not the time. Do you understand all this? The city lord said a lot of things, all of which meant that you are in danger now, and it's best to stay by my side so that you will be absolutely safe. Xiao Han could accept it at first, but the more he talked, the more he resisted. He hated this kind of restraint the most. If this goes on, then what is the difference between him and the canary in the golden cage? #C1958 I have something to ask. I understand. Xiao Han slowly uttered these 3 words. After the city lord poured the last spiritual medicine, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Han and whispered, "So staying in my courtyard is the best choice. When you reach the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, ordinary early stage of the spiritualization will not be your opponent. At that time you can naturally go wherever you want. The current situation is special, and there are really a lot of dangers. It's better to think more. Since you already understand what I said, then you can go back first." After saying that, the city lord walked towards the place where he usually practiced, but Xiao Han did not leave. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said in a deep voice, "I still want to leave. I have decided. Goodbye." The main purpose of his coming here today was to inform him, otherwise he would have a group of nascent soul cultivators staring at him no matter what he did, which was really a bit uncomfortable. The key is that he can't say anything. It's also good for others to come to protect you. They also looked after the courtyard during his years of retreat. Xiao Han has feelings for them. The city lord, who was about to enter the meditation room, grinned, then quickly put away his smile, turned his head and looked at Xiao Han and said, "Okay, since you said so, I will definitely respect your advice. Even if my behavior will cause the human race to lose a genius alchemist." The city lord specifically emphasized this matter, probably telling Xiao Han to pay attention to your identity. You are not just you, but also the only alchemist in the human race who can refine top-grade elixirs. Geniuses are common, and Yuanying stage cultivators are even more common, but there is only one alchemist who can refine top-grade elixirs. Xiao Han is now a Yuanying stage cultivator. Not only can he refine top-grade elixirs, but he can also refine the refining spirit pill. Of course, Xiao Han can't refine the refining spirit pill now. After all, the refining spirit pill is the top existence among the 4th-level elixirs. What's more, the spiritual medicine for the refining spirit pill is hard to find, even harder to get than the 5th-level spiritual medicine. Without absolute certainty, not to mention the city lord, even Xiao Han himself will not take the initiative to refine it. Xiao Han knew very well what this value meant. Once he died, thousands of nascent soul cultivators and even divine transformation cultivators would also die. Xiao Han chuckled and said, "Hey, looking at the city lord like this, those who don't know me would think I'm a very jumpy person." the city lord can rest, assured that I won't put myself in danger. The city lord looked at Xiao Han with an expression of, I don't believe you. He thought carefully about the information he had investigated about Xiao Han. If this was called hiding, then there would be no jumpy people in the entire Tianxian realm. However, the city lord did not intend to expose all this. Xiao Han was a person with great luck and would not be easily damaged. Oh, of course. The city lord looked at Xiao Han after he finished speaking, and after a pause he said again, remember what I told you before. After the demon's siege is over, I'll ask you for a favor. Now it's time to ask you for a favor. Xiao Han subconsciously wanted to refuse. Which of the things the city lord asked was easy? However, he still resisted the urge to refuse. After thinking for a moment, he said softly, the premise of agreeing to this is that I can do it, and I can't do it against my own will. Hey, you are very smart. It must not be something you can't do. Why would I ask you if you can't do it? After saying that, he turned around and shouted. Behind him, Yishuan, you can come out. The city lord was obviously calling someone. It seems that the thing the city lord asked this time is most likely her. Thinking of this, Xiao Han cast his eyes to the place where the city lord was looking and soon saw a beautiful figure. From the name alone he could tell that it was a female cultivator. Xiao Han narrowed his eyes slightly and felt a dangerous breath from this Yishuan. Oh, she is actually a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, and she is much younger than him. You can imagine how talented she is to reach the nascent soul stage at this age. Xiao Han was about to greet Yishuan, but Yishuan didn't even look at Xiao Han, just looked at the city lord with some grievance, and soon she couldn't hold back her emotions, and a few tears fell immediately. Could it be the city lords? Xiao Han thought of some unacceptable things, thinking that the city lord had no Taoist partner and pretended to be a male cultivator, which made Xiao Han think more. Grandma, didn't I just fail to become a saint after breaking through the nascent soul stage? Why do you punish me like this? Li Yishuan seemed to have suffered a great grievance, and she expressed her grievance in her mouth. Grandma? Xiao Han's eyes widened. The city lord actually had a granddaughter. This news made Xiao Han ashamed. Looking at this situation, he would not want to stage a sad drama in front of him. Facts proved that Xiao Han thought too much. The city lord immediately said in a stern voice, what are you doing? I told you that I let you go out to train. This time, not because you haven't become a saint. Yishuan choked and said, since it's not because of this, can't I stay with Grandma? Listening to the conversation between the two, Xiao Han carefully looked at this nascent soul cultivator named Yishuan. His demeanor was somewhat similar to that of the city lord, but the overall look was different, especially her appearance, which was not inferior to Chao Tanner at all. Can be said that she was on par with Chao Tanner. This surprised Xiao Han. When he saw Chao Tanner, he felt that Chao Tanner was the ceiling of the entire Tianxian realm in terms of appearance. Even after seeing the city lord with good looks, he still did not change his mind. But when Yishuan appeared, this idea was shaken. If Chao Tanner was the gentle and considerate type, then Yishuan was the eccentric type. Xiao Han couldn't judge the two. He could only say that they had their own merits. While Xiao Han was thinking, Yishuan's mood seemed to have stabilized. The city lord pointed at Xiao Han and said, this is the Xiao Han I told you about. After the introduction, he looked at Xiao Han and said, this is my
Granddaughter, Li Yishuan.
You will have many opportunities to meet in the future, so I won't introduce you to her. Xiao Han immediately said, is that your son's daughter? The city lord shook his head and said, she is my daughter's daughter. I don't have a Taoist partner. You don't have to guess. She is indeed my daughter's daughter. I am the only one in my lineage. Xiao Han felt very fierce when he heard this. This city lord was really a heroine. She actually said the word single lineage. But as a half-step returning to the void cultivator, he was indeed qualified. to say this word. Oh! Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and continued. So you want me to take her? With me? The city lord looked at Xiao Han and chuckled. Oh, that's what I mean. I will pay you a reward that you can't refuse. Of course this is not absolute. I will follow your opinion. It is the same principle as before. I will not force you because of my strong strength. Xiao Han listened to the city lord's fart and thought to himself, Are you sure that you are not forcing me by emphasizing your strength? How can I agree to help you train your granddaughter because of your coercion? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Han said, I am a rough man and I will not provide a good environment for your granddaughter. #C 1959 Blue-veined Jade Pendant. There is a saying that goes, ugly words should be said in advance. Xiao Han followed the meaning of this saying and made some things that might happen in the future clear so as to avoid some things that are unclear later. The city lord felt good after hearing it, and his mouth corners were grinning, but the granddaughter beside him looked bitter. Hee. What's so delicate about a grown man? Rough is just right. After the city lord finished speaking, he turned his head to look at his granddaughter, and continued, It just so happens that I want this girl to experience life. Well, in addition, I know what you want to say. You face a lot of dangers and cannot guarantee her safety. At the same time, I can't accept her willfulness. I can give you the right. On the premise of not infringing on my granddaughter, she must obey you unconditionally. If there is anything that refutes you, you can teach her a lesson at any time. Of course, the premise cannot be too excessive. In addition, you can also assign her some tasks such as hunting monsters or something. This is fine. Have listed the specific details. The city lord waved his hand lightly, and a piece of paper appeared in front of Xiao Han. After a pause, he said softly, Here are some of the regulations. I listed, of course, if you are not satisfied, you can add more. Xiao Han looked at it carefully. Good guy, he almost agreed. Then he said, expressionlessly, In fact, I will not agree to this kind of thing just because of the reward you give me. Hey, I am not that kind of person. After all, my energy is limited along the way. I have to take care of my own people. You also understand what I have to go through. If something unexpected really happens, you will kill me when you come back. This kind of unprofitable thing must not be done. You just said it. The city lord just listened quietly for a few words. Before Xiao Han finished speaking, the city lord smiled and said, There is a shushan grass in your reward. Xiao Han said disdainfully, It's just shushan grass. After saying that, he reacted and asked with a glare, You said shushan grass? After asking, he looked at the city lord with hope. The city lord nodded and said, And it's a good quality shushan grass. I think it should be fine with your alchemy skills. Xiao Han was so happy that he was twisted. That was the main ingredient of the Shindan pill. Behind each one was a cultivator in the Xinhua period. At that time, in that ancient secret realm, because of a fake shushan grass, everyone was so happy. The fierceness of the snatch was shocking. This was when no one knew about it. Once someone got the news, whoever held the shushan grass would be the target of public criticism and would die without a burial place. Xiao Han really liked this rare spiritual medicine. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han chuckled and said, Although there will be many difficulties along the way, since you, the city lord, have spoken, I will definitely do my best. I'll take this job. Okay, it's a deal, the city lord said, and threw out a storage bag and said, Here are some rewards for you in advance, and there will be another part after the training is over. Xiao Han frowned. Can this reward be divided? They must ask for the full payment. Who would accept the advance payment? Xiao Han directly probed his consciousness into the storage bag, and then narrowed his eyes. After a pause, he immediately said, Deal. Where are the people? When will I take them away? The city lord threw out another jade slip and said, When you leave, she will naturally find you. In addition, there is a clone of mine in the jade slip I just gave you. When you encounter danger that you can't face, summon this clone of mine and I can protect you once, no matter what kind of danger it is. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. How could he refuse such a good thing? He decisively put the jade slip away. After all this was settled, Xiao Han cast his eyes on the place where the 4 sacred beasts were. He was hesitant in his heart. This time, should he take the 4 sacred beasts away or let these 4 guys stay here? With their current state, staying here is undoubtedly the best choice. If they can be taken away, they will become a great arm at a critical moment. The 4 sacred beasts now are different from before, but it will be inconvenient to carry them like this. How could the city lord not notice Xiao Han's sight? He immediately said, "Are you thinking about those 4 little guys? Although I don't know what you are struggling with, I can provide you with something that may be helpful to you. It's good to be helpful." Xiao Han immediately looked at the city lord and said, "I wonder if the city lord has any good ideas?" "I can't say I have any good ideas. It's just that if you bring these 4 guys like this, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. When you are weak, you may be able to hide well, but now it's easy to have problems. It will be very troublesome if you are targeted by some powerful casual cultivators. I have something here that may help you," the city lord said and threw out something. From the outside it looks like a jade pendant with beautiful patterns. Xiao Han dared to say that this piece of jade was the most perfect piece of jade he had seen so far. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han asked softly, "I wonder what this is." "You can call it a blue-veined jade pendant." The city lord paused and continued, "It is a space magic weapon that can accommodate living things. Think the size of the space is okay." Xiao Han listened, his eyes widened. He got the space magic weapon he wanted. This world is too magical or his recent luck is too good. This kind of precious thing is not easy for him, even for a cultivator in the God transformation stage. As a result, this thing is right in front of him and Xiao Han can no longer suppress the joy on his face. The city lord seemed to see through Xiao Han's thoughts and said, "Hey, why are you so happy? This jade pendant is not good. It is a broken space magic weapon." When Xiao Han said this, the joy on his face disappeared immediately, and then a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. Since it was broken, the city lord could help him solve this problem by taking it out. It must be useful. The city lord paused and explained, now its space power is almost dissipated. You also know how rare space power is. It is estimated that it will be difficult to get it again. The current blue pattern jade pendant is a consumable. Once the remaining space power inside is completely dissipated, it will be a jade pendant with a little value. That's all. After you take it back, you can temporarily put your 4 little guys in it, but you need to let them out for a while and can't stay in it for a long time. I think it's no problem to use it for 3 to 5 years. This thing is given to you as a bonus. The city lord's tone was full of generosity. He is worthy of being a cultivator in the God transformation stage. He speaks generously. Xiao Han was delighted, but he asked with a somewhat regretful expression, "So, there is no chance to repair this thing? Even if it can be used for a longer period of time, it will be good after?" Xiao Han asked. He looked at the city lord with expectation. "If you didn't know, you would really think he was regretful." Xiao Han thought he could give himself a prize. Of course, his original intention of asking this was to know how to repair this blue-veined jade pendant. #C1960, do you think this is your home? How could the city lord not know the purpose of Xiao Han's question? It was nothing more than a pity for this kind of treasure. He could only watch the treasure lose its function bit by bit. Anyone would want to repair it as much as possible. After a moment of silence, the city lord said softly, I said before that the space power of this thing is fading. Don't think that this jade pendant is rare. In fact, it is much simpler than the space power. This jade pendant is indeed a good material, but in the end, it is still the space power that is needed. Give up the idea of repairing this space magic weapon, unless you can get a space power to restore it. And it's not just that simple. It also requires a cultivator in the god transformation stage to infuse the space power into it, and it also consumes a lot of materials. It's not as simple as you think. The city lord just thought that Xiao Han was asking with regret, and didn't think much about it. He just wanted to undermine Xiao Han's confidence. After hearing this, Xiao Han's face was even more regretful. After a moment of silence, he said, "Well, that's the only way. I'll take them away first. Send a message to the city lord when I leave." After saying that, Xiao Han went directly to the place where the four sacred beasts were staying. Some things cannot be asked too clearly. If he continued to ask what materials are needed to repair it, it would be enough to make the city lord suspicious. Even the cultivators in the god transformation stage cannot easily get the power of space. How he, Xiao Han, got it may reveal a lot of things. Fortunately, this blue vein jade pendant can still be used for a few years, temporarily solving this trouble. When the fortune pearl is restored, he can ask if he can know the way to repair it from the fortune pearl. Since the fortune pearl spent so much money to capture it, there should be a way to deal with it, especially when he improved Zhao Tieju's spiritual veins that day. The fortune pearl shook violently. It must have changed a lot, but Xiao Han didn't notice any problems. When Xiao Han came to the room where the four sacred beasts were, he almost thought he had come to a pigsty. There was no trace of the neatness here. It was simply messed up. The whole room was in a mess, with leftovers thrown all over the floor. Xiao Han watched Zhuke casually throw a fruit core on the ground, looked up at Xiao Han and said loudly, "Oh, Xiao Han, you are here." The Azure Dragon also said, "I thought you would never come again. Come on, we just need to eat delicious food again." Xiao Han looked at the four sacred beasts with a bad temper and said, "Do you think this is your home?" The Zhuke chuckled and said, "Hee, we were very reserved at first, but the city lord said that we should treat this place as our own home and not be so polite. She also said that all this will be counted on you, saying that we have worked so hard with you. So what's the big deal about eating and drinking?" When Xiao Han heard Zhuke say this, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood. What a guy. He thought he was taking advantage, but he didn't expect that all. These would be counted on him. Hurry up and leave. Don't stay for a moment. Looking at the debris in the room, Xiao Han has already thought about how much he has to pay back. Follow me now. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he activated the blue veined jade pendant. The city lord had already removed the mark when he gave it to him, so he only needed to drip his own blood to activate it. At the moment of activating it, Xiao Han saw a puff of smoke appear on the blue-veined jade pendant, and soon the smoke began to rotate. The Suzaku said, "It seems that you have got something good, but why should I go with you? Aren't you uncomfortable here? Look at the four of us. We have suffered so much following you. We finally have a good life. We definitely can't leave." Xiao Han was too lazy to talk nonsense with the four sacred beasts, and immediately said, "Whoever comes in first can get the most things. Decide for yourself." As soon as the voice fell, the Suzaku quickly approached the jade pendant. Just when he was about to get in, the Azure Dragon went in first. "Hey, I've been prepared for a long time. Let me go first this time. Zhuke, you've surpassed us by a lot." It was not until this moment that Xiao Han noticed the strength of the four sacred beasts. Zhuke had reached the peak of the third level. He only needed some elixirs or some opportunities to break through the level, and it seemed that they were suppressing their own realm. Sacred beasts, like humans, also have this kind of means to suppress their cultivation and stabilize their foundation. The other three sacred beasts have all reached the strength of the late third level. Xiao Han felt heartbroken when he thought about it. How much food did they eat? But fortunately, there is a job to help the city lord educate his granddaughter which can restore a lot of blood. Otherwise I would be heartbroken. Just think of it as my own contribution to the 4 sacred outfits. Thinking of this, Xiao Han felt better. He put away the blue pattern jade pendant, waved his hand to collect the garbage on the ground, and put them separately in a storage bag. Then he waved his hand again, and the whole room was restored to its original state by Xiao Han. The garbage he collected was garbage here, but it would not be garbage if he took it out, as long as he found a suitable place and cultivated the medicinal field. These things would be the best fertilizer. After leaving the room, the city lord sent him out directly, and when he calmed down again, he appeared outside the city lord's mansion. On the other side, after Xiao Han left, Li Yixuan said, "Grandma, is it that serious? I know you want to train me, but you don't have to let me follow that person. He is just a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. If I want, cultivator in the God transformation stage is willing to take me with him." The city lord said, "You will understand my intentions sooner or later. I don't want to explain too much to you now. If you can learn something from Xiao Han, my efforts will not be in vain." Li Yixuan knew that her grandmother was not a person who made decisions casually. Even if she didn't like Xiao Han, her grandmother said so, which meant that there was something worth learning from Xiao Han. After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan said, "I know all this, but you don't need to use Shushan grass to reward him. You can even exchange it for some precious 5th-level spiritual medicine." "Grandma, you only have 2 Shushan grasses. What if I fail to become a spirit once?" Li Yixuan's words made sense. Although Shushan grass is a 4th level spiritual medicine, its actual value is far greater than that of a 5th level spiritual medicine. At this point, the city lord frowned and said, "If you can't succeed in one go, then you are too useless and not worthy of my training. I originally wanted to train Xiao Han well, but I just regarded these things that I originally wanted to give him as rewards. The human race is about to face a disaster. What does it mean for us to have a cultivator who can refine top-grade elixirs? I think you know better than me. The last time the demons attacked the city was a good answer. If there was no Xiao Han, could the human race hold on until I return to the void half step? Okay, if you say more, you will be punished to retreat. I have always spoiled you in the past years, but this situation is no longer allowed to continue. Let's go." There were some tears in Li Yixuan's eyes, but she still didn't dare to refute her grandmother's order. Recently, she could also find the changes in her grandmother. She was anxious and anxious. She was a little resentful at first, but when she thought about it carefully, she might be more anxious than her grandmother. This is a disaster for the human race. It is very likely to cause the entire human race to perish, and even the entire Tianxian realm will disappear. #C1961 The soil has been dug away. Xiao Han, who appeared outside the city lord's mansion, walked to the small courtyard alone. He did not seem to be in a hurry to get on the road, but digested everything in his head. The city lord was willing to hand over his granddaughter to himself, which proved that he was either absolutely confident that he could not do anything to her granddaughter or that he absolutely believed in himself. No matter what the purpose is, at least now he can choose to trust the city lord instead of being on guard like before. The biggest gain today was the Shushan grass. Xiao Han had thought in his mind how to get this spiritual medicine that entered the God transformation stage, but he did not expect to get it in this way in the end. Among the rewards given to him by the city lord, there were also some auxiliary medicines for refining the God pill, but they were not complete. Among them, the one missing was the 9-leaf Jillian. Wasn't the great elder investigating him secretly? Wasn't he still thinking about killing him? Don't worry, I will go back soon. Some things must be taken back by myself. After entering the small courtyard, Xiao Han did not delay for a moment. The first thing he did was to ask Xiao Qian to call everyone over, since he had decided to leave, he should not get involved in trivial matters. The disciples gathered below were discussing why the ancestor called them here. Xiao Han only mentioned the news of leaving here to Zhao Linger. But the ancestor didn't say why Zhao Linger took the initiative to tell him about it. Just when everyone was curious about what the ancestor would tell them today, Xiao Han slowly said, "We will set off early tomorrow morning. Pack up your things today. Remember not to leave anything behind. Once you leave this time, you don't know when you will come back. Every cultivator who can get to this day will inevitably have some secrets, and these cultivators are the same." The reason why Xiao Han emphasized this matter is that he doesn't want these people to leave anything behind and cause any trouble in the end. When Xiao Han said this, the disciples were like a pot of boiling water, and their faces showed unbelievable expressions. They never thought that the ancestor would say this. In their opinion, this is the best place to practice, and there is no need to change a place. This is an unwise choice to leave the golden nest and find an uncertain nest. But under Xiao Han's leadership, these people would not speak out their doubts, even if they had them. Most of them had a solemn look on their faces, and they were ready to leave at any time. Finally, it was Zhang Shixin who spoke up. "Ancestor, can I ask a question?" Think everyone has this question in their mind, so I will raise this question. Xiao Han was very satisfied with Zhang Shixin's approach. Sure enough, people with good eyesight do things differently. For example, Zhao Taizhu would never think so much. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said, "Well, I know you will have questions, so ask." Zhang Shixin sorted out his thoughts and said, "Why did we leave this good place and look for an uncertain future?" This question got to the root of the problem, and everyone became curious about it. Xiao Han smiled and said, "Because I don't want you to grow up in such a superior environment, including me. Sometimes too much success is not a good thing. If you have no other questions, then go down and prepare." How could Zhang Shixin not understand the meaning of the ancestor's last sentence? After looking at the disciples around him, he said in a deep voice, "Yes, I will obey the ancestor's orders." Then Zhao Taizhu, Wang Ping, Zhao Linger and others followed and said, "I will obey the ancestor's orders." For these disciples who never doubted the ancestor's actions, whatever the ancestor said was what they believed, especially in this situation where all the disciples were present. They would not refute the ancestor at all, and at most they would ask privately. Watching the disciples leave one by one, Xiao Han patted Xiao Tanner beside him and said, "You should also go and prepare. I remember you planted a field of spiritual medicine. It's time to collect it. Our family is not rich, so we will never leave anything behind." Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han with a look of, "Do you think I am a spendthrift?" After a pause, she said, "Hey, do you think I am that kind of generous person? To be honest, I even dug up the layer of soil where the spiritual medicine was planted and put it in the storage bag. Don't worry, nothing is left behind. It's already prepared. You can leave at any time." Fuck! The soil was dug away? Xiao Han's face was full of shock. This Xiao Tanner is really a woman who knows how to live at home. Xiao Han's face was shocked, but his heart was very satisfied. Basically, he did what he wanted to do but didn't dare to do. The soil here is all good stuff. You don't need any spiritual veins to dig it. You can directly plant second-level or even third-level spiritual medicines. With the blessing of this fifth-level spirit-gathering array, the soil itself has spiritual energy. It was really too much. Xiao Han was thinking that, after all, it was a good deal to plant some spiritual medicine in someone else's yard. But Xiao Tanner actually dug up the soil for others. Thinking about these things, Xiao Han suddenly thought of something and asked, hurriedly, "How did you know I wanted to leave?" This kind of preparation was obviously made in advance, but I didn't tell her about it in advance. Xiao Tanner grinned and chuckled. "Before I broke through the nascent soul and Retreated, I found out that you had this idea, but I didn't say it, and because I wanted to break through to the nascent soul stage, I needed to retreat, so you didn't leave. Until I came out of retreat, I found that you suddenly left this morning, and I knew that you would leave in the next 2 days. I didn't expect that. I guessed it. Xiao Han understood what Xiao Tanner said, and then touched Xiao Tanner's head, and said, "Since you have packed, I will take you to Wanzhong City, and then we can go out of the city in disguise." Xiao Tanner's eyes lit up when he said this. This is a world for 2 people. How could she refuse? Seeing that Xiao Tanner was also interested, Xiao Han immediately sent a message to the city lord, telling her to set off early tomorrow morning, and then took Xiao Tanner to travel around the various districts of Wanzhong City. There are a variety of delicious foods here, and the commercial area is even more lively. It doesn't look like the immortal style of cultivating immortals. It is clearly a busy city. The 2 of them just kept going around, playing in various districts until they reached the outside of Wanzhong City. The natural vegetation outside Wanzhong City is growing vigorously, which may be due to the nutrients provided by the corpses of the demons, or it may be due to the special organization of cultivators to come and cultivate. The growth of these vegetation does not look like it has been growing for 10 or 20 years at all. It would take at least 100 years for the giant tree to grow to this size. Wanzhong City looked like a city built in a dense forest. It was not until it was completely dark that the 2 of them planned to return to Wanzhong City. Just as they were about to turn around and go back, a figure appeared behind them and looked at them quietly.
Xiao Han frov ned.
He was always alert, but he didn't notice this figure at all. This showed that this cultivator was full of danger. Would he face this before leaving Wanzhong City? Xiao Han quietly held the jade slip given by the city lord in his hand. #C1962 Killing you is like killing a dog. This sudden incident made Xiao Han alert. No wonder the city lord repeatedly told him about his current situation. Just by walking out of the city, a cultivator quietly appeared behind him, and he didn't notice it at all. Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner were riding flying swords, and they were disguised. Even if he had some guesses, Xiao Han didn't take the initiative to speak. Speaking at this time would be to introduce himself. The figure was also dressed in black and had a mask on his face, so his identity could not be seen. The black shadow slowly said, "Are you Xiao Han?" When the 2 words Xiao Xiao appeared, Xiao Han had a bad premonition in his heart. Not to mention that he was in disguise, he used the name Han Xiao in Wanzhong City. If this person could say his name, there must be something wrong. Heh! Don't be too nervous. The voice of the man in black was a little deep, sounding like a middle-aged man, and then the middle-aged man continued, "I came here today with no ill intentions. If you don't admit that you are Xiao Han, then I will leave now and will never disturb you. At the same time, I can't reveal my identity. What I want to tell you today cannot let others know my identity, including my voice. It has been processed." The man in black took the initiative to tell his purpose. Xiao Han frowned. He didn't know how much truth this person said, but he still wanted to listen. After all, he had a jade slip in his hand. At worst, he would tell the city lord before leaving. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately sent a voice message. "You can tell me, and I promise that what you tell me will not be known to the 4th person." From the moment he admitted his identity, he had made all preparations, including the risk of possible exposure, but he was still near Wanzhong City, and had room for maneuver. The man in black also transmitted the message. 6 Yuanying stage cultivators have united and want to kill you. Be careful. They organized people to kill him so quickly. The face of the Great Elder appeared in Xiao Han's mind, but how could the Great Elder have the ability to let 6 Yuanying stage cultivators kill him, and the person in front of him should be one of the people contacted by the Great Elder? He didn't think he had any qualifications to attract the attention of the gods transforming cultivators, even if the city lord reminded him that there were many people in Chanhua Valley who wanted to kill him, it didn't mean that the gods transforming cultivators were interested in him. Thinking of this, Xiao Han continued to transmit the message, "Hey, why are these 6 interested in killing me? I think you may know some news. The city Lord thinks highly of me," the cultivator said disdainfully. "There are many people that the city Lord likes, but as long as this person harms everyone's interests or can be exchanged for interests, what's the harm of killing him?" Speaking of this matter, the cultivator said it with ease, obviously having done this kind of thing before. Although the city lord is a cultivator in the spiritualization stage, the cultivators below him are even more complicated and intertwined. Even the city lord cannot move at will. If he really gets serious and kills these pillars, the strength of the human race will be greatly reduced, and the blow to the human race can be imagined. When it comes to the city lord's level, any action he does will affect the whole body. Xiao Han can understand this very well. After a moment of silence, the man in black transmitted again. "This time we are attacking because someone in your original Luyun sect wants your life, and has also taken out a lot of resources, the most exciting of which is the 4th level ancient treasure red fire furnace. It is said that there is a very likely way to refine top-grade elixirs. Even if the authenticity is very low, everyone is still tempted. You know what top-grade elixirs mean? Originally, everyone may not believe it, but there are too many top-grade elixirs on the market recently, which inevitably makes people think too much. Of course, the most important thing is that you are weak, only the strength of the early nascent soul. Killing you is like killing a dog. With such a good thing in front of you, plus your low strength, I believe you will choose this way. Whether you believe it or not, I will give you the list. Be careful." The man in black threw a piece of paper at Xiao Han. Xiao Han quickly put the paper away and said in a voice transmission, "So why don't you want this reward, and are willing to take the risk to tell me about this? You will know the reason later. When the time is right, I will tell you, and I will tell you openly." The man in black explained calmly and soon spoke again. "You don't have to worry too much. I do this for myself. Like those resources, although I am also tempted, my family is not weak. If it were someone else, I might do it, but I still think about it. As for the red fire furnace, what's the point of just an uncertain thing?" After saying that, the man in black disappeared directly from Xiao Han's sight. Their place is also very special. It is in a dead corner. Almost no one passes by here. In addition, the two of them said it through voice transmission, so naturally no one else would know. The man in black should have mastered a hidden technique, and he has the strength of almost the late nascent soul to the great perfection, so he didn't notice it. He needs to study the hidden technique more in the future. If the other party had attacked just now, even if he could react, he would have been injured to some extent. When Xiao Han heard the 3 words, red fire furnace, he believed it 3 points, and the other party's tone of voice made him believe it 3 points more. In short, the list has been obtained. As for the rest, there is no need to rush. Do you really think you are just an ordinary Yuanian cultivator? The 6 Yuanian cultivators really can't cause fatal damage to you. If you want to run, they can only watch. Moreover, with the list in hand, you can definitely get ahead of them. After thinking this through, Xiao Han followed Xiao Tanner back to Wanzhong City, and took off his disguise before returning to the courtyard. On the other side, the man in black turned around and went directly from one direction to another direction. There was a towering mountain in that direction. From the appearance alone, the shape of the mountain is like a sharp sword. The most peculiar thing is that the mountain is directly split from the middle. The sword tip is even suspended above the sword handle, as if there is some thrust. Such a large mountain is just suspended like that, which is really surprising. The man in black repeatedly explored the surroundings in a corner, then took off his disguise and finally headed towards the mountain. This direction was the direction of Juejianmen. If you look closely, you can find that the monks Eyes are very small. It looks like a squinting eye. After returning to Juejianmen, the squinting, I went directly back to his cave. In the cave there was a person waiting. They're early. It was not until the squinting eye stopped and set up a soundproof cover that the waiting person slowly said, "Grandpa, you are back. #C 1963 too young." In the nascent Soul Monk's cave in Juejian Gate, a young figure sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly waiting for something, until a monk with squinting eyes appeared at the entrance of the cave. The cross-legged figure slowly stood up to greet him, and the squinting monk slowly said, "Duan Xiao, why are you still here and haven't come back?" If Xiao Han were here, he would definitely recognize that the person in front of him was Duan Chengtian with narrow eyes, and then Duan Chengtian continued, "I know what you want to say to me. If you have nothing else, go back first."
No, Grandpa.
Duan Xiao quickly interrupted. "I just want to ask why you leaked the news to Xiao Han. You can obviously participate so that you can not only get resources but also get in touch with that chi stove. This way I can also hope to learn about the best elixir. I know I shouldn't refute Grandpa, but Grandpa, since you let me ask about everything, then I must ask clearly." After Duan Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Duan Chengtian with a puzzled look on his face. Duan Chengtian's eyes were slightly squinted. He was originally squinting, but now his eyes are even more invisible. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Hey, you are still too young. I ask you, are these resources really worth going against the city lord? Do you think Xiao Han is really that simple? If it's really simple, then why doesn't Wu Feng of Luyun sect take action himself? Wouldn't this save a lot of resources? Let's not talk about it for the moment. Just for Xiao Han's favor, I have to win it as much as possible. Sometimes I have to be ruthless when dealing with things. We, the grandchildren of the Duan family, have produced a talent like you. Hope you can learn something from this incident. If you have time, go and interact with Xiao Han more often. With the friendship we had in the same team before, I can help my Duan family survive the crisis in the future." Duan Chengtian rambled on. Duan Xiao originally wanted to ask clearly, and he would not interrupt if Grandpa wanted to speak. It was not until Duan Chengtian stopped that Duan Xiao muttered, "I understand the truth, but that's an opportunity to touch the best elixir. And is Xiao Han really valued so much by the city lord? Grandpa, you are taking too much risk. Once Xiao Han takes the initiative, they will definitely find something wrong internally. Grandpa, the people you have offended will not be just a few. The major sects are intertwined." Duan Chengtian said confidently, "Xiao Han should not take the initiative. As for what you said, does the city lord pay so much attention to Xiao Han? If you were the city lord, would you be able to accept taking care of a large family? In the past, the training was focused on one person at most, but this time, if you take a closer look, I even suspect that Xiao Han is the holy son. The holy son who has grown to this stage will definitely reach the stage of becoming a god in the future. Hey, anyway, you should observe carefully. Can't explain these things to you, so you have to experience it yourself. Don't be obsessed with the best elixirs. If the red fire stove can produce the best elixirs, will you give them to us?" Maybe he knew that we would have these thoughts, so he paid that price. He could completely drain his Luyun sect in one go. I really can't imagine why the leader of Luyun sect would condone this. Don't you think it's better to accept these and kill Xiao Han than to go to the Luyun sect to destroy the Luyun sect and snatch it away? Of course, I'm just saying this. If you really do it and others know the reason, our Duan family won't have to hang out in the world of immortality. Don't mention this matter anymore. Just leave it like this. Go back quickly. It won't do you any harm to think about it carefully when you go back. Duan Xiao then gave up and continued to ask. If what Grandpa said was right, then it was indeed better to handle it this way. Although the risk was relatively high, the benefits were also huge. After thinking about this, Duan Xiao directly threw a flying sword and left. Quickly, the entire cultivating family, the Duan family, relied on the Juejian
sect.
because Duan Changtian, a nascent sold Zoxian cultivator, the Duan family's status in the Juejian sect always good. But in recent years, the Duan family has not seen a relatively talented person. For a long time, just when Duan Changtian was anxious, Duan Xiao appeared. Duan Changtian looked into the distance and muttered, "Hey, I hope you can understand what I said." Early the next morning, Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner got up. When they arrived at the small courtyard, everyone was ready to stand in the small courtyard. After Xiao Han looked at these many disciples, he turned his attention directly to Xiao Qian and said, "First arrange for people to pretend to leave Wanzhong City in batches." After saying that, he threw out a map, suspended it in the void and continued, "I will meet at the meeting point. It's already marked on the map. In addition, I also marked a few yellow dots. If I feel something is wrong, I will notify you at any time to change places. Be extremely vigilant when you go out. No one is allowed to leak any information." "Okay, let's go." Xiao Qian immediately said, "Yes, ancestor." Xiao Yun followed, "I will definitely help my brother." Zhao Linger also followed suit. "I will also assist master." Among the disciples of Yuyun Peak, the masters of female cultivators are all Xiao Yun, while the masters of male cultivators are all Xiao Qian. Due to the recovery of Dantian, Xiao Qian's cultivation base has completely disappeared. Fortunately, he is still very young, so it is difficult to practice again. Nothing. The talent is good to begin with, coupled with various resources and the experience of previous cultivation. These cultivation levels will be replenished as quickly as possible, but Xiao Yun's assistance is needed before that. Xiao Han waved his hand, indicating that these people could leave. Even if this method could not be hidden from those high-level cultivators, it could still be done by low-level cultivators. This would avoid a lot of trouble. At the same time, these disciples could not move with him as it would be too conspicuous. So many people's eyes were on him, so it was better to move separately. The reason why he did not leave so quickly was that he was waiting for Li Yixuan. Just as the disciples left and Xiao Han was waiting, a figure appeared outside the courtyard. Xiao Han could see Li Yixuan at a glance from where he was standing. Today, Li Yixuan was wearing a red long skirt.
Xiao Han zayavrou jumpat.
This guy really has this kind of temper. They are avoiding their enemies. Are you sure you won't attract everyone's attention by wearing this? Originally, she was good-looking, and with this outfit, the rate of turning back can be imagined. Looking at Xiao Tanner beside him, he didn't remind her and changed into a light yellow tights early. This kind of clothes is indeed not good-looking, but it is very convenient for movement. The difference in this comparison was immediately apparent. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han turned his head and looked at Xiao Tanner and said, "This is the person I told you to take with you. Give her a set of your clothes." "Oh." Xiao Tanner nodded in response, and immediately took out a set of the same tights from the storage ring. Seeing this, Xiao Han said, "Put on this set of clothes and then we'll set off." After seeing the tights, Li Yixuan said with some disdain, "This dress is so ugly, I don't want to wear it. Alas, how can you be like this?" Xiao Han didn't want to say anything more to Li Yixuan, and immediately took out the piece of paper given to him by the city lord, pointed to one of the lines and said, "Look at what this line says." "Humph." Li Yixuan immediately stomped her feet in anger. Why was this person so annoying? Then she changed into the tights unwillingly. People who practice cultivation don't need such a complicated process to change clothes. They can change with just a flash. This Li Yixuan is just like Xiao Tanner. Even if she wears such tacky clothes, her appearance is still so stunning. After a slight sigh, Xiao Han could only accept this fact and slowly said, "Let's go." #C 1964 Misty Forest. In the woods north of Wanzhong City, Xiao Han and his two companions were using speed-up talismans to travel on the ground, and wherever they passed was dense forest, and no place was directly exposed to other people's vision. After repeated consideration, Xiao Han finally decided to travel on the ground. Once he walked in the air, he would inevitably attract countless eyes, especially since several people had just come out of Wanzhong City, and it was easier to be followed by others. Not to mention Xiao Qian and his companions, the speed of traveling was slow, and if they were still so fast, Xiao Qian and his companions would not be able to catch up, so even if they arrived first, they would have to wait for others. It would be better to travel slowly like this. At this time, the three of them were all wearing masks. This kind of universal mask is very popular in Wanzhong City, a place where all kinds of people are mixed, and even disciples in the Qi training stage often use it. The effect of confusing the audience is also very good. Moreover, the three of them had their faces retouched, and they all wore masks when going out. This is not only the habit of Wanzhong City, but also the habit of Wangxinghai. If they call her by her real name, there are very few people who know Xiao Tanner, or even no one. However, Han Xiao is so famous that there is no need to change her name. Just call her by her original name.
Forget Han Xia.
Too many people know this name, especially after experiencing the siege of the demon clan. Han Xiao is even more well known. This time, their goal is Wangxinghai. This was originally Xiao Han's plan. Previously, he was trapped for many days because of the siege of the demon clan, and then was delayed by various things. Now he has achieved his wish. Even if he lives a little tight, at least he is free. Xiao Han, there is a misty forest ahead. Should we take a detour? Xiao Tanner, who was following beside him, reminded him and then said, based on our current situation, taking a detour is the best choice. The misty forest is full of dangers. It is said that there are some mazes left by ancient great powers. Some Yuanying period cultivators have never appeared again after entering the misty forest. When talking about these things, Xiao Tanner looked worried. She had come out with her master before. When they encountered the misty forest, they took a detour. When Xiao Han heard this, he quickly stabilized his body and stood on a small open space. After a pause, he said, "Hey, if we take a detour, wouldn't we have to make a big turn? Is this misty forest really so scary?" The other two stopped where they were. Li Yixuan just kept silent and hung behind all the way. She ate alone as if she was angry. How could Xiao Han indulge him in such a bad habit? No one took the initiative to talk to her along the way. She was happy to be idle without talking. It was best to follow her like this. In this way, he would earn a reward for nothing. Xiao Han didn't even want him to do anything. Xiao Tanner paused and said, "My master and I came here in the past. As cultivator of the nascent soul great perfection, my master didn't dare to step directly into this misty forest." At this point, Xiao Han suddenly had a doubt in his heart and asked, "I wonder if you have asked your master in detail where you came from, or where did your master take you from?" When Xiao Han asked Xiao Tanner, he looked at Li Yixuan again. "I don't know if it was an illusion. Every time I looked at Li Yixuan and Xiao Tanner, I could feel that the two of them were somewhat similar. But it was only somewhat similar. After all, both of them were peerless beauties, and it was normal for Xiao Han to be dazzled."
Kia tan erfraunet.
He was talking about the misty forest, but why did he talk about his own life experience again? But since Xiao Han asked this, how could Xiao Tanner not give Xiao Han an answer? Being willing to understand her meant that Xiao Han was now willing to enter her heart. How could Xiao Tanner refuse such a good opportunity? After thinking for a while, Xiao Tanner slowly said, "According to the master, I am the child of his predecessor. My mother was seriously injured when she gave birth to me. If she didn't get a magical medicine in time, she would easily die. You also know that once a female cultivator enters the Jindan stage, it is Easy for her to have big problems during childbirth, not to mention that my mother is still a Yuanying stage cultivator. This is also why immortal cultivators quickly look for Taoist partners when their strength is low, and even find a large number of Shujia to have children. In addition to being with high-level female cultivators, the most important reason is this. My father, who I have never met, left me and my mother in Luyun's sect, and entered a secret realm alone to find magical medicine, and finally never came out. Speaking of this, Xiao Tanner's eyes were a little misty. Even if she never remembered what her parents looked like, she would always feel sad when she mentioned such things. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tanner continued, "My mother also died because she didn't get timely treatment." The daughter of the senior Taoist partner, Xiao Han, couldn't help but think more in his head. It seems that it was really his illusion. This thing that was not related at all could not have anything to do with it. However, the senior of this Yuanying stage great cultivator is probably at least in the God transformation stage. The God transformation stage cultivators can't get out of the secret realm. What kind of danger can they encounter? Or are these stories made up by the so-called master? It's inevitable that people will think too much about loving Xiao Tanner so much. After all, the master died not many years later, which shows that the deadline was approaching. It takes a lot of years for a Yuanying great perfection cultivator to reach the deadline. After sorting out his thoughts a little, Xiao Han continued to say, "Don't you think that if we only use the speed-up talisman, the speed will inevitably be a little slow? After this big circle, I think Xiao Qian and the others will be able to get there." Xiao Han felt a little uncertain in his heart. Of all the routes to the Sea of 10,000 Stars, after screening, only 3 were suitable. However, one of them was a place frequented by some high-level monks. In the end, there were only 2 ways to go. In order to ensure that Xiao Qian and the others reached their destination smoothly, Xiao Han specially arranged the best way to go with Xiao Qian, and they chose this way. And on the only way to this road, there is the misty forest. Xiao Tanner heard that Xiao Han planned to go directly through the foggy forest and immediately said, "But there are too many dangers in this foggy forest, and there are also some broken mazes. It is easy to not get out in this life. Otherwise, why are there so few monks to choose from on this route? To be on the safe side, it would be best for us to take a detour." When it came to this, Li Yixuan couldn't bear it anymore and said directly, "Oh, a small misty forest can make you tangled up like this. My grandma has brought me here so many times to play. If you don't dare to go in, please beg me. I'm quite familiar with this place, and I also have some means of cracking the maze." Li Yixuan talked nonchalantly, her tone full of ridicule towards Xiao Han and Xiao Tanner's conservative disdain. "Grandma also asked me to practice with this kind of people, and I really lost money and couldn't lose anymore." Xiao Han ignored Li Yixuan and didn't even glance at Li Yixuan. He just said to Xiao Tanner, "Just go through the misty forest." #C 1965 Suffer More. This was the decision Xiao Han made after careful consideration. It was impossible to take a detour. It would not only waste time but also have no practical significance. He had heard a little about the misty forest. Although it was full of dangers, there were also certain opportunities. He thought about the psychedelic bead he had obtained, which was the illusory air intercepted by a Yuanying cultivator in the illusory jungle. There were similar things in the psychedelic forest. He could try it and perhaps get some unexpected gains. Besides, wasn't Li Yixuan familiar with this place? Then let's see what level she was at. Seeing that Xiao Han had been ignoring her, Li Yixuan's face was flushed like fire. Did Xiao Han not hear a word of what she had just said? Or did he hear it and deliberately ignore her? This made her feel like a monkey, and an unpleasant one at that. But the more the other party ignored her, the more she wanted him to pay attention to her. After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan shouted, "Hey! Can you Pay attention to me? You have to understand, my grandma asked you to take me to experience, but what the hell is this? Xiao Han still ignored Li Yixuan, just looked at Xiao Tanner, and went straight into the misty forest. Li Yixuan was so angry that she was about to smoke. She decided in her heart that she would never talk to this annoying guy again, and then she rushed directly into the misty forest. See if you two will wait for me. When you encounter a maze or danger later, you should always ask me for help, and then you will be in trouble. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan felt better, not as uncomfortable as before. Xiao Han and the others were hurrying in front, and soon they saw a large area. A fog. This fog basically made it impossible to see each other a few meters away. In addition to the huge fog, there were huge trees that several people could not hug together, and some trees even formed a forest. Xiao Han always pays attention to the situation around him, and at the same time, he uses his hearing and consciousness to receive all the sounds nearby. This is his real confidence. Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han and whispered, "Hee, is it okay for us to leave her behind like this? If something really goes wrong, the city lord will definitely not be able to justify it." Xiao Han grinned and said, "Let alone that she is very familiar with this place, just the life-saving methods that the city lord put on her, what can happen to her? Even I have a jade slip given by the city lord, not to mention her granddaughter, even if there is no ordinary life-saving method. If she really encounters life-threatening danger, she will definitely be fine. At most, she will suffer a little, which is nothing. It's better for her to suffer more." Xiao Tanner can also think of this, but she simply thinks that this is not good for the eldest lady. After all, she is the granddaughter of a half-step. Returning to the Void Cultivator. This guy is a princess in the world of immortal cultivation, but since Xiao Han said so, she will definitely not say anything else. Xiao Han definitely knows about this kind of thing. Li Yixuan had been following Xiao Han from a distance. As time went by, the smile on Li Yixuan's face began to grow. There was a large swamp not far away. In the swamp, there were a large number of second dash, third dash, and even fourth-order unicorn lizards. This was a variant with extremely strong toxins. Not to mention the nascent soul cultivators. Even the spiritualization cultivators had to use some tricks. Not only that, there was a maze near the lizards and you would fall into it unknowingly. There were also a large number of red crows in the air. They looked similar to crows, but they were red all over and had good flames. Once in the air, they would be targeted. Many cultivators had fallen here. If it weren't for her grandmother taking her, she would have fallen directly in. There was no absolute strength to come here, and the only way was to take a short detour. But how could they, who were not familiar with this place, know these things? Hey, you'll be in trouble later, Li Yixuan thought to herself, but it was impossible to really let the two die like this. Although she didn't like them very much, she couldn't watch them die here. Just bring them out at the critical moment so that her value can be reflected. Thinking of this, they arrived at the swamp in the blink of an eye.
Xiao Han's
ears suddenly moved, and his brows immediately frowned. What are these dense sounds and some fluttering sounds? There is definitely a problem not far ahead. It is the first time for Xiao Han to come to this misty forest. He dare not be careless, nor will he rush in. Without thinking, Xiao Tanner has been with Xiao Han for a long time. She can see at a glance that Xiao Han must have discovered something. She whispered, "Is there a chance to retreat, or should we take a detour?"
Xiao Han nodded.
The sound was really dense. Xiao Han did not dare to take risks, not to mention the possibility of encountering high-level monsters. Even the number of low-level monsters is enough to torment people. It is still too early to leave this misty forest. It is not appropriate to waste time here. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han immediately said, "Take a detour." His ears can receive a lot of sounds, and he can also accurately judge where there may be problems. Following the edge of these sounds, Xiao Han directly bypassed the entire swamp area. Li Yixuan followed behind and was unhappy. Why did Xiao Han take a detour at the critical moment? This was not the temperament of an arrogant person like
Xiao Han.
I guess he just wanted to change places. There will be dangerous places below. I don't believe you can avoid them every time. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan followed directly. Time flew by and several days passed in the blink of an eye.
Li Yixuan.
Followed with an impossible expression written all over her face. These days, Xiao Han was able to escape dangerous places with great difficulty every time. It was as if he was very familiar with this place, and there were even some places that she didn't know about. However, Xiao Han knew it very well, and he didn't even encounter any dangers that were slightly difficult wherever he went. At most, it was a third-level monster or something. What was abominable was that Xiao Han also treated her as a thug, asking her to deal with some knots of powerful monsters every time. You must be very familiar with this when you came in so resolutely. It was simply abominable to pretend that she didn't know anything. When she was going around a dangerous place again, Li Yixuan finally couldn't help it anymore. Wait a minute.
Li Yixuan shouted loudly.
It wasn't until Xiao Han looked back at her that Li Yixuan continued to speak. I really can't tell, Xiao Han. You are not real. I always thought that the most you could do was be a little bit arrogant, little narcissistic, a little self-righteous, and feel good about yourself. Didn't expect you to be unrealistic. You know so much about this place, but you pretend like it's my first time here. You're just pretending to be cool in front of me, and you're lying to your fellow Taoist. Haha, it's true that men don't have any good things. Sister, you must keep your eyes open when looking at people. With your conditions, anyone else will be 100 times better than him. Li Yixuan seemed to have found an outlet. These days she held back and said nothing. It was not until she passed the danger again and her expectations failed again and again that she broke down emotionally and spoke out the words in her heart. #C 1966 Asian Dragon. Listening to what Li Yixuan said, Xiao Han raised his eyebrows first, and then his face twitched a few times. How cruel is this Li Yixuan, and how much she hates him. I didn't expect that Li Yixuan has been looking at me like this for so long. Xiao Han was about to speak, and Xiao Tanner beside him immediately shouted, What do you know about Xiao Han? You will never understand his goodness. Are you qualified to say this about Xiao Han? I always thought that although you are a little willful, your nature should not be bad. I didn't expect you to be such a person. Li Yixuan was very angry. She was obviously speaking for her, but she was said like this. How could she have suffered such grievances? After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan said loudly, Birds of a feather flock together. You are all the same kind of people. I've had enough of this journey. I decided to go back by myself. You can do whatever you want. Even if I go back and get locked up by my grandma, I don't want to be with you anymore. I've really had enough. Xiao Han frowned and said embarrassedly, Hey, I remember that according to the listed rules, if you go back halfway, your grandma will give me some in addition to the remaining reward. In fact, I really want you to leave. This will save trouble and get more rewards. It's so comfortable. Li Yixuan is now regretting why she agreed to her grandma. If she had insisted a little longer, she wouldn't have suffered this kind of anger. It's so mad that I'm dying. Li Yixuan stomped her feet, but finally didn't leave. There was a lot of fog around, and the few people could only see each other's general outlines. Fortunately, the eyesight of the immortal cultivators is not bad, and they can barely see each other's status. Hiss! At this moment, a subtle hissing sound suddenly came from Xiao Han's earlobes. This sound came from the south, right behind Li Yixuan. According to this sound, not good.
Xiao Han suddenly reacted.
He didn't know when an unknown monster followed Li Yixuan. He had never noticed it before, but he noticed it now. Get out of the way! Xiao Han shouted sternly. then floated up directly and threw the flying sword in his hand out quickly. Since entering the nascent soul stage, he can fly without the help of any flying magic tools. Whoosh! A sharp flying sword sound appeared in his ears. Xiao Han did not stop, but made a seal with his hands. Soon a huge hexagram formation appeared behind him. Heaven and Earth Technique. Xiao Han whispered, and then another spell appeared. Xiao Han controlled the flying sword while covering the Heaven and Earth Technique around him. This Heaven and Earth Technique can not only reduce the opponent's speed, but also allow him to check any movement in the first time. It was not until Xiao Han had completed both of his spells that Li Yixuan reacted and hurriedly slapped several talismans on her body. But it was too late. The monster was planning to attack and had been lurking around him. Even Xiao Han did not find it in time, which shows how strong the monster is. There was a huge shadow in the mist which looked very much like a python. In fact, when the shadow appeared in the sight of the three people, his huge figure appeared. It was a monster python, but Xiao Han didn't know what kind of monster this python belonged to. He had never seen such a monster in the monster illustration. From the appearance alone, it even had 4 claws and 2 horns on its head, similar to deer antlers. If he had to describe it, Xiao Han would rather call it a subdragon. It is not a real dragon, but it has some dragon blood. A violent roar broke out in Xiao Han's body. At the same time, Xiao Han's arm swelled violently, and the huge arm stretched forward slightly. A huge palm shadow appeared in the sight. Xiao Han did not dare to hesitate, and directly grabbed Li Yixuan backwards out of the attack range of the python. At the same time, he shot out the fatal needle floating in the palm of his hand, following the spirit sword. Clang! The spirit sword hit the body of the python, making a sound of metal collision, and directly bounced Xiao Han's spirit sword out. Xiao Han did not expect such a strong defense. The fatal needle that followed also changed direction, and did not pierce the body of the python, but turned a corner and went to the eyes of the python. For such a monster with such a strong defense, the eyes may be his weakest point, and Xiao Han also regarded this as a breakthrough point. If even the eyes cannot be broken through, then you can only forcefully attack from the outside and try to hurt the python internally. From its momentum alone, Xiao Han can find that the python is quite strong, with the strength of the middle or late stage of the 4th level, and it may even be the peak strength. Moreover, this monster is very good at hiding. If it weren't for Xiao Han's special ears, it would be impossible to find this monster. The monster failed to hit the target, and hissed angrily, then said, "Hey, I can't believe there are such vigilant people among the human race." Judging from the voice, it was a female python, and her tone was full of
surprise.
After all, the hiding method that it was proud of was discovered by a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul. As he spoke, the fatal needle was already in front of the python, and the python closed its eyes slightly and directly blocked the fatal needle outside. Xiao Han thought to himself that it was bad. This python had powerful defense and hiding methods at the same time. I don't know how long this python has been practicing. Li Yixuan was stunned on the spot after being caught by Xiao Han. The plot didn't develop like this. It was Xiao Han who was in danger, and then she stepped forward and finally saved Xiao Han. Then she could show her magnanimity, but the result was this. It was Xiao Han who saved her first, and the speed of releasing the magic was too fast. She didn't see how the other party did it. In the past, I only heard that Xiao Han was very powerful, and even when he was in the great perfection of the golden elixir, he could kill the existence of the demon king. Things that I haven't seen always feel a little problematic until this time, and the reaction speed was extremely fast. If Xiao Han hadn't taken action just now, I would have been seriously injured now. The cultivation of this python is so high, how could it let me go once it succeeded? In her heart, she seemed to understand what her grandmother meant. Li Yixuan's eyes were a little angry, and she looked directly at the python. Today, this python made him lose face. It was just a small mistake, and I just need to pay attention to it in the future. Li Yixuan quickly comforted herself, saying that it was just an experience. On the other side, Xiao Han spread the giant ape transformation from his arm directly to his whole body and completed the entire transformation in the blink of an eye. With a dong sound, Xiao Han punched the python directly. This punch was just a normal punch without any luck. It was already very rare, and it would be very uncomfortable to use it more. After Xiao Han punched out, it felt like hitting a piece of hard iron, and iron could be hammered to break, which was comparable to some 4th level defensive magic weapons. He knew very well how hard his fist was. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's mind flashed, and when he saw the python again, his eyes were bright. #C 1967 Blood Feud. How could a python with such sharp eyes not notice it? Immediately, he whipped the huge tail towards Xiao Han's huge body. When Xiao Tanner saw this, she quickly formed a seal, and a green 6-pointed star array appeared behind her. Vine cage. This technique was not used to deal with pythons. The place where the 6-pointed star array appeared was at Xiao Han's feet. When Xiao Tanner's voice fell, a large number of vines appeared under Xiao Han's feet. At the same time, these vines grew and became thicker quickly, and they were also very hard. The green seemed to be a kind of dark green. Just by looking at it, it felt very strong. Xiao Han knew what Xiao Tanner was going to do and didn't resist at all. He had cooperated many times before, so he was already familiar with this kind of joint force. Countless vines wrapped Xiao Han's huge body, and at the same moment, the python's tail struck directly on the countless vines. Bang! The huge impact echoed through the sky, and Xiao Han even wondered if it would attract more monsters. But this thought was just a thought. He had heard countless loud sounds before. Predation and being prey were happening all the time, and these monsters knew it in their hearts. The vines swayed, and eventually they all split apart. This 3rd-level spell, even if it was released by a Yuanying stage monk, would not be very powerful. The ability to withstand this blow was already the limit. Xiao Han was waiting for work. At the moment when the vines broke, he directly grabbed the huge tail of the python with both hands. He started exerting force. From the soles of his feet, passed through the whole body, and finally concentrated all the strength on his arms. After a moment of pause, Xiao Han violently threw the python up and threw it directly to the ground. With a bang sound, the python came into close contact with the ground. But this attack did not seem to cause any harm to the python. Xiao Han had never seen this kind of monster before, and because of its powerful strength, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it for a while. Moreover, the skin on this body is made of some good materials. The biggest difference between humans and monsters is the physical defense. Monsters have extremely strong physical defense, but when it comes to humans, this advantage is lost. Even for monks in the transformation stage, their physical defense is not necessarily stronger than that of 4th-level monsters. If the skin of this 4th-level monster was peeled off and directly made into 2 sets of inner armor, he and Xiao Tanner would have some protection for their defense. It was also with this in mind that Xiao Han looked at the python so greedily. The python seemed to be irritated, shaking its huge snake body, and the 2 horns on its head suddenly began to glow white. At this time, Xiao Han could finally see the general appearance of this python. Its peculiar beauty coupled with the white snake skin made people feel beautiful and coquettish at the same time. The 2 horns only lit up for a second, and then they sprayed out 2 rays of light spraying straight towards Xiao Han, but Xiao Han did not dodge, and behind him were Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. Li Yixuan may have some defensive means, but Xiao Tanner didn't. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's body shook violently, spread his 2 huge arms, made a fist, and punched each other fiercely. The huge energy fluctuations blocked the 2 white lights. Then he took advantage of the gap to open his huge mouth and roared in front. of him. This is not the way to go. His giant ape transformation can be used one-on-one in the nascent soul stage and has an absolute advantage. This is indeed the case when dealing with humans, but monsters will be a bit tricky. Even if the opponent can't defeat him, he can't win. If the stalemate continues, both sides will suffer losses. This is not what Xiao Han wants to see. But I did try it just now. Some of the spells did no actual harm to the python. The super defense ability was really disgusting. While Xiao Han was thinking, the entire huge body of the python began to glow with white light. When the white light dissipated, a figure appeared in front of him. The python transformed, and a coquettish snake girl appeared in Xiao Han's sight. She was wearing a white dress, and her facial features were of the most enchanting beauty. A pair of snow-white jade feet were just exposed to the air, and the entire figure was suspended in the void, with a pair of eyes staring straight at Xiao Han. After a moment of silence, the enchantress slowly opened her red lips and said, "Oh, I don't want to be your enemy, and I don't want to talk too much nonsense to you. If you hand over the woman behind you, I will naturally not be your enemy. We'll even give you a snake skin that I took off. Its defensive capabilities are not much worse than mine now. From the beginning to now, this snake girl has never taken the initiative to say anything. It is estimated that if she had not found that she could not kill herself directly, she would not have said so much. This kind of obviously has a cold personality." Xiao Han frowned, and the other party asked for the woman behind him. After a pause, he asked, "Hey, I don't know who you were talking about and why you must want her." The snake girl was silent and narrowed her eyes slightly. Just as Xiao Han guessed, if she didn't have absolute confidence in winning, why would she talk so much nonsense? The defensive power of this huge figure is not worse than hers, not to mention the extremely strong attack power. Even though she is already in the late 4th level, she can only hit 50 to 50 against such giant apes. This is still relying on the strong defense power. If it is really consumed, it will easily capsize. After a moment of silence, the snake girl continued to speak. "Who are you talking about?" The snake girl slowly stretched out a hand, pointed directly at Li Yixuan and said, "Maybe you have forgotten it a long time ago. Someone once brought you to this misty forest. Just because of your words, he killed my parents. From then on, I became a lone snake and was bullied in this misty forest all day long. The moment my parents died, I secretly decided that I must avenge them one day. I practiced day and night for this moment. I didn't expect that I would finally get this opportunity. Over the years, I have devoured countless human flesh and blood for cultivation, and some of the flesh and blood made me feel sick. But I don't care. In order to improve my strength, I don't care." After the snake girl finished speaking, she roared hysterically, "I must kill you so that your relatives and friends can also experience what it means to be separated by blood. If you want to blame, you can only blame that person for not being ruthless and not killing them all. I want to take back all the humiliation I have suffered for so many years from you." As she spoke, the snake girl clenched her outstretched hand into a fist, pulled the white fist back and punched forward. A huge fist shadow immediately hit Li Yixuan. It turned out to be the revenge for killing parents. This is a blood feud. Xiao Han finally understood why he hid behind Li Yixuan and did not take action. It was obvious that she had heard about the discord between them, so she wanted to find an opportunity to attack when they were alone, but she didn't expect that she would suddenly find her. Xiao Han glanced at her and saw that Li Yixuan had a proud look on her face, and her brows didn't even frown, and it seemed that she had forgotten about this matter a long time ago. She was still in this attitude at this time. I really don't know if she had a backup plan or just thought it was nothing. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's huge arm that was stretched out immediately slowed down by half a second. #C1968 Li Yixuan's methods. The huge fist shadow of the snake demon quickly blasted towards Li Yixuan. And Li Yixuan's face changed drastically. How could Xiao Han fail to block this seemingly powerless punch? Soon she figured it out. How many people who can practice to this level are fools? Isn't it just to see her confidence and strength? Then let you see it. Carefully. She didn't think that Xiao Han wanted to get rid of her with the hand of this snake demon. This has no meaning and value to Xiao Han, and it is even a blood loss. Business. If Xiao Han didn't want to save himself, he wouldn't have done it at the beginning. After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan threw out a bead directly. Even if the strength is not good, I want you, Xiao Han, to know the means of saving my life for so many years. I saw that the bead exploded directly in the air, and a large number of small particles began to spray out of the bead, and each particle began to shatter. Xiao Han was slightly startled, frowning. He could feel the huge energy from the bead. Judging from the energy that escaped, the energy generated by the explosion was enough to withstand a blow from the late nascent soul stage. At the same time, the huge fist shadow had arrived and collided with the countless small beads, turning directly into nothingness and dissipating in the air. The snake girl was also slightly stunned. She was just trying to test it, casually, but she didn't expect that Xiao Han didn't make a move. She didn't believe that Xiao Han couldn't block such a casual punch. Thinking of this, the snake girl said, "Thank you. If you don't make a move today, I will definitely reward you handsomely. By then it will not only be the snake skin I shed. Just ask for anything else you want." After saying that, the figure suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Li Yixuan, pinching the orchid finger on his hand, with some green liquid flowing on the fingertips, and there was a strong toxin on these liquids. This is the innate ability of the snake demon, and snake venom is one of the means of the snake demon. This determination made Xiao Han a little worried. He wondered if Li Yixuan could hold on. After thinking about it, he finally didn't make a move. He had to try it. He just had to grasp the right degree. Li Yixuan was not bad by nature, but she was a little arrogant. In some dangers encountered before, Xiao Han could clearly feel that Li Yixuan always wanted to speak up and remind him. However, he always managed to get through the danger accurately, which showed that Li Yixuan was not bad by nature. Just make a move at the critical moment. Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately cancelled the giant ape transformation and shrank quickly. With his current strength in the early stage of the nascent soul, if he didn't skimp on his spiritual power, he would have no problem with the three heaven and earth techniques. He could control the speed of the snake girl in an instant, so it should be no problem to save Li Yixuan. Qiao Tanner, who was standing by, naturally understood what Xiao Han meant, and directly sent a message. "Xiao Han, don't rush to take action later. Let this woman suffer a little. She is so angry that I am dying." She also knew in her heart that it was impossible to really ignore her. After all, she was the granddaughter of the city lord. Once something happened, even if the city lord didn't say anything, there would still be some problems. Xiao Han pulled the corner of his mouth and sent a message. "Why do you suddenly have such a big hatred for her? Didn't you always tell me to take care of her before, and be careful not to have any accidents? Why do you say that now?" Soon Xiao Han received the message. "Hey, who told her to say that about you? Just now? It's really disgusting to hear." Well, it turned out that she was defending herself. A warm feeling rose in Xiao Han's heart. It was Tanner. No one else would think like this. The first thing to consider must be interests. Thinking of this, the snake girl had arrived in front of Li Yixuan. The two fought more than a dozen times in just a few dozen breaths. Every time Li Yixuan could easily resolve the snake girl's offensive. Those who don't know would think that Li Yixuan is in the late Yuanying stage, or the great perfection stage. Of course, all this is because she always takes out some strange things. If she doesn't use these things, Li Yixuan probably won't last long. Compared With ordinary Yuanying early-stage cultivators, she may be the strongest and can even defeat the opponent by one level. But in front of her is a snake demon with extremely strong defense. Every time she fights, Li Yixuan always uses some strange means or magic, tools or talismans, and some have some elixirs. Xiao Han looked at it with heartache. How many spirit stones do so many good things cost? Do you think these are thrown for fun? He wanted to stop the snake demon now, and then tell Li Yixuan to give him all these good things. Wouldn't it be nice to sell them for spirit stones? However, Xiao Han still resisted the urge to take action to see how many good things she had. After dozens of breaths, Li Yixuan's means became increasingly scarce, and there was still some sadness on her beautiful face. She never thought that this snake demon was so difficult to deal with. Sometimes, in order to hurt her, he would not even dodge his attacks. This was a life-threatening way of fighting. When her grandmother brought her to this misty forest, she killed countless monsters. Most of what the snake demon said was true. It seemed that the cycle of cause and effect made sense. In this trance, the snake demon seemed to have caught Li Yixuan's weakness. He flashed and got close to Li Yixuan. His entire previous thinking was wrong. He should have fought in close combat, otherwise how could she have lived so long? Thinking of this, the snake demon immediately shouted, "Blood sea and deep hatred. Today I will let you feel the anger of the monster race." Although the snake demon's means were relatively simple, the power was good. He slapped Li Yixuan away with a palm, but when his palm touched Li Yixuan, hard armor appeared on Li Yixuan's body, which dissolved the palm. Xiao Han was about to make a move, but after finding out that Li Yixuan was fine, he decided to continue observing. With these life-saving methods, what's the point of training? Just force yourself to the spiritualization stage. Who can be your opponent then? The so-called training is for those who have no background, who want to train their character, but those with a strong background in the face of absolute strength. Any conspiracy is powerless. I really can't imagine what the city lord's purpose is. Is it simply because he has too many resources and wants to waste them? Every attack of the snake demon is aimed at a fatal place. In close combat, Li Yixuan was slapped away every time, but every time it was resolved because of the hard armor on his body. What kind of treasure is this? It can withstand the attack of a late-stage, fourth-order monster. It's really annoying. While observing, I don't know if it's an illusion. Xiao Han suddenly noticed a smile at the corner of the snake demon's mouth. At this moment, countless lines suddenly appeared below the place where the snake demon was fighting. These lines gradually lit up with white light, which was clearly visible in the vast amount of fog. These lines connected together little by little, and then the white light shone brightly. At the same time, the snake demon said in a somewhat crazy way, "Go to hell." Then it pounced directly on Li Yixuan, and its whole body quickly expanded and turned into the original state of a python. There was also a faint white light on the snake skin. Xiao Han's face changed drastically. The snake demon had never thought about surviving from the beginning. From the beginning, it wanted to die with Li Yixuan. The battles just seen were just some hidden fights. The real killer move was the self-explosion of this snake demon. I thought it was some kind of innate means. It turned out that it wanted to self-explode and replace Li Yixuan from the beginning. #C 1969. It's embarrassing for me. As the white light became brighter, Xiao Han didn't think of what to do for a moment. If it really didn't work, could he really only use the jade slip? With the strength of the snake demon in the late fourth stage, if Li Yixuan was not prepared, the power of the self-explosion was enough to kill him, and even the nascent soul would be directly destroyed, without even a trace of leeway. Moreover, this power could also affect Xiao Tanner and him. The residual power alone could seriously injure him, not to mention that there were so many monsters around watching covetously. Just when Xiao Han was somewhat desperate, Li Yixuan, who was not far away, suddenly shouted, "No need to use the jade slip. Once you use it, it means that I have failed this time, and I have to start over again. Use your magical fire quickly, the one that can never be extinguished. When Xiao Han said this, his eyes lit up. Tian had always been quite prejudiced against her, but he didn't expect that she would still remain calm. In this situation, either the other party had a trump card or she had absolute confidence. Even Xiao Han didn't expect that he could use the 9 nether holy flame at this moment. The self-explosion of monsters requires certain preparations, especially monsters above the 4th stage. No matter what, the engraved things need energy to support them. Before the self-destruction is completed, as long as the energy is burned, it will be equivalent to the end. Xiao Han did not hesitate at all. He quickly formed a seal and condensed a spell directly under the pattern. The 9 nether holy flame condensed at the fastest speed. At the moment of condensation, it began to burn all visible energy, even burning part of the soil on the ground. The spreading white light disappeared quickly, and the entire pattern that was about to be completed was completely burned by Xiao Han's fire, and the white light on the monster also dissipated. Humans who go back on their words, it turns out that humans are all hypocritical guys. The monster roared angrily, paused, looked at Li Xuan, and continued, "As long as I don't die, you can wait to be hunted down by the gods. Maybe I can't be your opponent, but you can't be together forever." The snake demon was about to leave, and his huge body swayed quickly. "Hey, did I let you go?" Xiao Han's body swelled up quickly, and a rumbling sound came out of his body. Compared with the previous one, the rumbling sound was no longer so loud, but began to be restrained. The voice seemed dull. After a pause, Xiao Han continued, "When did I promise you not to take action? I just wanted to take a look. If you want to talk about going back on your word, you monsters are better at it. Since you are already here, why do you have to leave? Anyway, you are determined to die. In this case, why don't you leave your skin to me? I will make it into inner armor, which is equivalent to you still being in the world. Isn't it a perfect deal?" Xiao Han raised his hand and a pressure directly covered the huge python. But it seemed that this could not limit the speed of the python. The huge figure was still shaking forward quickly. Don't look at the huge figure of the python, it does not affect its speed at all, and it is even faster than the transformation. Countless golden lights began to emerge from Xiao Han's huge figure. The giant ape that was originally an ordinary ape now looked like a golden ape. As he raised his hand, another pressure came down. Xiao Han smashed his 2 huge arms to the ground, stomped his feet hard, and ran forward with the help of this force. The python must be dealt with in a short time. There are too many monsters spying around. If they are not careful, some powerful monsters may target them. While chasing Xiao Han, he shouted, "You two hurry up and catch up. Don't fall behind." He originally planned that the 2 of them would stay where they are, but this obviously does not fit the current situation. Once the 2 of them stay where they are, they will face countless dangers. When he leaves, these uncertain things are really difficult to deal with. The misty forest is indeed full of dangers. If it weren't for his powerful hearing, he would have capsized in the gutter long ago. Now he has encountered a premeditated giant python, which makes them so passive. The 2 quickly caught up, and Xiao Tanner released a spell from time to time to support Xiao Han, trying to limit the giant python's actions while catching. In this case, Li Xuan did not act willfully and followed Xiao Tanner to release spells to keep the python as much as possible. 3 Yuanying stage cultivators joined forces to hunt down a 4th stage, late stage subdragon. This kind of scene is rarely seen. Usually, the 4th stage late stage completely defeated 3 Yuanying stage cultivators. In the blink of an eye, several people chased for hundreds of meters.
Xiao Han
kept an eye on the direction of the python's advance to observe whether there was any major danger. Since he broke through to the Yuanying stage, the giant ape transformation also broke through, but there is still a slow progress process. If it takes another 2 years, the python will not be able to jump like this. The speed is always a bit slow. This is Xiao Han's summary of the giant ape transformation. However, because the python has 4 claws and its own movement speed, it is always faster than Xiao Han. As time goes by, the distance is pulled farther and farther. If this continues, it will be thrown off in no time. Xiao Han cancelled the giant ape transformation while running, and directly took out a jade pendant from the storage ring, which was the blue-patterned jade pendant given to him by the city lord before. Under the control of Xiao Han's consciousness, the 4 sacred beasts came out directly from the jade pendant and quickly expanded and restored their original posture. When the 4 sacred beasts restored their original posture, Xiao Han clearly felt that the monsters lurking nearby panicked, and many monsters even crawled on the ground to express their humility. The giant python that had already fled far away shouted in disbelief. "Heh! You actually have the blood of the ancient sacred beast? Who are you? Why do you have to kill us all today?" Xiao Han grinned and said, "Hey, didn't you just say that as long as you don't die, it will be fine? Then how can I let you go with peace of mind?" While speaking, Xiao Han became serious again. This giant python could actually recognize these 4 guys as sacred beasts. It seems that there is a certain blood induction between monsters, unlike humans. From the monsters crawling on the ground around, it can be seen that when there is a blood stronger than theirs, even if the level is higher, it cannot overcome the blood suppression in the body. At this moment, the giant python slowed down. Xiao Han didn't expect to have such a harvest. If he had known this, he might as well summon the 4 sacred beasts early. There was no such thing before. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Han finally locked the answer on the 4 sacred beasts breaking through to the 3rd level. This is also a watershed. The real bloodline will only awaken after the 3rd level. The Suzaku flying in the void laughed and said, I knew Xiao Han would definitely not be honest. What do you think? Admit defeat obediently. I said that I will be able to come out and vent soon, but you still don't believe it. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Xiao Han, who was chasing the giant python, and said, "If you need help, just let me know. You look so embarrassed. It's really embarrassing for me." #C 1974 Saints Armed. In the misty forest, after Xiao Han released the 4 sacred beasts, he quickly transformed into a giant ape. Relying solely on the strength of the early nascent soul, he could not cause any fatal damage to the giant python. This is also the reason why Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan followed behind and released magic, but could not cause any substantial effect. Since the 4 sacred beasts were released, the speed of the giant python slowed down. Xiao Han could barely keep up with it. Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan followed behind, not daring to slack off for a moment. Only the 4 sacred beasts looked so relaxed. The Azure Dragon looked at the giant python that Xiao Han was chasing and said with some doubt, "I didn't expect to encounter a giant python that was about to turn into a dragon. Xiao Han, why are you so murderous? You like to do this and that when you have nothing to do. You made the 3 of us lose miserably, don't you know?" The Azure Dragon's tone was full of complaints, but there was a little excitement in his eyes. It was really uncomfortable to stay in the blue, patterned jade pendant. The longer he stayed, the more uncomfortable he felt. Now he finally had a chance to go out and relax. Even if he lost the bet, it would be okay. "Don't talk nonsense," Xiao Han said loudly, and then pointed at the giant python and said, "Kill this giant python now, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble." Xiao Han was not only referring to the revenge of the giant python in the future, but also the uncertain factors nearby, and he could clearly hear countless tiny sounds where the giant python fled. The 4 sacred beasts immediately adjusted their attitudes after joking. The golden giant ape opened its mouth and roared to the sky in the next moment, and a pair of fists suddenly smashed to the ground. The vermilion bird returns to its position. When these 4 words fell, the vermilion bird turned into a pair of red wings and flew towards Xiao Han quickly, directly piercing the back of Xiao Han's huge body, and the size seemed to be very consistent. There was no strange feeling at all, and even felt that the golden giant ape should have grown this pair of wings by nature. Feeling the shaking of the wings behind him, Xiao Han showed a happy expression on his face. He hadn't experienced this feeling for a long time. Seemed that the decision of Hongmeng Creation Pearl was right. With the vibration of the wings, Xiao Han's huge figure immediately turned into a stream of light and flew towards the giant python. The distance that had been opened was quickly shortened. At the moment of contact with the giant python, Xiao Han grabbed the giant python's tail with his hand. At this time he couldn't hold back, even with Li Xuan, an outsider. The city lord already had the answer in his heart about the situation of the four sacred beasts, and there was no need to deliberately hide it. Xiao Han threw the giant python to the ground again, and it collided with the ground with a violent collision sound. Xuanwu returns, Qinglong returns, Baihu returns. With Xiao Han's 3 consecutive roars, the other 3 holy beasts turned into 3 streams of light. When approaching Xiao Han, they turned into a set of armor, a helmet, and a white tiger sword. Xiao Han wore Xuanwu armor, held the white tiger sword, and put a Qinglong helmet on his head. This familiar feeling was still so comfortable. The 4 holy weapons appeared again. Xiao Han raised the white tiger sword and chopped it on the giant python, just like chopping on hard material, making a violent groan. After all, the level of the 4 holy beasts was low, and they could not form a particularly effective attack, but the problem of the speed of the giant ape's transformation was solved, which was somewhat effective. When the strength of the 3 holy beasts of the white tiger caught up in the later stage, it was truly an invincible existence in the nascent soul stage. Even if it did not rely on the giant ape's transformation, it had extremely strong strength. Non-god transforming cultivators could not cause any substantial damage to him. Thinking about these messy things, Xiao Han raised his hand and chopped several more times. Every time he chopped on the giant python, he could cause considerable damage to it. Even if it seemed to have no effect, these collisions had already had a huge impact on the body. All this also made the giant python angry. It stopped not far away, shaking his body. It was obviously not going to escape anymore. Then it began to transform and turned into a charming snake woman in an instant. The snake woman looked at Xiao Han with cold eyes. She didn't say anything. She just waved her arms, swayed back and forth, twisted her body, and a dark green liquid spurted out of her mouth. The speed spread quickly. Xiao Han kicked his legs and retreated dozens of meters, but he still couldn't avoid the toxins. The moment the dark green liquid fell on the armor, there were some sizzling sounds. The venom began to corrode the Xuanwu armor, including the white tiger saber, which had some venom. Xiao Han quickly swung the sword to get rid of the venom on it. Small dots were left on the sword until 3 breaths passed before the sword slowly recovered. The venom of this giant python is really terrifying. After this scene happened, Li Xuan, who was following behind, was stunned for a while, watching all this quietly, and sighed. Maybe I have more prejudice against Xiao Han from the beginning. So this is what Grandma meant when she asked me to follow Xiao Han. If these methods on me were used on Xiao Han, I'm afraid I would have killed the giant python long ago. But I can only passively defend, and I was almost killed by the giant python. These voices were not loud, but Xiao Tanner, who was following beside, could hear them. Xiao Tanner's eyes were also full of shock. She guessed that the 4 little guys were of great significance to Xiao Han. After all, feeding them with so many good things would cost no less than training for Yuanying period monks. They have the means to refine top-grade elixirs and can obtain various resources, but they were all sucked away in this situation. Can be seen how difficult it is to train these 4 people. It was not until this moment that Xiao Tanner understood Xiao Han, and her eyes were full of admiration. This was her man, Xiao Tanner. Which of those so-called geniuses could compare to Xiao Han's toes? You have to know how few resources Xiao Han had since he was a child. Even so, he trampled on those geniuses with good conditions. When hearing Li Yixuan's emotion, Xiao Tanner chuckled and said, "Oh, now I finally know. If Xiao Han hadn't stopped me from arguing with you, I think you have been living a life of luxury since you were a child, and have always been cared for by such a strong man. You are a little bit arrogant, and I would have settled the accounts with you long ago. Don't always judge anything with your little knowledge." Humph. Li Yixuan snorted coldly, but did not refute anything. She just accepted Xiao Tanner's words and continued to look at Xiao Han, with some different emotions in her eyes. Maybe I should look at him squarely? Xiao Tanner did not continue to say anything, and some words were just enough. If Li Yixuan hadn't said that to Xiao Han before, Xiao Tanner wouldn't even bother to tell Li Yixuan about this. In her eyes, what's the city lord's granddaughter? While the two were talking, Xiao Han fought with the snake girl for dozens of rounds, all in close combat, with the white tiger saber slashing one after another, and Xiao Han even punched the snake girl. Sometimes he would directly punch the snake girl, without any mercy. Xiao Han didn't think about breaking the snake girl's defense, as long as he could seriously injure her. #C1971 poison all over. When the time comes, one pill will be enough to make any defense useless. Xiao Han did not want to roast the giant python for snake meat. Even if she could not accept the human form, she could do it in her snake form. But the snake girl was full of poison. In order to improve her cultivation faster, she had already overdrawn her potential and even absorbed the poison of other monsters. How could such a body be eaten? In this fierce attack, the snake girl's breath became weaker and weaker. In the end, she even gave up resistance and simply took Xiao Han's damage. Until her body could no longer support Xiao Han's clever attack, she fell to the ground with a shake. Her eyes were full of unwillingness, and she stared at Li Yixuan's direction. "I failed to take revenge after all," the snake girl cried out in pain, then looked at Xiao Han and said, "I hate it so much. I hate it so much. Why can the human race kill my demon race so recklessly? Why can't we live in peace?" Xiao Han put the sword on the snake girl's neck and looked at the large and small holes on her body, which were all holes left by the snake girl's venom. Such a strong corrosive power made Xiao Han very excited. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said, "This is the rule of the Tao. The human race is not wrong, and the demon race is not wrong. It's just a simple need to survive. Don't say that you are killing your demon race recklessly. As long as there is enough interest to drive, the human race will kill each other. For what you have experienced, I will give you a quick death." As he said this, Xiao Han lifted the giant ape transformation and took the four sacred beasts back into the blue patterned jade pendant. He took out a pill directly from the storage ring. There were 9 cloud patterns on the pill, and Xiao Han threw it in front of the snake girl. If the Hongmeng creation pearl was still there, and the creation power was sufficient, it would not have been so embarrassing. Then he said again, "Just eat it. You will die without any pain or even without any feeling. This is the best choice for you." The snake girl seemed to accept this fact. The so-called rules of the great Tao are like this. From the moment of the birth of the living being, some endings are destined. If the human race is not more fierce and does not find ways to strengthen itself, then the human race will be eliminated and may never stand up under the oppression of the demon race. The only thing to blame is that its own strength is not strong enough. After accepting this, the snake girl looked at Xiao Han with a pair of eyebrows and said, "Are you sure you don't want to do something before letting me die? Or do something after I die?" Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. "What kind of tiger and wolf words are these?" He said directly, "If not, then I think it's better for me to do it." Seeing this, the snake girl raised her hand and raised a pill. When she was about to put it in her mouth, her whole figure suddenly bounced up and hugged Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt the softness on his body, but he didn't feel any comfort in his heart. He even began to turn to fear. What on earth was this snake girl doing? Xiao Han felt like he was entangled by something and couldn't break free no matter what he did. Oops. Xiao Han cursed in his heart. Fuck. I almost forgot that snake girls have this kind of innate ability. At this time, he was like a prey entangled by a giant python struggling to death. Among the many innate abilities of the giant python, it uses its body to entangle the prey tightly until the prey is exhausted and dies, and then the giant python will slowly enjoy the prey. Xiao Tanner wanted to come up to help, and Xiao Han immediately said, "Don't get close, I will solve it myself, don't worry, this is just a dying struggle." He didn't want Xiao Tanner to take risks. Once the giant python spewed a lot of venom, which cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul could withstand it. Even the middle and late stages of the nascent soul couldn't withstand it. Xiao Han didn't want Xiao Tanner to bear this risk. Xiao Tanner looked anxious, but still chose to listen to Xiao Han. Without knowing, she really couldn't act rashly, otherwise she would not only fail to help but might even cause trouble for Xiao Han. After a while, Xiao Han felt a stinging pain all over his body. Xiao Han looked at the snake girl who was holding him. With that charming look on her face, someone else might have surrendered. But in the next moment, Xiao Han saw a lot of dark green juice gushing out of the snake girl's body, all of which were venom. This snake girl was indeed full of poison, just as he guessed. The stinging pain on her body just now should be caused by these venoms. She was wearing a good inner armor, but it was still corroded by the venom. The snake girl hugged Xiao Han tightly, her whole body on Xiao Han, and at the same time, she opened her red lips and bit Xiao Han's shoulder, intending to bite through the skin and inject toxins. After biting a few times without success, she gave up. "Hey, you're really tough. Do you really think I'll die so willingly? Even if it's a painful struggle, I will never accept my fate. I'll take someone with me even if I die." Xiao Han struggled to free his hand, and then quickly formed a seal. A wisp of flame appeared quietly. This negligence made people extremely uncomfortable. The flame burned quickly. The previous burning 9 nether holy flame had not yet extinguished, and now it appeared again. In the blink of an eye, it spread all over the snake girl's body. The venom was also burned away by the 9 nether holy flame bit by bit, and began to gradually condense into some frost. Ah! The snake girl screamed with her teeth bared. As if she was enduring some severe pain, the snake girl did not choose to die happily, but chose to struggle before dying. Any life wants to struggle before the end. This is the desire for life. Gradually, the snake girl lost her last movement, and Xiao Han also felt that. The binding force was getting weaker and weaker, and finally fell straight down. The snake girl could not escape the fate of being killed. Xiao Han looked down at the venom on his body. The surrounding 9 nether holy flame was still burning. Xiao Han controlled the 9 nether holy flame, and directly cleared a space. These venoms were still slowly corroding Xiao Han's skin, far exceeding the skin strength of the late nascent soul. This venom was really strong. Xiao Han led the surrounding 9 nether holy flame to burn the remaining venom on the skin little by little. The flame burned on the skin, and it was an experience of ice and fire. The biting cold directly eroded the bone marrow, but the surface was hot. If it were not for these venoms, how could Xiao Han choose such a painful way? Until the venom was almost burned, Xiao Han's body was also extremely hideous. Then he quickly took out the detoxification pill, turned it into a trace of liquid, and applied it to the place where the venom was corroded, which barely solved the problem. After solving the venom problem, Xiao Han stuffed some recovery and healing pills into his mouth, and then looked at the snake girl on the ground, who gradually revealed her original appearance. Due to the burning of the 9 nether holy flame, the entire snakeskin was burned with many holes, but fortunately it was still intact, and it was not a problem to make 2 or 3 sets of inner armor. As for the 2 horns on the top of the head, Xiao Han was also very interested, and the venom in the body was also a pleasant surprise, and it would be good to make some disposable spiritual tools. Thinking of this, Xiao Han quickly put the subdragon corpse into the storage bag and quickly left the burning range of the 9 nether holy flame. Now is not the time to collect materials. There are so many monsters around, and there are many unknown risks. The fog was still so thick, Xiao Han called Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan and quickly continued to head north. #C1972 Are you sick? Perhaps because of the previous killing of the 4th stage late stage monster. When Xiao Han and his team were on the road, many monsters that were originally watching or even following lost their tracks. Although cultivators are very attractive to monsters, that is when the difference in strength is not big, and some monsters still want to follow to see if they can pick up any leaks. The 4th stage transformed monsters fell into it, not to mention the 2nd and 3rd stage monsters. Xiao Han always pays attention to the surrounding situation. With the matter of Yalong in front of him, he must be careful in everything. The 3 of them hurriedly traveled in the misty forest. They could walk out of the misty forest in half the distance. In order to change the direction as soon as possible and get rid of the monsters that followed secretly, Xiao Han deliberately found some special places. After a day of traveling, Xiao Han barely got rid of all the monsters he noticed. This is what he must do. For monsters that have lived in the misty forest for a long time, the misty forest itself is their best protection. They don't need to worry about other problems. Instead, they can use this place to hunt more cultivators. Just like humans eat monsters, humans are also the best cultivation resources for monsters. If they are careless at any time, these monsters will come together and cause trouble. Now they can breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Han is thinking about where he can take a short rest later. Hey! Just as Xiao Han was on his way, Li Yixuan called out,
Sia Han frovnid.
What kind of tricks is this woman going to do? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han ignored Li Yixuan and just hurried on his way. Silently, Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han, her eyes full of questions. She had some guesses in her heart about what Li Yixuan wanted to ask them to do, but she didn't get an answer from Xiao Han's eyes. In this case, Xiao Tanner didn't ask much, but just followed Xiao Han quietly. Several people walked in the air. After reaching the nascent soul stage, they didn't need to use any flying magic tools. Xiao Han also felt it carefully and carefully explored the essential differences, but in the end there was no standard comparison. Li Yixuan saw that Xiao Han did not stop, grinned, but finally did not speak. A cultivator in the nascent soul stage, no matter how low his voice was, could hear it clearly without a soundproof cover, and there would be no problem of hearing because of the low voice. The only answer is that Xiao Han did not want to pay attention to her. Li Yixuan muttered, I am really angry to death. I took the initiative to lower my head and ignored me. I should have known what to call. Although she muttered in her mouth, Li Yixuan had more expectations in her heart. She hoped that Xiao Han could look her in the face and talk to her, even if he did not ask her. Thinking of this, they rushed a long way again until it was completely dark, and they stopped in a seemingly safe place. Originally in the misty forest, it was extremely unsuitable to travel at night. These days, some attempts have been made to travel by hearing, but the speed of traveling is worrying and it is very exhausting. It is better to rest in place than to do so. Darkness enveloped the misty forest, making the already dim environment even darker. The few people did not light a large bonfire which would easily expose their position. They just roasted some meat with a small fire and extinguished the flame. Although maintaining absolute darkness would bring some danger from the dark, it was also a way to protect themselves overall. No one could guarantee how many 4th-level monsters or even 5th-level monsters were spying on them. Li Yixuan began to get angry. What was going on with Xiao Han? Why didn't he say a word to her until now, and even didn't force herself to hunt monsters before? It was really too strange. After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan couldn't help but say, "Hey, can you pay attention to me?" It was not until this moment that Xiao Han said impatiently, "Hey, just say what you have to say. Don't deliberately let others notice you. Yell there," Xiao Han said and cast his eyes directly at Li Yixuan. He always asked if she was there. This kind of thing is the most disgusting. I thought Li Yixuan was deliberately trying to do something weird. Now it seems that something is wrong. After Xiao Han said this, Li Yixuan felt so wronged. Now she was like a bullied young wife. Obviously, she hated this person at the beginning and she still hates him. Now, he is just a little talented. He has reached the nascent soul stage at a young age. He can refine top-grade elixirs, and he can kill such a powerful 4th-level monster. What is this? What is so arrogant? I have made up my mind not to speak actively along the way, but what's wrong now? Just think of it as bowing your head. Thinking of this, Li Yixuan opened her red lips slightly and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I did something wrong before. I shouldn't say that to you. Anyway, let's write off the previous things. Next, I will cooperate with you to complete the experience." Li Yixuan's voice was like a mosquito, but it was enough for Xiao Han to hear clearly. Xiao Han looked at Li Yixuan with some surprise, and then cast an
inquiring look at Xiao Tanner.
Xiao Tanner smiled. It seems that today's incident has a great impact on Li Yixuan. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han finally said, "You're not sick, are you?" Xiao Han didn't know what else to say. With such a big change, being sick was the only explanation. These words sounded like a mockery to Li Yixuan. She was really out of her mind. Why would she say these words? Get lost. Li Yixuan growled in anger. If she hadn't been afraid of exposing her position, she would have gone crazy. After a pause, she continued, "You don't deserve others to change their impression of you. I'm sick in the head today to say this. My initial opinion of you was indeed correct. You are just a self-righteous guy." After saying that, she sulked to herself. The freshly roasted 4th-level monster meat didn't smell good in her hands. Xiao Han was relieved. As long as his mind was normal, it would be fine. Suddenly, it made people feel depressed. It was late at night. After Xiao Han ate the last bite of monster meat, he turned his head and looked at Xiao Tanner and said, "I'll go to bed first. You sleep in the first half of the night and I sleep in the second half." In fact, for a cultivator in the nascent soul stage, sleeping only 1 hour a day is enough. When it comes to retreating to break through the realm, it is no problem for months or years. It's just that there is nothing special about sleeping, and no one will deliberately not sleep. No matter what realm you are in, sleeping is the best way to restore your spirit. Today, he had consumed a lot of energy in the battle with the Asian dragon, and now he urgently needed a sleep to make up for it.
Xiao Tanner nodded.
Xiao Han had no intention of relying on Li Yixuan, so he would naturally not consider her in the allocation. After the arrangement, Xiao Han lay directly on the ground, moved his body, put his head on Xiao Tanner's legs, and fell asleep comfortably.
Xiao Tanner looked at Xiao Han in surprise.
This was the first time Xiao Han slept like this. For a moment, Xiao Tanner felt a strong sense of happiness in her heart. #C 1973 Pursuit. Just when Xiao Han began to rest, at the entrance of the misty forest, several monks in black clothes and masks stood in the air. A closer look revealed that all these people were standing in the air without any flying magic tools under their feet. They were all Yuanying stage monks, a total of 7 people, and their strength was not weak. Each of them had at least the strength of the late Yuanying stage. At this moment, they were setting up several soundproof covers, and it was unknown what they were discussing. Inside the soundproof enclosure, one of them said, Hey, this guy is really good at looking for trouble. He actually went straight into this misty forest. The key is that he brought the city lord's granddaughter in. He is not afraid that the city lord will hold him accountable if something goes wrong. Who do you think this Xiao Han is to the city lord? Is he just a simple focus of training? There is no need to hand over the granddaughter to him if he is just a focus of training. Hee, what are you worried about? It's not like we haven't done it before. Besides, who would know it was us if we killed him? Yes, don't forget our purpose. He is just in the early stage of yuaning. It's useless to cut melons and vegetables. The price that guy paid to kill him this time is not small. The whole sect has been drained. I can't believe that an upper-class sect can come up with so many things. So you don't know that the other party has explored an ancient secret realm? At that time, the first ancient secret realm appeared near their sect, and the first batch of sects all benefited from it. That is, the later ones, which are expressly prohibited from exploration. Of course I know this. The harvest in the ancient secret realm is really good. The 4th level ancient treasure must have been taken out of it. I have a question. Since there is a way to refine the best elixir, why doesn't he study it himself and is willing to give it up? Hey, you are worrying too much, right? How to study? What do you let a sect with only yuaning stage cultivators study? At least there should be an alchemist who specializes in refining elixirs. Now they can't even refine the Yingying elixir, so they might as well give it to us. When we figure it out, we can share the benefits together. That kid is very smart. You guys are thinking about the benefits first, but didn't you see if you could kill Xiao Han? Do you think the 7 of us can't deal with a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul? 3 in the early stage of the nascent soul. The other 2 can stop him by themselves, and the remaining 6 can deal with one person. But now we have to chase him through the misty forest, so you guys have ignored the danger here. Or maybe we can just take a detour. You can also think of it. When we go around, we don't know where the people have gone. Then we can hide them deliberately. Tell me what to do. This trip has cost a huge price. Not to mention taking a detour. But it's so dangerous. Okay, no matter how hard we try to catch up, we must go directly into the misty forest. How to safely chase them is a problem, and we must be fast. If they fall into the mouth of the monster and get eaten, it will be a big loss. Fortunately, the survival rate of yuaning cultivators is relatively high, so it is not a particularly troublesome thing. When talking about this, one cultivator had not said much until this moment, saying, "Why don't we go and catch their disciples back so that we don't have to chase them and let Xiao Han come by himself? Isn't it better?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other 6 yuaning cultivators looked directly at him. Sure enough, he was still so unreliable. One of the monks said, "Let's not talk about the difficulty of pursuit." He unilaterally disguised himself and left Wanzhong City. It would cost a lot to pursue him. Why bother? Besides, why do you think he would give up his life for a few disciples? Okay, let's not talk about these. Once he knows that we are looking for him, and his disciples have been captured, what should we do if we go directly to the city lord for help? So, do you have a problem with your brain? The other 5 also looked at him strangely. The monk who raised the question felt a little embarrassed and hesitated, not knowing what to say. At this time, someone else said, "Do you think someone will leak the news?" Hey, how could it be leaked? Even if someone noticed something, the city lord also noticed it and told him. But how would he know who it was? With so many people investigating him, how could they lock him in? The person who raised the question paused and continued. But why didn't he choose to take a detour, but went directly into the misty forest? Isn't it a problem to go in even though he knew there was danger? At this time, the person who looked very powerful immediately said, "What is there to be curious about? Is there any problem here? The city lord is very powerful. The granddaughter of the lord is right in front of him. She is very familiar with this place and it is not easy to pass through it. The distance to go around it is several times longer. What would you choose? If you were in my place. I don't want such doubts to appear among us again. Don't you know why we got together in the first place? After doing this, no one knows about it. It's all rotten in our stomachs. We can do the same thing together in the future. At this point, the other monks stopped talking and all the doubts disappeared. Every monk looked into the misty forest, and soon several people quickly entered. Several Yuaning stage cultivators had been to the misty forest to some extent, and they had some understanding of the environment and terrain here. With everyone's opinions together, they walked peacefully, but they didn't understand it clearly, so they would inevitably encounter some problems. It would be a bit difficult to hurry up, and it would take a long time to deal with more difficult problems, but they chose to travel day and night without any rest. In order not to attract attention or alert the enemy, several people would not even say anything, including communication, which was also done by voice transmission. On the other side, Xiao Han and others were located at the center of the misty forest, and this would also be the most dangerous place. Fortunately, the place chosen by several people was not bad, and with the previous deterrence, the monsters would not easily take action for a while. As for the cultivators, they basically did not exist. All the cultivators who came in either successfully left or died here. Occasionally, a few of them would not stay for long. During the time he came in, Xiao Han did not meet any cultivators, and there was not even any sign of cultivators. Waking up from his dream, Xiao Han felt that he had slept very comfortably. He had never slept more comfortably than this. He had left part of his consciousness outside, but he had fallen asleep without realizing it. Fortunately, someone was left to watch the night, otherwise it would be troublesome if he encountered danger if he slept so soundly. Xiao Tanner also slept comfortably on his legs. When thinking about this, Xiao Han suddenly felt something was wrong. He opened his eyes suddenly and a face appeared in front of him. #C1974 Illusionary Maze. When Xiao Han saw the face in front of him, his pupils shrank suddenly. This face was not Xiao Tanner at all, but an extremely terrifying face. The whole face was pale, and blood was flowing from the eyes, nose and ears, dripping down. It seemed that the light rain in the dream should be caused by this. The rest of the body was also rotten meat, and some maggots were clearly visible in the rotten meat, burrowing back and forth in the meat. When the face saw Xiao Han wake up, it looked at Xiao Han with a smile, and its eyes were full of gentleness. With disheveled hair, it looked like a loving mother. I have been sleeping in the middle of the night, not on Xiao Tanner's legs, but on the legs of this terrifying guy. Xiao Han's spiritual power started to run rapidly, and the whole person slid to the side along the ground. When he left the woman, he directly cast his eyes to the position just now. The two legs he was lying on were also a pile of rotten flesh, completely rotten beyond recognition. Xiao Han had goosebumps all over his body, and the back of his head felt wet. A feeling of nausea arose from the bottom of his heart. Thinking that he was sleeping on a pile of rotten flesh made him feel sick. There were even some maggots on his body, and a tingling feeling came to Xiao Han. He could clearly feel that the maggots were biting his flesh desperately. At the same time, they were still pushing into his flesh. He had not felt this way when he just woke up. This was probably because there was a paralysis toxin at work, and these maggots were not ordinary maggots. Thinking of this, Xiao Han penetrated his spiritual power throughout his body, and then shook it violently, cleaning up all the stolen goods on his body. At this time, the woman slowly stood up and limped towards Xiao Han and said, "What's wrong? Are you starting to dislike me? Why are men like this? They clearly enjoy it when they need it, but they start to dislike it when they don't need it. Am I dirty? But I just saw you sleeping soundly. Why is it like this?" the woman said, intermittently, and at the same time, she staggered towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han felt a chill and then looked around. It was still the scene before. He fell asleep, even the burning embers were there, but Li Yixuan and Xiao
Tanner des Appaaret.
Xiao Han felt more and more wrong. How could such a person appear? Then he directly probed out his spiritual consciousness and collected as much information as possible around him. But to Xiao Han's disappointment, no news came. Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan were missing. It had come to this point. Xiao Han knew that he was in an illusion, and it was very likely that he was in a maze. But why didn't Xiao Tanner wake him up? Thinking of this, Xiao Han finally understood why he slept so soundly just now. It was very likely that there was a monster who attacked him. If there was a monster attacking just now, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. Xiao Han quickly condensed the magic, and a fiery red hexagram appeared under the woman's feet. Then a wisp of flame came out of the magic and burned directly on the woman. The woman screamed in pain. "You are so cruel! You are so cruel!" In this desperate voice, she gradually lost her movement. There was ruthlessness in Xiao Han's eyes. He always remembered the words, "The way is ruthless." If he didn't face the danger so decisively today, he would be lying on the ground tomorrow. In this situation, he must not hesitate because of softness. It is very likely that if he delays for a while, Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan will die, and he will also face great danger. The flames of the 9 nether holy flame spread outwards and quickly burned around until it expanded to dozens of meters, illuminating the surroundings. Like daytime, Xiao Han heard some subtle movements. Looking around, Xiao Han's body was covered with goosebumps. The illusion was burned away by the fire, and the true appearance of the surroundings was revealed. There were maggots all around, and the maggots looked exactly like the ones on the woman, but these maggots were obviously much larger. The ground was full of maggots, which meant that he was all over the body just now. If he hadn't woken up early enough, once these maggots corroded him, the result would be quite fatal. Especially the woman just now. How could she be a woman? She was clearly a bunch of maggots. These low-level maggots were nothing, but those high-level maggots would be terrifying. After a while of numbness on his body, Xiao Han condensed 2 spells again, and wisps of flames quickly spread around. These maggots were sizzling, and each maggot persisted for a long time before slowly dying. Even the 9 nether holy flame could hardly burn it to death, let alone those ordinary spells. Xiao Han is now very worried about Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. It is impossible to completely kill these maggots. It will take a long time for such a large amount of maggots to burn. If this continues, his spiritual power will be exhausted in a short time, and he will eventually die here. After waiting anxiously for a while, Xiao Han heard the voices of Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. The 2 were in different places, one in the east and the other in the west. "Xiao Han, where are you? What are these things?" Xiao Han sent a voice message to Xiao Tanner directly, but unfortunately, the voice transmission could not be completed.
Sia han frovned.
What kind of restrictions are there here? It is really a strange place. This place may not be that simple. Then another voice came out. "Xiao Han, I really know I am wrong. As long as you take me out of this place, I promise to listen to whatever you say. It's really disgusting. These things can't be killed no matter what. They are still trying to crawl on me. I'm so scared." The 2 people still maintained some rationality, but they were panicked at the moment. For a moment, they didn't even know what to do. Xiao Tanner's situation was much more stable. After all, she had been running with him for so long, and her heart had already had a strong ability to withstand pressure. Even in the face of such a situation, she remained absolutely calm. Listening to these movements, it was to save spiritual power as much as possible and put herself in a safer situation. And Li Yixuan's spirit was slightly collapsed. She used her spiritual power wantonly. Even if there was only 1 maggot on her body, she would unconditionally remove it without caring about any losses. If this continues, it won't take long for Li Yixuan to fall into a state of collapse while Xiao Tanner can still hold on for a while. Xiao Han can only save one of the two people for the time being. Judging from the status of the two people, it is undoubtedly the most appropriate to save Li Yixuan first. There is also a blue-veined jade pendant. You can also try to put a person into the blue-veined jade pendant. I didn't ask about this thing at the beginning. In order to avoid any accidents when putting people in it, Xiao Han didn't spend this effort. But if it is really possible, it will save a lot of trouble. Sure enough, some things are considered too superficially and not completely. If I had tried it at the beginning, this kind of thing today would not happen. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han immediately went to Xiao Tanner. Even if Xiao Tanner could hold on for a while, Xiao Han still chose to save Xiao Tanner first without any reason. Xiao Han's figure was fast, and it didn't take long for him to arrive not far from Xiao Tanner. I saw that Xiao Tanner was trying her best to resist the maggots that kept coming towards her. There was a small safe area under her feet. Even if there were some crawling on her body, she would not waste it wantonly to save spiritual power. In this case, the longer you hold on, the more you can wait for rescue. Xiao Tanner has this judgment in her heart. Xiao Han immediately condensed the magic, and a fiery red hexagram array
appeared under Xiao Tanner.
When Xiao Tanner saw this magic, she was delighted and locked her sights on Xiao Han, shouting, "Xiao Han, you finally came to save me." #C 1975 attempt. The moment she saw Xiao Han, Xiao Tanner was so excited that she almost cried. Although she and Xiao Han had experienced a lot, this was the first time for maggots to be so densely packed like this, and it was so disgusting. If she hadn't had a good mentality, she would have been in chaos. Fortunately, she persisted until Xiao Han came to save her. She also knew that now was not the time to speak, so instead of telling her story, she controlled the spell and headed in the direction of Xiao Han. Countless maggots swept in overwhelmingly. Xiao Han watched helplessly as most of the maggots piled up on top of each other from the ground. Before they could fly to higher places, a large number of maggots with long wings pounced down. This situation made Xiao Han feel a little tricky, and he quickly condensed a 9 nether holy flame again. Without thinking about destroying these maggots,
Xiao Han immediately wrapped Xiao Tanner in flames.
The more these 9 nether holy flames burn, the harder it will be to control them later, especially those far away from him. Fortunately, the distance between him and Xiao Tanner is not that far. Soon Xiao Tanner came to Xiao Han under the cover of Xiao Han. Xiao Han had been controlling some 9 nether holy flames around him to block the continuous influx of maggots. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner and said anxiously, "I have a method now, but it will be dangerous. Do you want to try it?" "Basically, don't explain." Xiao Tanner snuggled into Xiao Han's arms, her whole body hanging on Xiao Han's body, and her legs tightly clamped Xiao Han's waist. After a pause, she continued, "You just need to tell me, just do whatever you want." Xiao Han immediately took the blue-grained jade pendant in his hand and began to activate the green-grained jade pendant. After a while, a large amount of smoke appeared on it. Just when Xiao Han was about to let Xiao Tanner in, he saw a bird's head protruding from the jade pendant with green patterns. "Oh my God! I'm almost suffocated inside." "Xiao Han, what are you doing?" Just as he was talking, Suzaku saw the scenery around him and shouted, "Hey, what the hell is this?" It scared me to death. The head was retracted into the jade pendant with green patterns. When Xiao Tanner saw all this, how could she not understand what Xiao Han meant? He obviously wanted her to enter the space jade pendant and try it out. The fact that the 4 sacred beasts were in the blue pattern jade pendant had been told to her early in the morning, and Xiao Tanner knew this in her heart. He immediately jumped up and disappeared directly into the smoke.
Xiao Han's
eyes lit up. As long as he could get in, it meant there was something going on. In order to avoid accidents, Xiao Han deliberately kept the smoke for a while. As long as Xiao Tanner feels a little uncomfortable, she should come out. Immediately, Xiao Han didn't see Xiao Tanner come out after waiting for a while, which means that he can at least stay in for a short time. After confirming this, Xiao Han put away the jade pendant with green patterns, and suddenly accelerated his figure, heading directly in the direction of Li Yixuan. Judging from the sound he received now, Li Yixuan was almost on the verge of collapse. As he entered the nascent soul stage, Xiao Han's practice of shrinking the ground has now been successfully deduced to the 4th level, reaching the level of shrinking the ground by nearly 100 meters. They were not far apart, but not long after, Xiao Han arrived near Li Yixuan, and at a glance he saw Li Yixuan throwing various talismans with open teeth and claws. Good guy, each of these talismans has an astonishing lethality. If it were anyone else, they would have been overwhelmed by these maggots. However, Li Yixuan has many methods. She is worthy of being the granddaughter of the city. Lord, how can others compare with her resources? Xiao Han did not take action immediately, but stood in the distance and said,
Ludli, Li Yixuan.
When Xiao Han's voice appeared, Li Yixuan turned her head suddenly and saw Xiao Han standing in the void, with an expression as if she had been wronged. Xiao Han, come and save me. Li Yixuan's voice was filled with tears, and she quickly continued to cry. As long as you take me out today, I will never dare to say whatever you say in the future. Like before, I think this punishment is severe enough. Li Yixuan's emotions, which were about to collapse, gradually recovered the
Moment Xiao Han apearat.
This was like a kind of spiritual support. Now that Xiao Han is here, she must be fine. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. This woman had misunderstood everything in front of her as something he had deliberately done. Can Xiao Han accept this slander? He immediately turned around and left. How could Li Yixuan not see what Xiao Han meant? She quickly said, No. Not you who punished me, but what happened to me. At this time, Xiao Han was too lazy to continue arguing with Li Yixuan. It was better to leave here quickly at this time. Xiao Tanner was still staying in the green jade pendant, and she didn't know what the situation was. I'm afraid only a brainless person like you would think that.
Xiao Han
Immediately condensed a 9-nether holy flame, appeared at Li Yixuan's feet, enveloped it, paused and continued. Do you think I have any? Why would you arrange such a punishment for you? Go quickly, don't stay. After Xiao Han finished speaking, he condensed a spell again.
Li Yixuan apruaka Xiao Han, and Xiao Han also apruaka Li
Yixuan. It wasn't until he got close that Xiao Han opened the green jade pendant and let Li Yixuan in. Li Yixuan looked at Xiao Han suspiciously, not caring at all that there were so many maggots around her, as if Xiao Han was insignificant among these maggots. He immediately said loudly, I finally know why you let me here. You clearly want me to enter the jade pendant space so that you can control me at will. Dream on you, even if I am alas today, I am going in, can't I do it? Li Yixuan really couldn't accept facing so many overwhelming maggots alone. Although he couldn't really hurt her, he couldn't accept the endless maggots. Such a disgusting and dense picture, which was a kind of spiritual thinking. And seeing that Xiao Tanner was not beside him, Xiao Han had never mentioned entering the jade pendant space before. He should have just made some attempts, and finally found that this method was feasible. After thinking about these, Li Yixuan stopped being pretentious and went directly into the green jade pendant. From Li Yixuan's words just now, Xiao Han could hear that once he entered the space jade pendant, he should be able to control the life of the person who entered, and this Li Yixuan must know more than him. The rules of a small world can be customized by himself, so he can only wait and try again in the future. Xiao Han put away the green jade pendant, stepped on one foot, turned forward in an instant and condensed 3 spells in an
instant.
In each spell, the 9-nether holy flame was condensed. The current 9 Nether Holy Flame is a stable 4th level spell, and its power is far greater than before, but the spiritual power required is also multiplied. If it weren't for the shortage of the power of good fortune, Xiao Han would have tried his best to deduce it again and try his best to make this spell reach the level of the 4th level top grade. The same is true for spells such as the Brahma Heart Flame. The reason why it was not deduced to the 4th level spell before was because it was difficult to release spells across levels, and it would cause great harm to the body. Just like the City Lord who had half a step back to the void before and forcibly released a 6th level spell, he did the same. In addition, the previous Wood Spirit spell, which was obtained by itself, was barely a 4th level low-grade spell, and it was difficult to release it. Xiao Han was far superior to ordinary cultivators. If the power of good fortune was sufficient, he would have deduced it to the 4th level top grade. C 1976 Misbehavior. At the moment when the 3 spells were condensed, Xiao Han felt very empty inside. The 9 Nether Holy Flames just now, plus these 3 spells, the spiritual power in his body was completely drained. Now it can only barely support the consumption of flying. Xiao Han doesn't care about these. The top-grade spiritual stone in his hand is being consumed at a very fast speed. The spiritual power in his body is also recovering rapidly. Xiao Han throws out the 3 9 Nether Holy Flames directly, forming a wall of fire on the way out. Those maggots can't chase Xiao Han quickly, whether from the sky or the ground. They can only rush towards the wall of fire in large groups and are eventually burned to death by the wall of fire. With the accumulation of maggot corpses, the flames are getting bigger and bigger with no intention of stopping at all. Xiao Han doesn't feel sorry for the many monsters here, and there is no situation where a fire falls in love with me. Burn as much as possible, and it is best to burn all these maggots to death. Only after he completely left the range of these maggots did Xiao Han turn around and hide himself in the darkness again with the help of his hearing. It was not yet dawn. Perhaps because he had set several big fires, the misty forest at this time seemed to be stained with a layer of white fog. It was not as deep as before and looked a little more hazy. After confirming that the surroundings were really safe, Xiao Han opened the green jade pendant and entered the green jade pendant directly. In fact, he could ask Qiao Tanner and Li Xuan about their feelings, but it would be more direct to experience anything by himself. As soon as he entered the green jade pendant, a desolate breath came directly to him. Xiao Han never thought that the jade pendant space would be like this. All he could see was barren land, with a few weeds growing sparsely, and the breath was so oppressive that it made people uncomfortable, as if they would be out of breath at any time. The environment here was worse than any place Xiao Han had seen. No wonder the city lord said that he would let him go out for a walk after a while. It would be difficult for him to accept staying inside. The vermilion bird also said that it was suffocating. Xiao Han just wondered why the vermilion bird was not there when he saw a big bird flying from the void. It looked like it was forced to come over. Xiao Han's mind moved, and he urged the azure dragon, white tiger and black tortoise to come over. The next moment the other 3 sacred beasts appeared. In Xiao Han's sight, the 4 sacred beasts were terrified, but they calmed down the moment they saw Xiao Han. They thought something unusual had happened. Now it seems that Xiao Han used his ability to control the space jade pendant. All the rules of this small world were set by Xiao Han, which means that Xiao Han is the god of this small world, even those with higher cultivation than him. Hey, Xiao Han, why did you come in by yourself? Qinglong looked at Xiao Han with some surprise. On the other hand, the vermilion bird looked comfortable and said, "It's good to come in so that Xiao Han can experience what it's like to stay here and see if he will keep us locked up. I'm really drunk with Xiao Han. Why did I suddenly get into this broken thing and follow Xiao Han?" Xuanwu said with a mature look, "It's actually acceptable. After all, I yearn for freedom." Bai Hu said unhappily, Do you think this is freedom? It's better to stay where you were before. The 4 sacred beasts were full of complaints. Xiao Han was too lazy to pay attention to these 4 heartless guys. He just said perfunctorily, "Okay, I'll pay attention to letting you out more often in the future. Now you go and cool off." After sending the 4 sacred beasts away, Xiao Han called Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. Xiao Tanner was very happy. Such a good place, and she and Xiao Han had a world for 2 people. Moreover, the rules here were set by Xiao Han. Does that mean that Xiao Han can't do anything he wants to do? After all, there is no way to resist. Li Yixuan looked at Xiao Han with a vigilant look on her face. After a long time, she said, "I tell you, although you have the final say here, don't try to force me to do anything. If this happens, I'll tell you that I will commit suicide. Although I have initially recognized you, it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want." Xiao Han frowned, glanced at Li Yixuan with his eyes, and said directly, "Come out with me. We are already in a safe place." Xiao Tanner looked disappointed, and Li Yixuan looked excited. These 2 expressions formed a sharp contrast. Xiao Han ignored the sight of the 2 and went out of the jade pendant space first. This kind of place is not for people to stay. Fortunately, it was a cultivator. If an ordinary person came in, he would be suffocated to death. Those in the Qi training stage and foundation building stage could not stay here for a long time. Those with higher cultivation could stay for a while. The 2 Yuanying stage cultivators stayed in there for a while, and they all looked tired at this time. If it's a little longer, I'm afraid some bad symptoms will appear. In the end, after my own experience, I concluded that this place is extremely unsuitable for human habitation, and you can only stay here temporarily for a while. It can be used as a means of life-saving in an emergency, but it is definitely not a place suitable for survival. Unlike monsters and spirit beasts, humans can hold their breath and calm down. For a long time, humans' requirements for the living environment cannot be compared with monsters and spirit beasts. Just like the 4 sacred beasts, even if they are at the 3rd level, because of their own special characteristics, they can stay here longer than Xiao Han and others. The moment Xiao Han went out, he saw Li Yixuan followed by Xiao Tanner. At such a fast speed, is he worried that he would regret it? We should really force Li Yixuan to do something so that she will be punished if she offends us. With this in mind, the group did not waste time and headed north at full speed. Although it was at night and the visibility was poor, they were not allowed to travel slowly under such circumstances. The maze they encountered today was really disgusting. At noon that day, Xiao Han and the other 2 stopped early and continued to travel, but found a place to rest for a while. Not long ago they were besieged by dozens of monsters. It was a 4th stage middle stage monster, with dozens of 3rd stage peak monsters. Obviously, they wanted to fight with so many monsters and force Xiao Han and the others to eat them, but they didn't expect that Xiao Han and the other 2 were not good people. How could they be solved by a 4th stage monster? What's the use of a large group of 3rd stage monsters? The 4 sacred beasts can almost solve them, not to mention Xiao Han, a war machine. When the giant ape transforms, it is a monster harvester. The food for everyone and the 4 sacred beasts has also improved a lot. They didn't want to cause trouble, but it was hard to refuse such a kind of hospitality. Especially the 4th level monster, it is really a tonic. The misty forest is particularly hot today, and it is still the kind of hot and humid. Fortunately, Xiao Han and his friends are all cultivators, and this environment has no effect on them. Just when they were resting, Xiao Han suddenly felt that there was a different movement 10 miles away, and his intuition told him that danger was coming. Again. #C 1977 Pursuit 1. Xiao Han directed all his spiritual sense and hearing to the place where the abnormality was found. Generally speaking, when the spiritual sense is spread out, the information received is incomplete and incomplete. Sometimes it is not even very accurate. Xiao Han's approach is like this. First, he will explore widely. When he feels that there is a problem somewhere, he will focus on exploring a certain place. In this way, the danger can be accurately killed instead of being like a headless fly. When Xiao Han focused all his attention on that direction, he felt more and more that there was a problem. This did not look like a monster. Even if it was a monster with stronger strength, it would not make such a small movement. After all, no one knew that he could hear such a long distance, unless he was specifically hiding his body and movement. After listening for a while, the movement was getting closer and closer, and the direction of approaching was very close to them. Soon Xiao Han noticed that those unknown objects had stopped, and the location was exactly where the three of them had killed many monsters before. After stopping for a long time, those unknown objects continued to move north. Xiao Han became more and more puzzled. There was no sound just now. Could it be a human cultivator? Xiao Han had such a guess in his mind, and he quickly shook his head. Human cultivators had encountered this before, but it was not like this. There was no movement at all. Only a cultivator in the nascent soul stage could do this. Deliberately, after ruling out everything, Xiao Han found that there seemed to be no danger. But after experiencing so many things, his intuition told him that this was not simple. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han immediately stood up and said, "Let's go. Let's continue on our way." At this time, Li Yixuan was grilling meat by herself and Xiao Tanner was meditating and regulating her breath. After hearing what Xiao Han said, Xiao Tanner decisively stopped regulating her breath and slowly recovered with a spiritual stone in her hand. Li Yixuan said with an unhappy face, "Hey, I just experienced a big battle and was planning to eat something good. But why do we have to hurry on the road again? Although we are about to leave the misty forest, there is no need to be so anxious. It feels like we are rushing to reincarnate." Li Yixuan was a little depressed. She always liked to be calm and not impatient. She did everything according to a plan instead of doing whatever she wanted to do recently without any plan or accuracy. It is obvious that we are going to leave the misty forest. There are so many dangers.
Xiao Han ignored Li Yixuan.
The movement was getting closer and closer. Xiao Han's heart began to tighten. If it was really dangerous. Thinking about this, Xiao Han suddenly remembered what the black-clothed man said before and gave him a list. There were 6 cultivators who wanted to kill him, and the one involved was Wu Feng of Luyun's sect. Xiao Han had some concerns about not returning to Luyun's sect immediately. When he did not have absolute strength, Xiao Han would not take the initiative to attack. Then it is very likely that the movement was caused by those people, but the information given was inaccurate. There were obviously 7 movements, and the number of people was not consistent. It was just that they were new people. Xiao Han was anxious, and some solutions quickly appeared in his mind. The 6 people were 3 cultivators from Chanhua Valley, 1 Yuanying Great Perfection, and 2 Yuanying Late Cultivators. The other 3 were a Yuanying Late Cultivator from Juejian Sect, a Yuanying Late Cultivator from Yanhua Sect, and a Yuanying Late Cultivator from Qingshu Sect. The weakest ones were all Yuanying Late. Among them, Chanhua Valley had the largest number of people. Xiao Han felt that it was likely that Chanhua Valley also wanted to get rid of him. There were some conflicts between him and Chanhua Valley in the past. For the cultivators in the God transformation stage, the people of their sect were defeated because they were not strong enough. The world of cultivation was originally a world of the jungle. As a cultivator in the God transformation stage, it was not suitable for him to take action against a Yuanying cultivator who was protected by the city lord. But this does not mean that the cultivators below will not take action. Thinking of this, Xiao Han can understand why Chanhua Valley will send out 3 Yuanying stage cultivators. Getting the reward is one aspect, and really wanting to get rid of him is another. Facing this level, Li Yixuan and Xiao Tanner are not suitable to take action. This will easily become a hindrance later. It is better to put it in the blue.
20 jade pendant.
Wearing the 4 saints' clothes, I can only tie with the 3 yuanying cultivators at most. This is obviously unrealistic. I still have to overdraw myself endlessly to do it. In other words, running away is the only answer. Seeing that Li Yixuan was still hesitating, Xiao Han took Xiao Tanner and took a step forward, heading west instead of continuing to go north. On the one hand, it can avoid facing danger directly, and on the other hand, it is also an attempt. If these people's target is really me, they will catch. Li Yixuan stamped her feet in anger. Why is this Xiao Han like this? And she was eager to catch up. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han turned his head and said to Xiao Tanner, "Hey, your speed is really a bit slow. It's not conducive to action to go on like this, just go into the blue jade."
Pendant.
Xiao Han could feel that he couldn't get away from the opponent, and it wouldn't take long for him to be caught up. Only by using the earth-shrinking technique, etc., could he get away from the opponent as soon as possible. Xiao Tanner didn't hesitate and went directly into the blue jade pendant.
Li
Yixuan looked at Xiao Han and hesitated, but finally stepped into the blue
jade pendant.
Although she kept complaining, she knew Xiao Han's vigilance against danger in her heart, as if she could calculate when and where there would be danger, and the accuracy rate could even be as high as 90%. She complained, but her body cooperated with Xiao Han so well. The pursuers arrived at the place where they had just been and stopped again. At this moment, Xiao Han was 100% sure that these people were coming for them. After rushing west for a while again, Xiao Han continued to go north, leaving the misty forest first, otherwise he would face multiple dangers. But what was not satisfactory was that even though Xiao Han's speed had been maximized, the distance was still shortening. Xiao Han even summoned the vermilion bird to speed up. The speed of these people was extremely strange. It was not like the speed of the nascent soul great perfection at all. It was much faster than the nascent soul great perfection. They should have some speed-up methods in their hands. This would make it easier to chase. Until they completely left the misty forest, they were finally caught up by 7 people. Each of these people was dressed in black and had a black mask on their faces. Damn it, if the power of good fortune was sufficient, why would they be afraid of these people? Even if they could not defeat these people, they could still be evenly matched, and the other party could not do anything to them. Everything was so unfortunate. Xiao Han even felt a little regretful. He might have been in the misty forest, where he might have had an unexpected surprise. But at this point, regret was of no use. He might as well think about how to deal with it. One of the men in black slowly said, "Hey, I advise you not to resist at all, so that you can avoid some pain. If you resist fiercely, I won't punish you, and you will definitely suffer this crime. Under our siege, do you think you still have a chance to survive?" One of the men in black sneered. "Why are you wasting time talking to him? I'll go first." As he said that, he quickly went towards Xiao Han. Judging from his speed, he would at least be at the level of Yuanying Dequan. Could this be the Yuanying Dequan cultivator from Chanhua Valley? After all, there is only one Yuanying Dequan cultivator in the information. Before escaping, I'll show you that I'm not so easy to kill. #C 1978 Pursuit 2. Such a situation was unexpected by Xiao Han. He had originally thought of not taking the initiative to attack. After all, the opponent was in that sect, so what was the use of knowing his name? Unless the opponent was alone, there would be a chance. How could he succeed in that sect? So he had the idea of quickly leaving Wanzhong City. Enter the crowd as soon as possible, so that he could hide himself. Unexpectedly, the opponent took the lead and was so anxious that he had just left Wanzhong City and caught up with him. The person who attacked was very fast. Xiao Han could clearly feel the spiritual power fluctuations on his body, which were powerful and restrained. Boom! Xiao Han did not hesitate. His body swelled up quickly. facing a cultivator. With the strength of Yuanying Daquan, if he reacted a little slower, it might cause fatal damage. The man in black slapped out a palm, and a palm shadow appeared in the void, and followed the figure and slapped directly on Xiao Han's huge body. Bang! This palm strike made a loud noise, and the sky seemed to be brighter because of this collision. A fish belly white appeared in the sky, and Xiao Han's black figure quickly turned golden and retreated several steps under this palm strike. Just when Xiao Han wanted to fight back, he suddenly received a subtle voice. Transmission. Don't stand there. Continue to fight with me. This short sentence allowed Xiao Han to quickly determine the identity of the other party. It is very likely that he came to save himself. Thinking about the black-clothed man who reminded him at the beginning, he was the strength of the late nascent soul to the great perfection, and the list he provided to him was a total of 6 people. But now there are 7 people here, which means that the man at the beginning was also one of them, but because of some purpose or because he wanted to get some benefits from himself, he finally chose to tell him the news. Xiao Han remained calm. In this situation, he still chose to say something to himself, which is enough to explain many problems. When Xiao Han stabilized his body, he immediately punched out and did not let up at all. Once the strength was reduced, it would be easy for people to find clues. The man in black felt the power of Xiao Han's punch and a defensive spell blocked in front of him with a wave of his hand, and a huge water curtain floated in front of him. Xiao Han frowned. The disgusting degree of this spell was unimaginable. And his fist had reached the water curtain while he was thinking, and Xiao Han felt like hitting a ball of cotton. At the same time, a voice transmission appeared. Hee. Although I don't know what your confidence is, but there is no absolute trump card. You will die. This time, escape as much as possible. I will find a way to cooperate with you. What is the situation? The situation that can be dead. Xiao Han's face is solemn, and he has already had the intention of retreating in his heart. Even with a jade slip from the city lord, it can't be guaranteed. Let's not talk about whether this matter can be solved. Just the city lord only gave a jade slip, which means that it can only be used once. Once it is used up, if you encounter any danger in the future, you will be really helpless. According to what the other party revealed, it is obvious that he thinks Xiao Han has some trump card and thinks there is no problem, so he opened his mouth to remind him. In any case, this battle cannot be fought. Xiao Han made a quick decision. The next moment, Xiao Han's body began to swell up, and a huge phantom giant ape enveloped Xiao Han's huge body, looking particularly intimidating. But only Xiao Han knew that it had no attack power, and it was this intimidating look that he wanted. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han shouted, "Hey, it seems that you are not going to let me go today. In that case, I don't need to hide it. Should I go one by one or what?" Xiao Han slowly raised one hand, and the huge phantom also raised one hand. Xiao Han gathered a lot of pressure in his body on his right hand and slowly pressed it down with one hand. I saw a dragon shadow condensed on his right hand, howling to the sky, quickly gathered with the giant ape, and slowly pressed down towards the monks. Together, after a moment of silence, Xiao Han said with some contempt in his eyes, "Or just go together." The naked provocation. Xiao Han's whole person seemed to be looking for death. When the words fell into the ears of the person who reminded him, he just thought Xiao Han was crazy. Does this mean that he doesn't die fast enough? He actually dared to say such provocative words. It seems that what he said was in vain. But thinking back, this is really his style of doing things. If he changes his style, he may even feel uncomfortable, but it is within the expected range. If it weren't for that, it would be really a headache. The man thought to himself, and immediately condensed a water blue magic in his hand, and said loudly, "You are so young, you don't know the height of the world. Then let you see what strength is, and how insignificant you are. How can I deal with you? Why do I need so many people? I am enough." After he finished speaking, a large amount of water mist began to emerge in the water blue magic. After the water mist appeared, it began to turn into countless bubbles, each of which was as big as a basketball. And as time went on, the size of these bubbles was still expanding. Just when Xiao Han was full of doubts, the 6 people watching the game not far away were all panicked and retreated unconsciously. One of the men in black shouted, "Hey, you don't distinguish between friend and foe. You don't even want to let us go." As he said that, he retreated quickly. The other monk said, "Although I don't like your approach, I have to say that what you did is exactly what I want. I don't like to have to deal with so many things. Solve it quickly, and then let's go back together so we don't have to take action." They don't care who completes the final kill, as long as they bring this person back, it is their entire team's achievement. These were originally set to prevent someone from taking action without permission and eventually messing up the matter, or from one of them eating everything. The other people stood back and talking to each other. Under this situation, the water blue blisters continued to expand. Xiao Han felt happy when he saw this scene. It seems that the other party is creating an opportunity for himself to escape, but the cost of creating this opportunity is a bit high. Everyone was afraid of being like that. The power could be imagined. Xiao Han did not make any other reaction, he just slowly patted the palm down. Among them, the dragon shadow was heading towards escaping the 6 people. The roar of the dragon kept ringing, and it directly hit one of the late-stage Yuanying monks. The late-stage Yuanying monk was immediately staggered by the impact, and his body was knocked away, which was quite embarrassing. At this time, the sound transmission appeared again, and he said directly, "Condensate a defensive spell. Wrap yourself tightly, and be fast." Xiao Han did not react immediately after receiving the news, but slapped him again. Boom boom. The whole earth trembled, and the surroundings were in a mess, as if they had encountered some kind of disaster. #C 1979 Pursuit 3. In the northern part of the misty forest, roars appeared from time to time, and all the weaker monsters around them fled quickly. There were only a few powerful transformed monsters left, but these 4th-level monsters did not take the initiative to approach, but just watched the entire battlefield from a distance. Among them was a stunning figure whose face was condensed, and he muttered, "Oh, it turns out it's this guy. I didn't expect that. I haven't seen him for a long time, but he actually has such strength. It seems that the past revenge is no longer easy to avenge. The Great Elder has also reached the perfection of nascent soul. The head teacher is in the late nascent soul stage, and there are 3 new nascent soul monks. It's really troublesome to include this one now. Since the appearance of the Abyss, the demon clan has not changed much, but the monks of the human race have made breakthroughs one after another, which is really unacceptable." Muttering like this, she looked towards the battlefield again, and the other monsters also looked towards the battlefield, guessing who these people were. Is it a coincidence that they are here or something? Will the entire misty forest experience another catastrophe? On the battlefield, the person hit by the dragon shadow climbed up from the ground in a panic. Looking at the technique that was about to be completed, he gave up unwillingly and continued to escape. The same goes for the remaining people. Among the countless large aqua bubbles, Xiao Han's figure suddenly shrank. He quickly released the giant ape transformation and condensed 3 spells in a row. The 3 heaven and earth techniques swarmed towards the person who released the technique and spread behind him at the same time. The large number of water blue bubbles were obviously stagnant. They were originally swinging back and forth, but now they seemed to be driving at a low speed of more than 10 times. Generally, at the moment when the spell was released, Xiao Han condensed 3 more spells. He could see that the opponent's spell was extremely powerful, but it took a long time to condense. Just when Xiao Han was condensing the 3 new spells, the man said loudly, "Hey, go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Those countless bubbles headed towards Xiao Han at high speed. They looked light and slow, but at this moment they were like shooting stars. There were many explosions along the way. What surprised Xiao Han the most was that the bubbles did not simply go towards him, but attacked indiscriminately. No wonder the other people said that. Bang, bang, bang. The aqua-blue bubbles exploded one after another, with considerable power. But this power was not enough to cause any damage. If Xiao Han, an ordinary early-stage Yuanying monk, could still understand that this power was enough to solve the problem without leaving the Yuanying behind, but it was not powerful enough for him. While he was doubting, Xiao Han noticed that some gas appeared in the places where these bubbles exploded. These gases were extremely close to colorless, and could not be seen without looking carefully. Although I don't know what these gases are, the real power of this technique should be here. Xiao Han no longer hesitated, and immediately condensed a defensive spell. Fiery red defensive shield appeared around him, and the 3 condensed 9 nether holy flames shot out quickly. Wisps of flames spurted out, raging rapidly around the area, and the originally calm scene became chaotic again. At this time, a water bomb directly hit Xiao Han's defensive cover, and the huge impact knocked Xiao Han directly away. Even though he was separated by a defensive shield, Xiao Han still felt terrible pain. What kind of single-target attack was this? It was also so secretive. Xiao Han knew that this was an opportunity given to him by the other party. The scene at this time was so chaotic that he threw away his 3 heaven and earth techniques. Even if he lost his spiritual support, he could still support it for a while. The 9 nether holy flames made the surroundings even more chaotic, and there were countless gases of unknown colors, which were definitely enough to confuse the other 6. Just as he was about to leave, Xiao Han subconsciously felt that he had not done enough and always felt that something was missing. He quickly realized. It pondered for a moment, and then he felt hard and immediately took out the war puppet from the storage ring. This war puppet followed him and made great achievements, but at this time he had to give up. It only lacked a disguise. The figure of this war puppet was similar to his. If he changed his clothes and made them more ragged, he would definitely be able to confuse people. When they found out, they had already retreated into a corner. With this in mind, Xiao Han quickly disguised the war puppet and packaged it as a seriously injured monk. He directly took advantage of the chaos to create a seemingly seriously injured situation and threw the war puppet into it. Later, a lot of 4th-level top-quality talismans were placed on it. These talismans, activated at the same time, were enough to kill a late-stage nascent soul monk, which was a means of saving his life. It's just that there are no life-saving means to talk about at this meeting. The more important thing is to use them as soon as possible. And not only that, the power of self-destruction. Xiao Han's eyes were full of reluctance. He had the strength of the mid-stage nascent soul, so he could just use his remaining heat at the last moment. As far as he was concerned, this battle already belonged to a somewhat useless situation. In fact, it can't be used as a trump card if you put it on your body. If you are too strong, you can't deal with it. If you can deal with it, you can crush it to death, but you are a little reluctant to let it go. At the worst, you can still guard the sect or give it to Xiao Qian. I just thought it would affect the growth of Xiao Qian and others, so I didn't give it to him. Hey! Xiao Han sighed slightly, and then quickly moved towards the distance. He used the earth-shrinking technique to the extreme without summoning Suzaku. There was some movement, and it was not suitable to use it now. It would be most appropriate to wait until a hidden place to use it. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's body speeded up again. Until he escaped to a secluded place, Xiao Han slowly said, "Suzaku returns to its position." A pair of wings appeared behind him. If he simply wanted to speed up, Suzaku returns to its position. Just after Xiao Han left for a while, countless bubbles gradually dissipated. In the air, the 6 people dared to approach, and seeing that there was no movement, they all took action to extinguish the burning 9 nether holy flame. When seeing the body of Xiao Han, one of them laughed and said, "Hey, you are so stubborn that you are killed. I thought you were so strong, but you can only die with hatred when you encounter Brother Duan's deadly water vapor. Brother Duan, you are really something. You didn't even inform us before releasing the magic." As soon as the voice fell, another person said, "Be careful outside. Have you forgotten the precautions? I also informed you. How can you succeed smoothly if I informed you?" The man who just spoke said, a little depressed, "Xiao Han is already dead. What's the point of paying attention? I don't think he is as powerful as the rumors say." At the beginning, the Jindan stage was just 1 level higher, but now it is several levels higher. It has also triggered such magic. Death is the only result. What should we do now? Should we go back directly? The man asked at the end. The one called Brother Duan said slowly, "I think it's better to wait a while. If he fakes his death and explodes, it will be a big trouble for us. Do you have any way to test him?" At this point, everyone realized that they almost forgot such an important thing. If he really explodes, he will be in trouble if he gets close to the Yuanying Great Perfection Cultivator. So who will test him? Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to deal with this matter. #C 1980 Pursuit 4. In the void, the 7 people looked at each other. No one wanted to take the initiative to test it. They stood there for a while. After all, it was already meat in their mouths. There was no need to take such a risk. Someone would definitely go to test it. If it was really fake death, there would definitely be something different. I don't believe that the other party can just lie there like this. In short, the prey is already in hand. It's just a matter of choosing when to eat it. One of the monks kept rubbing his chin with his hand. He wanted to speak several times but failed. Finally, he said, "Do you think this is fake? Someone else's body was used to replace it. Or some substitutes were used. After all, none of us saw him being killed directly." As soon as this question was raised, a monk immediately said, "Are you doubting my fellow brother?" The man was only a late Yuanying monk. He explained, "I'm not doubting Brother Duan. It's just that everything went too smoothly, and I always feel uneasy without seeing it with my own eyes." The man felt better after hearing this. He gradually lowered his voice and said, "Hey, if you don't believe it or feel uneasy, you can go and check it out at any time. No one will stop you. Do you expect everyone to do it well for you?" After all, he was talking about fellow brothers. On the surface, everyone was an ally, but in fact, fellows still helped each other. In the end, the other Yuanying Great Perfection monk came forward to be a peacemaker. He looked at the two and pointed at Xiao Han on the ground. After a pause, he said, "No matter what opinions you have, it's all for the purpose of successfully completing the hunt and getting our share. No one is wrong, but there is a lack of a reasonable way to deal with it. But I can tell from the appearance of the body below that it is a nascent soul cultivator. According to the information we have received, Xiao Han does not seem to have the body of a nascent soul cultivator on him, so it is still very likely. So now we vote to solve it, and those who choose to draw lots to send someone to check it out, raise your hands." When this plan was proposed, 5 cultivators raised their hands instantly. Sometimes, the more difficult it is to decide, the more difficult it is to decide. If it were a superior or a subordinate, they would have gone to investigate long ago. At this level, all cultivators cherish their lives and try their best to protect themselves. No one is willing to take risks, and they are the same. Even if they are hunting down a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul, they act with 7 people for safety reasons. These cultivators from top sects cherish their lives even more, and they enjoy the best welfare benefits in their sections. Even if their realm is no longer improved, they are still treated very well. You can just rest on your laurels and enjoy yourself. There is no need to take too much risk. The other 2 saw that the 5 people had agreed. There was no point in proposing it. They finally passed the proposal and started drawing lots. The person who was finally drawn to go for the investigation was a late nascent soul cultivator from Chanhua Valley. He had been a little transparent. All the way. When he was drawn, his whole face was bitter. Fortunately, the danger of this matter was not high. After all, he was only in the early stage of nascent soul. How strong could he be? Unless he exploded himself, it might cause some harm to him. Thinking of this, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. In the end, he muttered, "Oh, I am so unlucky today. I was actually drawn." The final choice was like this. He did not have the mood to refuse. He floated directly to Xiao Han and did not get close to Xiao Han. This way he could maintain the greatest safety distance. Soon he controlled the flying sword, and with a swoosh the flying sword passed through Xiao Han's body and lifted him up. At the same time, the talismans that had been prepared under him were activated one by one. It was activated in just an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Huge explosions appeared one after another, and the entire ground was blown up, and huge energy fluctuations came directly to the face. And all this was not over yet. The whole person of Xiao Han swelled up rapidly and exploded quickly, in order to make the self-destruction complete. Faster, Xiao Han specially used some means to make the self-destruction come faster. All this was too fast, and there was no time for the cultivator of Chanhua Valley to react. In an instant, the cultivator's body was blown into pieces in this huge explosion. A small Yuanying also lost his life in this explosion, and he didn't even have the chance to take over the body. Maybe even Xiao Han himself didn't expect that all the power he arranged would be so great. He originally just wanted to catch the other party off guard, and it would be good enough to make the other party seriously injured and stop the pursuit. Unexpectedly, he killed a late-stage nascent soul cultivator in seconds, but the price was also heavy. He could have killed him at will, but now he wasted a lot of trump cards and even had a mid-stage nascent soul war puppet. Xiao Han definitely didn't want to pay such a high price to exchange for a late-stage nascent soul, but he didn't know all this. The man called Brother Duan saw this scene and immediately said, "This Xiao Han is so hateful that he chose to self-destruct to replace one of us. Or he planned to do this from the beginning." The man in black was shocked. This Xiao Han really used himself to replace a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but he always felt that Xiao Han would not die like this. Only he really understood the power of the magic he released. Another Juejiman cultivator followed and said, "Brother, you don't have to be like this." Anyway, this person was killed. Since this fellow from Chanhua Valley has drawn the lot, he must bear the consequences. After saying that, he turned his eyes to the Yuanying Great Perfection cultivator in Chanhua Valley and said, "My fellow Taoist, you said so, right?" The reason why he looked at him was because he was the one who proposed this proposal. The Yuanying Great Perfection cultivator looked bitter. A Yuanying late cultivator was still very important to the sect. Even if they were a top sect, Yuanying cultivators were not cabbages. The resources wasted to cultivate a Yuanying cultivator were not a little bit. However, he did bring this up on his own initiative, so it was not easy to say anything at this time. After a pause, he said, "What this fellow Taoist said is that since you have won the lottery, there is nothing to say." No one expected that Xiao Han would be so cruel all of a sudden, and he could be so cruel. In short, this matter will come to an end first. As usual, keep silent about these things. Hand Xiao Han over to Wu Feng, and the final gains will be divided among the 6 of us. After the self-explosion, everyone knew that Xiao Han was safe. There would usually be some left after the self-explosion, and they only needed to take these things back, and they also used the image beads as evidence during the battle. It's just that these contents will be destroyed at the moment of completing the transaction. The remaining 6 people all approached Xiao Han. When they saw Xiao Han, everyone was shocked. This was not Xiao Han at all, but a war puppet in disguise. This war puppet can be seen at a glance. Although it was severely damaged, after the self-explosion, it can be seen from its general appearance that it is not Xiao Han at all. The Yuanying Great Perfection cultivator from Chanhua Valley had a solemn expression on his face and said coldly, "So Xiao Han finally escaped. Chase him. No matter what, we must kill Xiao Han today." #C 1981 Pursuit 5. Just as several people were chasing after him, a figure in a dense forest moved forward quickly with a pair of wings behind him. This scene was seen by other cultivators with envy. Such a refined flying magic weapon can be used even in the Qi training stage, but the cost of these flying magic weapons is extremely expensive and only the children of those big families have them. And judging from this speed, it is not simple. Xiao Han listened to everyone's discussion from time to time, and the wings behind him vibrated rapidly, flying at a low altitude. In order to hide himself as much as possible, Xiao Han gave up high-speed flight and chose a relatively good low-altitude flight. At the moment of leaving, Xiao Han put his hearing at the place of leaving, and he knew their conversation clearly. Turned out that the man who made the move was surnamed Duan. It was impossible to guess anything based on this information. Among the cultivators, he knew only Duan Chengtian was a Yuanying cultivator, and he was also a Yuanying Great Perfection. As for Duan Xiao, it was definitely impossible. In addition, there is another known information, that is, there is another Juejianmin cultivator. So, calling him senior brother can explain the answer. This time, the one who assisted him to leave was the squinty-eyed Duan Chengtian. As expected, there are rivers and lakes everywhere, and there are huge interests involved in cultivating immortals. The road of no desire, and no desire is just an ideal state. Xiao Han had already run as far as possible during this period, and he changed the direction. The other party can find his position accurately, which can also explain some problems. It is definitely not okay to choose the original established route. It was not until he arrived at a place with a lot of people that he merged into the flow of people and finally arrived at a nearby sect market. The area is only 1/10 of Wanzhong City, but even so, it is not bad. Rather than calling it a market, it is more appropriate to call it a small city. Xiao Han found a restaurant and asked for a good room. After setting up all the restrictions, he released Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. "Ah, I can finally get some fresh air. I'm almost suffocating." As soon as she came out of the space jade pendant, Li Yixuan breathed freely. After a pause, she continued, "What's the situation now? Where are we now?" She kept talking as if she couldn't stop. On the contrary, Xiao Tanner looked around and subconsciously hid herself after she came out of the space jade.
Pendant.
Then she looked at Xiao Han. Li Yixuan was quite disdainful of Xiao Tanner's behavior and chuckled. "Although I don't know what happened, since Xiao Han let us out, it means that the danger is gone for the time being. You are really sorry for Xiao Han's efforts." Before she finished speaking, Li Yixuan felt that someone hit her on the head, and the anger rose up. From childhood to adulthood, except for Grandma, who dared to touch her? She immediately raised her hand and was about to slap the person who moved her and shouted, "Who dares to touch my aunt? Do you think you can touch my aunt?" Before the slap fell, she was grabbed by Xiao Han. Then he suddenly used his spiritual power to shock Li Yixuan several meters away. Fortunately, the room was large and there was still a few meters of space, otherwise she might have hit the wall directly. Li Yixuan looked carefully and saw that it was Xiao Han. Then she realized that Xiao Han had let her out. Who else could be around except Xiao Tanner? Li Yixuan was so aggrieved that she couldn't speak for a while. She always felt that she was about to lose her face. Xiao Han frowned and said, "Shut up. Now is not the time for you to be willful. If you talk nonsense again, I will throw you out."
Xiao Han's
attitude did not ease because Li Yixuan gave in. He was still strict at this time. Li Yixuan was very angry, but when Xiao Han got angry, she felt that she could not raise any thoughts of resistance. In the end, she chose to obey and quietly hid in a corner with her head down and stopped talking. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Tanner, touched her head and said, "Hey, don't worry. The danger has been temporarily avoided this time. 7 Yuanying late stage. Great perfection monks are chasing us. The whole process is quite exciting. Anyway, you should have a good sleep and rest now." Li Yixuan was angry when she saw the different treatment, but she couldn't.
Vent her anger to Xiao Han.
So she could only listen to Xiao Han's words and sit cross-legged on the ground to rest, slowly recovering the lost spiritual power. In the space of the jade pendant, she would continue to lose spiritual power and could only deal with emergencies for a short time at most. On the other side, the 6 Yuanying stage monks kept chasing Xiao Han's trail, but they could never track Xiao Han's exact location, especially when Xiao Han joined the crowd. They had no clue. A monk who was in charge of leading the way said in a deep voice, "Oh, I am honored to tell you that I have completely lost the trace of Xiao Han." The other monk said with some depression, "Your tracking technique is not good. You have lost Xiao Han. You still talk about accurately locking the position. It's just nonsense. Otherwise, you wouldn't have removed the preparations made in advance." After saying this, the previous monk immediately said unhappily, "Any decision made before was made by everyone. Don't bring it up at this time. I have already said the disadvantage of my tracking technique, that is, once there are too many people, it will be difficult to lock his position. This is unavoidable." Speaking of this, another person quickly set up a soundproof cover, and then started chatting fiercely. Finally, it was the great perfection cultivator of Chanhua Valley who spoke up. "It's already like this time. There's no point in saying this anymore. We lost the person, so we lost him. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. A few years is fine. Just look for another opportunity. On the contrary, we left Wanzhong City for so long this time, the city lord couldn't possibly not know how long we've been away. The longer the time, the greater the chance that the city lord will find out. Failure is failure. Just summarize the experience and come back next time. The most important thing now is to hurry back, otherwise it will be easy to expose our purpose." The Yuanying great perfection cultivator of Chanhua Valley was resentful. Not only did he fail to achieve his goal this time, but a Yuanying cultivator of their sect also died. Together with mutant, there were a total of 2 cultivators who died at the hands of Xiao Han. Few people knew this information. If it weren't for the need to exchange Xiao Han's head for something, he would have informed his sister of mutant's death and asked her to deal with Xiao Han. His sister was only at the Yuanying stage, but his Taoist partner was a cultivator at the Xinhua stage. "Humph. I'll allow you to live for a while longer." Thinking this way, the monk from Chanhua Valley slowly accepted this fact, and then left first, locking his eyes on Duan Chengtian at the moment of leaving. "This guy doesn't look harmless, of course. Without absolute evidence, we can't say anything. Whether it's intentional or not is hard to say. Once the guess is said, it's too easy to cause a contradiction." #C 1982 Empty Stone. The other people looked at each other in confusion until the Cicada Valley nascent soul stage Dzogchen monk left, and then they followed behind and left. The person known as Brother Duan fell at the back, with a solemn look on his face. This time I always felt that the man saw something. Could it be that he was too impatient and made an oversight somewhere? Fortunately, the other party has no intention of bringing this matter up. He has not been exposed for the time being. He only hopes that Xiao Han can grow up quickly and find the right opportunity to take action. The longer it takes, the better it will be for Xiao Han. After all, a genius like Xiao Han only needs a little time. In the waiting room above Mo Yun restaurant, Xiao Han was always paying attention to the direction of the monks. He heard the characteristics of the tracking method, and then he felt completely relieved. There were too few people who knew about their itinerary, and Xiao Han really didn't want to believe that the problem was internal. Fortunately, it was because of the tracking method. He didn't expect that there was such tracking, which could directly and accurately locate it. This method was so powerful that Xiao Han sighed. Fortunately, the disadvantages were also obvious. After knowing the disadvantages, Xiao Han decided to linger in a crowded place for a while. Facing this pursuit, Xiao Han could be said to have lost a lot. In the final analysis, he was still not strong enough. After seeing that Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan were both recovering from meditation, Xiao Han sank his consciousness into his dantian. As soon as he entered the dantian, Xiao Han saw that the little Yuanying was sitting cross-legged on the jade plate at the very center. There were also various streams of light swimming around the little Yuanying. It was very magical. The nascent soul villain did not become active because of Xiao Han's spiritual consciousness. He did not react at all and still sat cross-legged on the jade plate. The little spiritual dragon swimming next to the Hongmeng creation pearl has lost its former joy. Since the continuous flow of creation power has ceased to flow out and has been slowly absorbed by it, the little spiritual dragon has lost its former vitality. However, this little dragon has no intention of leaving the dantian. He keeps swimming next to the Hongmeng fortune bead, and from time to time he will transport his lost spiritual power into the Hongmeng fortune pearl. Xiao Han finally set his sights on the Hongmeng creation bead. The space power was still inside the creation bead, shaking from time to time. After careful observation, Xiao Han discovered that this space power seemed to have a spirit. Then he understood the abnormality that happened when he improved Zhao Tieju's spiritual veins. He originally thought it was the possibility of recovery from the Hongmeng fortune bead, but now it seems that he was too happy. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han tentatively said, "Qiu, are you there?" Xiao Han said this 3 times in a row before stopping, but did not get a response from the Hongmeng fortune bead. It seems that this Hongmeng creation pearl has indeed fallen into a deep sleep, and will not be able to recover for a while. Just when Xiao Han's spiritual consciousness was about to leave his dantian, a subtle voice slowly said, "Find some ways to find some Kongming stones, and once you get them, just hang them in front of you." Kongming stone? Xiao Han suddenly realized that the voice belonged to the Hongmeng fortune bead, and then quickly asked, "Oh, can the Kongming stone help you recover?" After asking the question, Xiao Han patiently waited for the Hongmeng fortune bead to answer, but after waiting for dozens of breaths, he still didn't get the answer. It seems that this is what the fortune pearl needs. The current fortune pearl is very weak, and it is the limit to be able to tell such a sentence. Xiao Han directly took his spiritual consciousness out of his dantian and put it into a storage ring. This ring was obtained by spending a lot of resources. After looking at all his things, Xiao Han's brows frowned unconsciously. "Rise. The Kongming stone is really valuable. Regardless of whether it is needed by the Hongmeng fortune bead or not, I must get this thing as much as possible. It is not that this thing is rare and cannot be found, but it is not too rare. Rare, but this one has always been in the hands of monks in the transformation stage. Only monks in the transformation stage can mine the Kongming stone, and only monks in the transformation stage can use the Kongming stone. Except for the lowest storage bag starting from the storage bracelet, the raw material used for any storage spiritual weapon is this void stone. This shows how difficult it is to obtain the Kongming stone. The monks in the transformation stage used this storage weapon to gather all the wealth of many monks together. If the strength of an upper-class sect can completely dominate the middle class, then the top-level sects can run sideways among many upper-class sects. One of the reasons is that the top-level sects usually have monks in the transformation stage. These monks in the transformation stage have abundant resources, which are unmatched by ordinary upper-class sects. Xiao Han was simply worried. The best way was to contact the city lord through Li Yixuan to see if he could get the Kongming stone from the city lord. It's just that, after the previous incident happened, Xiao Han felt that it was better to be steady. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han turned his attention to the storage ring. In a corner of the storage ring, there were an unknown number of storage bracelets and 2 storage rings piled up. These storage bracelets were obtained by Xiao Han from killing those golden elixir monks. The demons also had storage magic weapons, but the creation beads were not mentioned. Xiao Han did not know what the raw materials of the demons' storage magic weapons were, then gave up. You have to try it, Xiao Han muttered, and the next moment nearly 10 storage bracelets were suspended in front of him. These storage bracelets are made from low-grade Kongming stone. Among the Kongming stones that can be found so far, the best is the high-grade Kongming stone. As for the top-grade Kongming stone, not to mention the monks in the transformation stage, at least according to the news Xiao Han received, there was no top-grade Kongming stone. Low-grade Kongming stone can be used to refine storage bracelets, medium-grade Kongming stone can be used to refine storage rings, and high-grade Kongming stone can be used to refine any storage artifact. The storage bracelet and storage ring are only the difference between the storage artifacts refined by the cultivators in the God transformation period. It does not mean that the medium-grade Kongming stone can only be used to refine storage rings, but it depends on the ideas of the person who refines. The next moment, the 10 storage bracelets suspended in front of him instantly poured into the dantian. Xiao Han saw the storage bracelets drilled in, but his body did not feel anything unusual. In the dantian, Xiao Han clearly felt the storage bracelets disappearing, little by little, and finally turned into white light and slowly merged into the Hongmeng creation pearl. It really works. Xiao Han was delighted, and then took out all the remaining storage bracelets and storage rings, which were sucked into the dantian all at once, and all turned into some kind of energy and absorbed by the Hongmeng creation pearl. These storage instruments were originally damaged and could only follow one master for their entire lives. I wonder if the cultivators in the spiritualization stage deliberately obtained them so that they could earn spirit stones and monopolize. Until the last storage ring was absorbed by the fortune pearl, Xiao Han did not notice any changes in the fortune pearl. These quantities were not small, but there was no reaction. Would the cost be a bit high? Just when Xiao Han was heartbroken, a very fine force of fortune suddenly emerged from the Hongmeng fortune pearl and was eventually swallowed by the hungry little dragon of the spirit vein. I still need the power of fortune, Xiao Han shouted in his heart. This wasteful thing. When he complained, Xiao Han smiled, and finally there was some effect. #C 1983. Remember to have a big bed. Faced with the behavior of the spiritual dragon, Xiao Han was heartbroken. He only had such a little power of creation, but he was still being devoured by the spiritual dragon. I don't know how long it will take to feed this little guy, but my current reserve of the power of creation is simply not enough. Waiting until the little dragon is fed and then flows into the container, this process is extremely long. However, for the sake of the spiritual dragon once saving him, Xiao Han chose not to argue with him, and once again took a reluctant look at the slowly dissipating power of creation, and then his consciousness left his dantian. No matter what, this is good news. At least I know how to quickly restore the Hongmeng fortune bead. I just need to get a lot of Kongming stones. Oh no, I want to get as many Kongming stones as possible. This thing is very valuable and not easy to get. It is impossible to buy a storage bracelet at a premium. Soon Xiao Han locked his sights on Li Xuan, but he couldn't say it so directly. Everything had to be discussed in the long run. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Xiao Han sent a message to Xiao Qian, changing the meeting place, and the meeting time was 1 year later, and directly targeted Wangxingfang City on the edge of Wanxing Sea, where many monks trade. These people have obtained heavy treasures or other resources. In order not to attract attention, they either choose to exchange them for spiritual stones, or choose to find some delivery monks in Wangxingfang City pay huge rewards, and finally deliver the things to their designated destinations. Place. Xiao Han's goal is within the Sea of 10,000 Stars. There are many small islands in the Sea of 10,000 Stars. Some of these small islands have spiritual veins while others are extremely barren. There were many people in some places, but there were almost no people in other places. He wanted to find a remote place to temporarily use as the base of Yuyun Peak and then develop it slowly. The front is full of dangers and opportunities, and there are several nascent soul stage monks waiting eagerly behind. This is the best choice at the moment. Of course, he can also choose to stay in the City Lord's mansion, but this is not conducive to practice, and will also cause certain causes and effects in this dependence. A year later, at nightfall, there were 3 figures outside the Qingzhou restaurant slowly walking into the Qingzhou restaurant, and soon a waiter approached them enthusiastically. "Are you guys here to eat or stay?" The waiter in the shop was very enthusiastic. He raised his hand and called for the menu on the table beside him and said, "Look, our shop has the best Biyun dragon scorpion in the city, and even more useful morning dew fruit, refined morning dew wine. If it's accommodation." Listening to what the waiter said, Xiao Han raised his hand to interrupt the waiter and said, "A first-class guest room." The waiter in the shop saw 2 slightly smaller bodies following the person who spoke, obviously 2 female cultivators, and glanced at Xiao Han with an expression that I knew very well. Then he chuckled and said, "The guest officer is satisfied." After that, he opened his mouth and shouted, "A first-class guest room, remember to ask for a big bed." After shouting, he greeted Xiao Han to go upstairs with a gesture of invitation. Just when Xiao Han was about to go upstairs, there was a sudden movement in his ears, and then he turned to the 2 people behind him and said, "You 2, go up first. I'll go do something first." The 2 men nodded and followed the waiter directly upstairs, while the person who spoke left Qingzhou restaurant. After arriving at a hidden place, the man changed his clothes, but the mask on his face was not removed. Then he headed towards an alley, and heard a subtle sound not far away. There were 2 black figures in the alley, both dressed in black. Then one of them said, "Hey, do you think we can find Xiao Han? The range given is so large, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find." "Ah." Another person chuckled and continued, "You don't care if you can find it. Who knows where Xiao Han died? There has been no news for such a long time. So you still haven't grasped the essence of this matter." Another person only felt confused and said, "Essence? Okay, let me tell you. I asked you if you got the spiritual stone from Cicada Valley every month." The man nodded and said, "Of course I got the spirit stone." "Then what will be the consequences if Xiao Han cannot be found?" The monk who asked the question continued to ask. "There are no consequences. We just want to find Xiao Han as much as possible. There are many monks who secretly take on this task. Do you know why Cicada Valley must find Xiao Han? It's just that Xiao Han has some grudge against him." After finishing speaking, he paused and said again, "It's not just Cicada Valley. Many sects are looking for traces of Xiao Han. I really don't know what kind of magic power this kid has that makes so many sects look for him like this." The person who answered chuckled and said, "So why do you care so much? As long as you give me spiritual stones every month, I don't want this kid to be found. So where should I find this long-term stable spiritual stone? Even if the reward after finding it is rich, if so many people can't find it, how can we find it?" "That's very true. I heard that since this mission came out, many monks at the Golden Core stage have died, including many at the nascent soul stage. There's no need to worry about this. We're just pretending. Why did this unfortunate thing happen to us?" At this time, the eavesdropper pretended to be passing by. When he saw the 2 people, a chuckle rang out, and he immediately took out a scroll from the storage bracelet. Then he opened it and asked the 2 men, "Have you ever seen this person before?" If you have any news, can you tell me? I will thank you very much. The two saw that the person took the scroll from the storage bracelet, and their vigilance slowly dropped. After all, they were both in the Jindan stage, so why should they be afraid of this kid who looked only in the middle Jindan stage? Soon they set their sights on the scroll, and the person drawn on the scroll was Xiao Han. The two looked at each other and quickly looked at the person who asked. One of them said, I seem to have seen this person somewhere. The other continued, oh yes, I remember someone asked about this person before. The person who asked was happy and said, do you have any news? By the way, this person's name is Xiao Han, but he also has an alias called Han Xiao. Heard that he is in Zhengxianfang City recently. After the person who asked finished speaking, he looked at the two with expectation. One of them seemed to be recalling something and then said, softly, I really have no impression. Sorry, fellow Taoist. That's a pity. If there is any relevant news about this person, I hope you can provide some information. After the person who asked finished speaking, he left here disappointedly. Not long after the inquiring person left, one of them immediately said, hurry up and send a message to the person in Chanhua Valley, telling him that Xiao Han is in Zhengxianfang City right now. On the other side, after hearing the conversation between the two people, the inquiring person disappeared into the twilight, then changed back into his original clothes and returned to the Qingzhou restaurant. In the room of Qingzhou restaurant, Xiao Han knocked on the door to send a message and entered, and with a wave of his hand, he set up a soundproof cover. Then he took off the mask on his face, with a solemn expression on his face. This person was Xiao Han. #C 1984 Storm rises. During this year, Xiao Han traveled to several cities, all of which were crowded places just to confuse the audience. Many sects were asking about him, but Xiao Han knew that only those sects were really looking for him. Xiao Han was really curious about how many benefits Wu Feng had promised these monks, to be able to make these sects be so persistent like other sects looking for him. Most of them were smoke bombs given by Cicada Valley and other sects, and they spent a little bit of spiritual stones to release the news. This kind of operation is nothing more than an attempt to confuse the monks. Such a big movement will definitely arouse suspicion. This kind of operation is inevitable. Xiao Han also knows that most of the people who are looking for information about him are Golden Core monks. During this period, Xiao Han once again killed some Jindan monks and even nascent soul monks, all at the fastest speed. The targets he attacked were mostly early-stage nascent soul monks and those who were desperately looking for him. It was obviously those people who sent those who were really looking for him. Although they were innocent, killing them could be said to be cruel. The other party is just an innocent person, but isn't he innocent? In order to survive better, why not kill these people? He also thought about taking the initiative to kill these people, but in the end he killed this idea in the cradle. Cicada Valley? Sooner or later, I will settle this account with you, Xiao Han thought in his heart. In fact, there was no blood feud between him and Cicada Flower Valley. Even though he killed Motian and a later Yuaning monk from Cicada Flower Valley, all of this was hidden in the darkness and could not be brought to the table. You can find him privately, but you will definitely not do so openly. However, this does not mean that Xiao Han will not cause trouble in Cicada Valley. The choice of forbearance now is nothing more than a lack of strength. The day when he has enough strength will be the day he settles the score. After sorting out his thoughts for a while, Xiao Han turned his attention directly to Qiao Tanner and saw that the two of them were lying on a huge bed at this time, and they were still talking and laughing, and they didn't stop just because Xiao Han came in. Women are still that strange species. I clearly remember that the two of them were very difficult to deal with before, but it has only been a year and they are now as good as real sisters. Moreover, coupled with the similarities between the two of them, those who didn't know it really thought they were biological sisters. At this time, he didn't care about the image. If another monk saw it, he would probably tear down the house, especially the big bed. Xiao Han shook his head and said, "Hey, you two are still in such a joking mood. I really don't know what we are encountering now." Xiao Tanner sat up from the bed and said, "Why don't you know what's going on? Can you solve it just by thinking about those annoying things? As long as I can be with you, it's just a matter of death and death. Doesn't matter. I am happy every day." Li Xuan also sat up and said skeptically, "Why do you always want a room? You always cause other people to misunderstand. Look at this bed. It looks like it's enough to sleep 5 people. You know how to take advantage." Xiao Han said angrily, "If you don't want to be here, just change your place and go wherever you like." Yes, although I really want to quarrel with you, I still won't quarrel with you. I have to say that what you do is indeed the most correct way."
Li.
Yixuan decisively gave up arguing with Xiao Han. She has become more familiar with it during this time. Xiao Han's style of doing things, especially when facing her, I will not explain to her slowly. Once I propose something, the most direct thing to face is to tell her to leave and let her leave at any time. What a straight man, Li Yixuan thought to herself, but when she thought about it carefully, she found out why there was always something different about Xiao Han from other monks. It was this special thing that made her always miss Xiao Han. So she took the initiative to show her goodwill to Xiao Tanner and slowly built a good relationship. Xiao Tanner gradually started to talk about Xiao Han. After getting to know her better, Li Yixuan thought she would have no interest in Xiao Han. But the more she understood, the more restless Li Yixuan's heart became. Xiao Han looked at the 2 beautiful faces and said solemnly, "Hurry and clean up, we will leave later." Li Yixuan immediately said, "Why are you leaving again? I thought I could have a night's rest today. I feel so uncomfortable going back and forth. Actually, if I move my grandma out, those people will be quiet. Why should I suffer all these crimes?" Li Yixuan complained in her mouth, but her body was very sincere, and she stood up decisively to clean herself up. It would be true that she would be instantly safe if she released her grandmother, but the gambling agreement with her would also be lost. If it was just the beginning, she would have wished for it so that she would have a reason to end this bad experience quickly. But after being in contact for a long time, she began to enjoy the process, especially when Xiao Han was around, and during this time she found that not only could she better show her strength, she can also cope with various emergencies very well. This improvement is clearly visible. If we compare her with her past, she is not even 1/3. It is this obvious growth that keeps her going. Xiao Han listened to Li Yixuan's nagging and paid no attention to Li Yixuan's thoughts. He said this every time, but every time he did it, it was just a mouthful. Soon the 2 of them had packed up. Xiao Han looked out the window. He had been working for nearly a year just for this moment. Xiao Han raised his hand and 3 puppets appeared. These were the ones he had come up with when he was free. However, they were limited to this. It was not a problem to deal with ordinary Qi training stage, but it was useless for foundation building stage and above. However, Xiao Han did not release the puppets to kill anyone, but simply to disguise. The nearby markets were full of spies from the sections. It was very likely a guest who was eating or the owner of a shop. After releasing the puppets, Xiao Han took out the blue pattern jade.
Pendant.
The 2 of them entered the room with ease. Xiao Han also changed his clothes, stepped forward slowly, and his figure disappeared in the room. The next moment he appeared in an empty alley. It was dark and windy at night, and it was best to leave at this time. When Xiao Han left the Qingzhou restaurant, the 3 puppets on the bed began to shake and the whole big bed creaked. In the room downstairs, a middle-aged monk cursed. "This guy doesn't even know how to make a soundproof cover. Such a big noise." As he said this, he made the soundproof cover thicker. At the same time, the originally enthusiastic waiter immediately sent a message. "Suspicion is lifted. Change the target." In some unknown alleys, the news that Xiao Han was in Zhongxianfang City spread. Immediately, and the entire Zhongxianfang City became lively and turbulent. At this time, Xiao Han had already left Zhongxianfang City and was heading towards Wangxingfang City at the fastest speed. The location had been contacted with Xiao Qian, and they went to Wangxinghai separately. As long as everyone's attention can be diverted, once they enter Wangxinghai, they will be completely safe. #C1985 caused public outrage. Among the many nearby cities, Zhongxianfang City is the farthest from Wangxingfang City. This is why Xiao Han diverted his attention to Zhongxianfang City. Xiao Han once went to observe near the Sea of 10,000 Stars. There were spies from various sects everywhere, and it was difficult to guarantee that they would not be discovered, especially Xiao Qian and others. Maybe the other party knew that he wanted to enter the Sea of 10,000 Stars. This Sea of 10,000 Stars was extremely magical. Not only was there a strange fog everywhere, but it was also easy to lose direction in it. Various tracking techniques are inexplicably ineffective, which is why many refining stage disciples can benefit a lot if they are lucky. As long as they are brave, everything is easy to talk about. It is for this reason that the other party must have a large number of informants nearby. Xiao Qian and others are also being watched at any time. Once they have the tendency to go towards the Sea of 10,000 Stars, they will be stopped instantly. But it's not like I haven't been unprepared for this year. After sorting out his thoughts in his head, Xiao Han stepped forward a little faster again. Along the way, Xiao Han could feel many monks heading towards Zhongxianfang City. It was not until he arrived at Wangxingfang City that Xiao Han stopped and directly sent a message to Xiao Qian and others, asking them to control the flying magic weapon and set off directly towards Wanxingxi. Xiao Han handed over the third-level flying magic weapon to Xiao Yun early in the morning. It was enough to control a third-level flying magic weapon with the strength of the golden elixir stage. When Xiao Yun and others gathered together and stepped onto the flying magic weapon, many monks took action after hearing the news. Some monks even started transmitting messages one after another. They've taken action. Come to Wangxingfang City quickly. Zhongxianfang City may be a cover, as expected. But now a lot of manpower has been transferred to Zhongxianfang City. Ignore all that for now, transfer the available Jindan and nascent soul monks to Wangxingfang City. Stop Xiao Han and his disciples at all costs. Why does the sect have to kill Xiao Han? And if he kills Xiao Han so openly, won't it offend the city lord? Why must Xiao Han be killed? Of course, he cannot be allowed to grow up. The specific reason cannot be disclosed, but as long as his identity is not revealed directly, the city lord can't say anything. Don't ask so many questions. It's important to stop him quickly. Countless transmissions appeared one after another. The monks among the crowd communicated quickly and quickly gathered together. There are dozens of large and small cities near Wangxinghai. They seem to be quite lively at this time, and many monks are heading towards Wangxingfang City. The Jindan monks who rushed to Zhongxianfang City alone accounted for 70% of all the monks. Even so, there are 100 or 200 other monks in the Golden Core stage alone, and there are more than a dozen monks in the early and middle stages of nascent soul. In a secret room in Cicada Valley, 6 monks gathered together. Each of them was not wearing a mask. Their appearance could be recognized at a glance. They were the ones who wanted to kill Xiao Han. When I was chasing Xiao Han, I thought it was a very stable thing, but now it has caused such a big trouble. The Dzogchen monk from Cicada Valley said with a sad look on his face. Xiao Han is likely to enter the Sea of 10,000 Stars from Wangxingfang City, and now it's too late for us to rush there. I have tried my best to mobilize as many people as possible to keep him here. Another monk from the Juejian sect said impatiently, "Why didn't we wait nearby, and now we can only watch? It's really a shame that I didn't get any benefits." After such a long time, Xiao Han has probably found out something. Once he returns safely, I'll see how the city lord will explain it. That's enough. The Cicada Valley Dzogchen monk shouted sharply, and then continued, Do you think I don't want to? What we are doing now is already the limit. If we take action in this situation, neither you nor our ancestors can do it. Protect us. Now the city lord allows us to do these little tricks for the sake of our ancestors. Regret. What's the use of regret? You were also very happy at the beginning. According to the news I got, the person around Xiao Han is probably the granddaughter of the city lord. We have always had a handle in the hands of the city lord, and now he is eager for us to make a mistake. After saying this, the other monks panicked, and one of the late nascent soul monks quickly said, Then what should we do now? This seems to be a dead end. Speaking of this part, Chen Kai said, Don't be too panicked. In fact, even if Xiao Han enters the Sea of 10,000 Stars, there will be no problem. As long as he does not forcefully return to Wanzhong City, everything will be fine. We just need to do it as anonymously as possible. We can kill Xiao Han in the Sea of 10,000 Stars, or kill Xiao Han when he returns. At that time, all the troubles will disappear. The city lord will not fall out with our ancestors because of a cultivator who has not grown up, and we will also be able to get the benefits of Luyun's sect. Speaking of this other nascent soul from Cicada Valley, he said, dissatisfiedly, If I had known this, it would be better to just kill that Wu. Then there wouldn't be so many people. Shut up. Do you want to arouse public anger? Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Dzogchen monk, and then said sternly, Not to mention, I thought Xiao Han Yuanying's initial strength was easy to solve, but just wanted to fully obtain so many resources, we need to destroy the entire Luyun sect. In the previous deal, one was willing to fight and the other was willing to accept it. Once the family is wiped out, the nature of the matter will change. Those upper-class sects are weak, but they can't do this. Can you imagine what will happen if they unite? You and I will be in trouble by then. Let's not talk about this. Now that things have come to this, Xiao Han is so alert that he didn't make any mistakes in many sieges. Can be seen how much trouble he will be in once he enters the Wanqing Sea. Now try to dispatch as many people as possible to stop them. At the very least, we must arrest Xiao Qian and others. The late Yuanying of Juejian sect said with some concern, Hey, if we do this, will it displease the city lord? The Chanhua Valley Great Perfection Cultivator looked at the Juejianman cultivator and said, Now is not the time to be indecisive. The city lord has been silent for so long, I believe he also wants to experience some experience. Think about those who have been trained before, isn't it the same, including the city lord's disciple who has just entered the god transformation stage? Hasn't he also experienced similar things before? The Juejianman cultivator finally understood and said, I understand what you mean. Soon, the few of them talked about some more important things again and left. After discussing, when Duan Chengtian left Chanhua Valley, he looked towards the north with a serious face, thinking, Xiao Han, I have done everything I can. Whether you can escape successfully depends on your ability. Sometimes you have to give up when you should. Alas, Xiao Han is too loyal and righteous. I really don't know what the city lord is thinking. This is not training. This is letting him wander on the edge of death. Thinking of this, Duan Chengtian went directly to the direction of Juejianman. Everything depends on Xiao Han himself. It is very difficult for Xiao Han to deal with the cultivators sent out this time. Last time he had his own assistants, but this time there is no such thing. Even if he diverted many cultivators and sites, it is still difficult to break through this layer of obstruction, not to mention Xiao Qian and others, which increases the difficulty by several levels. He won't even send a voice message to Xiao Han now. It has already aroused suspicion. Sending a voice message again will make it easier to expose himself. Even if it is exposed, it is not the time yet. Not only those people from Chanhua Valley were provoked, but also the old ancestor of Chanhua Valley. Duan Chengtian didn't believe that they could achieve the current level without the consent of the old ancestor. #C 1986 break through the blockade 1. Outside the Wanqing market, a team was heading towards the Wanqing Sea. Quickly. This market was built more than 10 kilometers away from the Wanqing Sea so that those who gained from the Wanqing Sea could keep their gains. This is the only way to inject vitality into the entire Xiaoxian world. Can also be said that the Wanqing Sea is an opportunity for the lower level cultivators to turn over and a way for the lower level cultivators to break through the class barriers. This is also the existence of the top tacit approval. Once many Xiaoxian families control all the resources, it will be a fatal blow to some talented cultivators at the bottom. At the same time, these Xiaoxian families will become incompetent after several generations or dozens of generations because of the favorable environment. If this continues, it will shake the foundation of Xiaoxian, and the human race will be destroyed because of these fools. Wanqing Market came into being. This team chose all the small roads. A careful count showed that there were 19 people. These 19 people were all dressed in black and wore masks on their faces. It was also 2 days ago that these people gathered together again. The two figures leading the way were thin and small, and from their appearance they were female cultivators, and they were also the strongest in this team. Following them were several people of medium strength, and those with average strength followed behind. These people always took out a top-grade speed-up talisman and slapped it on themselves from time to time, as if they didn't need spirit stones. Each of them was worth a lot of money. One of the two leaders said, "Master, there are still many people following behind us. Do you want us to split up? Master, you take the people and go first. I will deal with those annoying guys behind us first, and then I can catch up." The person who spoke had a childish voice and did not sound like a very old person. After a while, the other person said, Don't pay attention to them. Before the ancestor appears, we will be fine. We just need to pay attention to the movements of these people at any time." After saying that, he turned his head and looked at a cultivator who barely caught up behind him and said, "Brother, can you still hold on? Do you want me to take you with me?" After saying this, several disciples hurriedly said, "Yes, Master. This is usually a kind of practice, but the situation is a bit special now, so let us take you with us." The weakest of the people who spoke around were in the late stage of foundation building, and there was only one person. On the other hand, this person only had the strength of Qi training. It seems that this cultivator has poor talent, but if you know that he has reached the state of great perfection of Qi training from the initial stage of Qi training in just 1 year, many people will be shocked. The man waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I can still hold on. Hurry up and go on. I won't show off when I can't hold on anymore." The people have been walking on the small path. In fact, the speed of Qi training and foundation building cultivators is not much different. This group of people are the disciples of Yuyun Peak. After receiving the message from the ancestor, they quickly gathered together and then rushed to the Wanqing Sea. During this year, they were divided into 5 groups, hiding in the surroundings, hiding their identities as much as possible and practicing without falling behind. Except for a cultivator with a superior spiritual root, all the disciples have reached the state of great perfection of foundation building. As for Xiaoqian, he is catching up. He only needs a quiet place and a foundation building pill to reach the foundation building stage. Xiao Yun's strength was vaguely heading for a breakthrough to the late Jindan stage, while Zhao Linger was heading for the middle Jindan stage. Zhao Taizhu, because of his 5-element spiritual roots, surpassed everyone and became the first cultivator in the foundation building stage. It also requires a quiet place, and a Ningyuan pill can achieve a Jindan. Xiao Yun frowned and looked at her brother, but in the end she did not take her brother with her. She knew that her brother's persistence was nothing more than not wanting to be a burden to the team. Since he was a child, her brother had experienced too much, and it was not until the ancestor came back that he got better. Then his dantian was destroyed again. Hidden under that sensitive heart was a determination to never give up. No one knew better than her what kind of efforts her brother had made. And then he went to the Wanxing Sea again, and from time to time he sent a message to his grandfather to report his current location. On the other side, Xiao Han was alone, and from time to time he formed a seal with one hand, quickly condensing one spell after another, and a deadly needle shuttled around nearby, and from time to time he took away a Jindan cultivator. Xiao Han did not go to plunder the things that killed the monks. At this time is life. Seeing the blockades appearing one after another, Xiao Han had no better way. He could only rush to the edge of the Wanxing Sea as soon as possible and lead all the disciples into the Wanxing Sea. He did not release Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan. Compared with his shrinking technique, the two of them were traveling very slowly.
Xiao Han corre fully.
Calculated the specific distance he had to arrive when Xiao Qian and others arrived. A little slower speed would affect the entire plan. After more than 10 kilometers, several kilometers, and even 1 kilometer, Xiao Han stopped his body and looked at the place 1 kilometer away. At this time there were countless monks guarding there like a natural barrier. This was a blockade set up by the monks. Not long after, Xiao Han saw Xiao Qian and others again. The whole team was not missing a single person. Xiao Yun said solemnly, "Ancestor, all the disciples of Yun Peak are here. Please give instructions." At this time, Xiao Yun no longer hid his identity. At this time, anyone could see what happened. As for hiding the identity, it was even more unnecessary. Zhao Linger stood on one side of the void without expressing any opinions. She was just a simple thug now. If anyone went against Yun Peak, she would beat him up. She only knew that it was the ancestor who changed the fate of her and her brother. A drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Even if she had not read a book, she knew this truth. Xiao Qian and the disciples stayed below, quietly waiting for the process of the incident to ferment. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Han said softly, "Take the disciples into the Wanxing Sea when you see the opportunity. Remember not to fight. We'll protect you as much as possible. Hey, as long as you can get out smoothly, these people can't keep me, so you must remember that you are my constraint now." Xiao Han said very heavily, without any scruples about the thoughts of these people. What he said was the truth. With the strength of those interceptors, if there were no Xiao Qian and others, how could they stop him? Not only could he not stop him, he could even kill 7 in and 7 out in anger, but with Xiao Qian and others he must not do this. Xiao Qian and the others naturally understood the tricks here, and Xiao Yun nodded and said, "We will try our best to get out of the battlefield." With just a few simple words, they made it clear what to do next. Xiao Qian and the others escaped, and Xiao Han created opportunities and conditions for them. Xiao Han had previously thought of putting it in the blue-veined jade pendant, and had tried various things, but cultivators below the Jindan stage would die within a few breaths after entering, even under various protections. This was the most fatal problem, and he had also thought of using the flying ability of the vermilion bird, but this was very unsafe. Once some people discovered the clues, it would likely leave a huge hidden danger. #C 1987 Break through the blockade. 2. Many things are not as easy as imagined. Xiao Han has thought of various methods and has conducted experiments and attempts, and has also made a series of assumptions. In the end, this plan is the most reliable. As long as a large number of cultivators are attracted to Zhongxianfang City, he can lead his disciples to break through the blockade. He still has this confidence. What's more, it's just a mob. He has never been afraid. The number of people on the blockade is still increasing, and there are countless cultivators chasing behind him. Xiao Han's consciousness and hearing extend infinitely to the back, and the number is still amazing, and there are a large number of foundation-building cultivators rushing here.
Xiao Han frov ned.
Did Wu Feng give so much? It can make him spend such a huge price to hunt him down. Thinking back, Xiao Han seems to understand the other party's approach. The previous pursuit of him may be to obtain those promised things. But now, the pursuit is not that simple. Think about it from another perspective. Once you let yourself go back alive, you can judge what the fate of those sects will be. I'm afraid they can also feel the city lord's attention to them. Under multiple reasons, this kind of pursuit is understandable. Then Xiao Han released Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan. Before the two women could speak, Xiao Han took the lead and said, "Take Xiao Yun and the others to rush. As long as you rush out, you will win. Just listen to my instructions later. There are not two strong cultivators in this line. The strongest one is only in the late nascent soul stage, and there is only one. The rest of the nascent soul cultivators are in the early or middle stages. Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan's strength can help a lot. It is still possible to protect one or two disciples of Yuyun Peak.
Xiao Han
only needs to block most of the cultivators, and the rest can be solved." Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan looked at the situation nearby, plus what they said before. How could they not know what the situation is now? Even Li Yixuan, who likes to talk a lot on weekdays, looked at the cultivators with a gloomy face. At this time, Xiao Han's eyes were cold, and he slowly said, "Charge." The situation in front of him did not give him much time to think. If he delayed for a moment, the danger would deepen. When there was really no other way, he would choose to abandon some people and save some people, and then put those who could be put in the green jade pendant in the green jade pendant, and let the vermilion bird take away those who could be taken away. When Xiao Han gave the order, Xiao Yun immediately sacrificed the Qingmu boat, and all the cultivators quickly got on the Qingmu boat as if they had been trained in advance. The best thing about this third-level large-scale flying magic weapon is that it can make everyone's speed reach the speed of Jindan stage cultivators, and it also has basic attack methods, and the protective shield can better protect everyone. Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan floated up and landed directly on the Qingmu boat. When they raised their hands, they had several defensive spells. Unlike Xiao Tanner, Li Yixuan's defensive spells were golden. Xiao Tanner covered the Qingmu boat with a green defensive shield, and Li Yixuan's golden defensive spells covered the green defensive formation. Li Yixuan inherited the attributes of the city lord, and Xiao Han felt more at ease, which increased the chance of success. Under the defense line, there were countless cultivators watching all this in confusion, and the discussion was endless. Fuck! What's going on? Feels like so many people are here for those cultivators. How the hell do I know what's going on? Maybe they offended these sections. So miserable. It may also be that they got some treasures in the Wanqing Sea. These sects have done this before. It happened frequently in the past. Alas, it has been getting worse and worse in recent years. Now it's difficult for casual cultivators to grow up without joining the sect. It's just too much. When it comes to this topic, many people began to resonate. They have more or less experienced or encountered similar things. Until another person said, "Why don't you help them?" The person who spoke was a Jindan stage cultivator, and the other was also a Jindan stage cultivator. Hearing this, the Jindan stage cultivator was immediately speechless. Seeing so many cultivators remain silent for a long time, going up to help would be tantamount to seeking death. No one would be free to help. Soon another person spoke up. "Hey, you are really ignorant. Let me tell you what happened." "Oh? Tell me what happened." Many cultivators began to be interested. Although some big things often happen in the Wanqing Sea, such things can also arouse people's curiosity. With so many people blocking it, they are very curious about what this person did to anger the heaven and the people. The person who seemed to know the inside story slowly said, "It's nothing. It's just that this person seems to be stealing things in several major sections. And he stole several times. At first, they were all small things such as spiritual medicines. Seeing that the other party was a good cultivator, these sects even took the initiative to win him over. But this cultivator was getting more and more aggressive. Not only did he not join these sects, but he also became bolder until he started to rob female cultivators everywhere, which aroused public anger. Speaking of this, another cultivator also said, 'Oh yes, I heard about this, too. It seems that there is such a cultivator. At that time I thought it was made up by others. I remember that the other party not only robbed female cultivators but also humiliated and tortured them to death, and finally hung the female cultivators outside the sect. I am so angry. What a big villain.' As this speculation came out, many people confirmed this incident. Some said they had seen it, and some said they had heard it, which was very vivid. Those who sympathized at the beginning were also shocked and changed their tone of speech instantly. This man really deserves to die. He is hated by heaven and people. It is not pity to die. He should even be caught and tortured. I see. I even began to sympathize with him just now. Turns out that we cannot have the mentality that the weak are right. We should judge this matter based on what really happened. It really makes people hate it." As soon as the conversation started, many monks looked at each other and grinned. Their task was successfully completed. They just needed to reasonably bring in the topic of the chat. How could Xiao Han not hear such fierce remarks? These people are really disgusting. They still use such inferior means. They have to control in such public opinion. In this case, it becomes natural for these monks to intercept him and even kill him in the end. I am afraid that these public opinion attacks have already started, otherwise they would not spread so quickly. At this time, Xiao Han had no idea of explaining. Under such public opinion, even if he said something, how many people would choose to believe it? The only thing he needed to do was to rush out and survive. The dead never have a say. Once he dies, these public opinions and rumors will become reality. How many people will pursue the truth for a dead person? It's really disgusting. Since you did this, don't blame me for being cruel. #C 1988, break through the blockade. 3. On the other side, Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan were also gritting their teeth in hatred, but this was not the time to be willful. Driven by spiritual power, the Qingmu boat quickly floated up and headed in that direction. Its speed was even comparable to that of a Yuanying stage cultivator, but how could the people who blocked it let the Qingmu boat leave so easily? The Taoist spell arrived on the Qingmu boat in an instant. The Qingmu boat, which was flying up quickly, slowed down and moved slowly forward among the spells. Fortunately, there were Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan, two cultivators comparable to the middle stage of the Yuanying plus Xiao Yun, and Zhao Linger, two Jindan cultivators. This Qingmu boat was temporarily invincible. After all, when all means were put on defense, even the late Yuanying could not break it with one blow and could only delay it as much as possible. These people did not intend to kill them for sure. After all, from the orders they received, they just tried to intercept these people as much as possible. There was no order to kill, which meant that they could not complete the task. Even though it seemed like a complete defeat, they still did not take it lightly. All the monks on the defensive line were extremely careful. Xiao Han raised his hand and pressed two heaven and earth arts into the void. All the monks below the nascent soul stage instantly lost their ability to move. Just as these discussions arose, Xiao Han quickly condensed another spell. Heaven and Earth spell. With a low shout from Xiao Han, a six-pointed star formation appeared again and spread directly towards the surrounding monks. Originally, there were only two Heaven and Earth spells restricting the actions of the monks. After hearing these discussions, how could he let these people who blocked him feel good? even if the cost-effectiveness of the third heaven and earth spell was not high, he would forcibly release the third heaven and earth spell. He could ignore these remarks, but that did not mean that he had no temper. Under the pressure of these 3 heaven and earth spells, many of the foundation-building monks who were chasing him vomited blood and died. The situation did not get better until a group of Yuanian cultivators condensed a series of defense shields. The traces of the power of creation slowly followed the spiritual power, and the power of the entire world technique instantly increased several times. Even those Yuanian cultivators were slow to move and temporarily lost their ability to move. At the beginning, he relied on the strength of the golden core great perfection to suppress mutant under the 3 world techniques, let alone. Now, if it weren't for the large range of release, a single release of 3 techniques against a Yuanian early cultivator would probably have crushed the cultivator to death on the spot, and even the Yuanian would not be left. The Yuanian late cultivator, who temporarily served as the captain of the defense line, immediately slashed out with a sword, and the huge sword shadow seemed to cut through the sky, brushing against the Qingmu boat and heading towards Xiao Han. Xiao Han raised his hand and cast a defensive technique, and shattered the sword shadow with a punch in the void. The late Yuanian cultivator said loudly, "Evil villain, don't try to resist. If you did that, you should have expected this day to come. If you can surrender, you will die more comfortably in the future." After the late Yuanian cultivator finished speaking, he looked at the several mid-Yuanian cultivators around him. Everyone understood what he meant, and a series of magics condensed at the same time, and colorful light shone on the earth. Xiao Han frowned and said, "Hee, right and wrong, justice is in the hearts of the people. What I have done can be decided by you alone. You must remember what you did to me, Xiao Han, today, and don't complain about the injustice of heaven when the cause and effect comes in the future." As he spoke, Xiao Han condensed several more magics. These magics were all small magics, and a series of deadly needles were hidden in every corner, heading towards the attacking Jindan cultivator. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Jindan monks fell. Xiao Han took a step and appeared in front of the monks who had been killed. He took off the storage bracelet and put it into the storage ring. At the same time, the magic condensed by several Yuanian monks came one after another. Xiao Han did not choose the giant ape transformation, but condensed a series of defensive magic to resist. Once the giant ape transformed, the effect of the heaven and earth magic would disappear in a short time. At that time, there would be no way to protect King Mishao from leaving smoothly. That was why Xiao Han was inevitably injured when resisting these magic. The condensed flying swords shot Xiao Han from time to time, causing small wounds. These wounds slowly healed under Xiao Han's body's self-healing ability. But then he was cut by countless flying swords. For a while, Xiao Han felt very tired to deal with it. On the one hand, he resisted the attacks of so many Yuanian monks, and on the other hand, he had to pay attention to any Yuanian monks who attacked King Mishao. Paying attention to many aspects made Xiao Han exhausted physically and mentally. This kind of situation is rare, and Xiao Han seemed awkward in dealing with it. But fortunately, with Chao Tanner and Li Yishuan, the Qingmu boat was able to move forward smoothly, approaching the Wanqing Sea little by little. The pressure on the entire Qingmu boat was huge. Xiao Han knew that if he continued like this, he would inevitably end in failure. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Han immediately condensed the spell, and the colorful light even covered the opposite side for a while. When this spell appeared, the late Yuanian cultivator said directly, "Everyone be careful. As long as you pay attention not to be penetrated by the light, there will be no problem."
Xiao Han frovnid.
It seems that the defense line has made a lot of preparations this time. These people know their spells very well, but it is precisely because of this that it will be your real disadvantage. People believe too much that what they think is right is always right, and they will suffer a big loss unintentionally. As the light spread out in all directions, the cultivators carefully dodged and avoided all the light. Just when everyone thought everything was safe, the light turned around and sped up, passing through countless cultivators. Hey, it was only the 3rd level 9-turn Shenyuan technique at that time, but now it is the 4th level 9-turn Shenyuan technique. Its power and attack method have changed dramatically, and you can't know it with your little information, Xiao Han thought to himself. As he developed the 9-turn Shenyuan technique, he became more and more shocked. He finally knew why the 9-turn Shenyuan technique was called the 9-turn. In theory, the Shenyuan technique could reach the 9th level. If this is true, then after the 9-turn Shenyuan technique is fully restored, its power is second only to the immortal technique. When the light passed through the bodies of these cultivators, the foundation, establishment stage, and even the golden core stage cultivators immediately began to scream in pain. Their spirits were suffering inhuman torture. Only the Yuanying stage cultivators could barely resist. The late Yuanying cultivator was secretly shocked. He could feel that his mind was a little confused. How could this magic be so powerful? No wonder senior brother asked me to stop Xiao Han. It seems that he was fooled by senior brother. I really don't know what happened here. Are the things senior brother told him true? It's really creepy that there are still such evil people. Since senior brother said so, it at least means that Xiao Han must be an enemy of Chanhua Valley. Thinking of this, he became more determined to kill
Xiao Han.
He was adopted by Chanhua Valley since he was a child. His life was given by Chanhua Valley. He vowed to protect the safety of Chanhua Valley since he was a child. Anyone who threatens Chanhua Valley must be exterminated as much as possible. Thinking of this, the late Yuanying cultivator condensed a magic again. The fiery red hexagram array slowly rotated in the void, and some flames leaked from the magic from time to time. Then he said loudly, "No matter what means you have, I will never let you step through the defense line today." #C 1989 break through the blockade. 4. Because of the 9-turn mysterious origin technique, the cultivators around were all in a short period of chaos. Those foundation-building cultivators who came to pursue experienced Xiao Han's heaven and earth technique and the 9-turn mysterious origin technique, and most of them had lost their ability to move. Many foundation-building cultivators died tragically, including the Jindan cultivators who covered their heads in pain and rolled on the ground. Some Jindan cultivators bled directly from all 7 orifices. The scene fell into the eyes of everyone, and undoubtedly became the ironclad evidence of the previous speculations. Such a cruel person should be able to do such a thing. It seems that this is a big devil. Kill him! Kill him! Someone in the crowd shouted. Then another cultivator followed and shouted, "Kill him, we must not let this devil go unpunished." Fuck! This guy is not a human being. I was actually feeling unfair for him before. It's been a long time since such a cruel person appeared in our world of immortal cultivation. For a while, the whole scene gradually became chaotic, but none of the people who were talking took the initiative to deal with Xiao Han. They did nothing except looking at him from afar. There is a vast area in front of the Wangxing-Heifang line, and the whole beach is visible. In order to make this place a gathering place for all cultivators, the area near Wangxingfang City has been specially cleaned up, and there is no vegetation that blocks the view. There are also many marine creatures that are urgently swimming towards the Wangxinghai. On weekdays, they will enjoy a good time on the beach when there are few people. At this time, the Qingmu boat is moving slowly in the midst of many obstacles. It is the existence of these cultivators that makes the Qingmu boat move forward with difficulty. Of course, it can also speed up, but this will cause various problems. Now, this slow implementation is the best choice. The monks who were looking out did not approach the battlefield, but consciously left the center empty, causing everyone nearby to participate in the defense. Xiao Han did not show mercy. looking at the fiery red hexagram array behind. The monk, Xiao Han's eyes were more disdainful. Oh! Xiao Han frowned, and a fiery red hexagram array appeared when he waved his hand. After a pause, he continued in a deep voice. It seems that you want to play with fire with me. Then let's try it and see whose fire can be called flame. The late nascent soul cultivator frowned. From the information he received, Xiao Han did have a magic method, and the power of the flame was extremely strong, but he didn't know without feeling it. Senior brother did say that the power was stronger than his flame, but he had always hidden some strength. He was unwilling to admit defeat before he even competed. After a moment of silence, the monk said, "Hey, maybe compared to others, you are very confident in your fire, but that's because you haven't met me, Zhang Chang." As Zhang Chang waved his hand, another spell appeared. The spell was visibly red, and some flames seemed to be unable to be suppressed and quickly burst. The monk shouted, "Blue flame see." As the 4 words fell, a whoosh sound filled the entire battlefield, and the hot flames burst out from the formation, burning at an extremely fast speed. The surrounding monks who were surrounded quickly dispersed outwards. But anyone who was not strong enough to get a little closer would be roasted dry. In an instant, the hot flames gradually turned from red at the beginning to blue flames. Xiao Han frowned. This flame was not an ordinary fire. No wonder Zhang Chang had such great confidence. The blue flame continued to spread, and Xiao Han clearly felt that the temperature of the flame had increased a little. The blue flame was still expanding rapidly, and it would reach the blue wooden boat in the blink of an eye. If this continues, it will probably take less than a few dozen breaths for the cyan flames to reach the Qingmu boat. The protective shield can block attacks from magic, even these cyan flames, but it can't block this burning flame. Xiao Han didn't hesitate, and the unfinished pattern flowed quickly. A wisp of ghostly white flame emerged from the hexagram array, and the raging cyan flames slowed down immediately. Just when everyone was puzzled, all the flames seemed to be under some pressure, and the cyan flames that were originally burning high all lowered their heights and quickly condensed together. If you look closely, you will find that these flames seem to be afraid of something, and then you will see that all the cyan flames dissipated directly in place, leaving only the traces of burning. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows, and the 9 nether holy flame occupied the place just occupied by the cyan flame at the fastest speed, and the surrounding fire attribute elements also quickly condensed towards the 9 nether holy flame. Although Xiao Han looked normal, his heart was actually bleeding. The speed at which the 4th level 9 nether holy flame burned the power of creation was really fast. A cultivator in the crowd screamed, "Holy flame appears," and the rest of the words stuck in his mouth. He quickly calmed down and organized his words again, saying, "Holy flame appears, all fires submit. Everyone, run away." These 4 simple words startled everyone around, but when they thought of the scene they had just seen, they were indeed more afraid. Fear comes from the unknown, and it is precisely because of the lack of understanding of the 9 nether holy flame that this happens. For a while, the surrounding cultivators showed their magical powers and quickly scattered around. Only a small number of cultivators were still looking at Xiao Han. As expected, most of these cultivators who were besieging were instigated, or they took some benefits, but compared with their own lives, these were not worth mentioning at all. Xiao Han did not chase these fleeing people, which was a pure waste of spiritual power. The 9 nether holy flames swept across quickly. Many people left, and more people kept coming. Under the sweep of the 9 nether holy flames, many monks were directly burned to death and turned into fuel for the 9 nether holy flames. There was a layer of hoarfrost all over the ground nearby, making it look a unique sight. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chang resisted the urge to escape and shouted loudly, "Everyone, come together. We must not let this devil escape. If we succeed today, then everyone here will be a hero. Zhang Chang didn't know why he was afraid of a monk in the early stage of nascent soul, but he suppressed this fear. Kill, charge. Kill! A group of monks shouted and rushed towards Xiao Han, suppressing the fear in their hearts. Some monks rushed directly into the sea of fire and became the fuel of a useless sacrifice. Xiao Han grinned when he heard this. The opportunity had come. He was afraid that the other party was just purely defensive, but he didn't expect that the power of the 9 revolutions mysterious yuan technique was really good, and the power of creation was useless. Zhang Cheng himself may not have thought about why he changed his mind. He simply wanted to block Xiao Han and others, then wait for support from all walks of life to arrive and kill this big devil. Together, just when the monks were rushing toward Xiao Han slowly raised his hand, and there was an extra spell on the ground. Xiao Han whispered, "Hokage sword." One after another, the small red swords quickly harvested the monks who rushed over. #C 1990 break through the blockade. 5. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of the red sword cutting the air echoed around. The most important point of this fire shadow sword is that each one has a trace of the power of
creation.
Even if it can't solve these monks, it can make these monks feel uncomfortable. This is the experience summarized before. The power of creation will penetrate into the monk's body at the moment when the fire shadow sword scratches the monk's skin, and then affect the operation of the monk's spiritual power. As long as the monk condenses the spell, there is only a little movement, and the spell will be interrupted due to the influence. The injured monks endured the pain in their bodies and started to condense the spell directly, but every time the spell was about to be completed, it would disappear inexplicably. If the 9 nether holy flame was just fear before, it was now trembling with fear, and there was no thought of resistance. All the monks who failed to release the spell were like they had suffered a huge blow. They squatted on the ground and held their heads and didn't know what they were thinking. This scene fell into the eyes of the monks and became some kind of powerful spell. Not only did it have such power, but it could also block others from condensing spells. When exactly was this spell condensed? The monks who were watching shouted in surprise, and this shout also represented countless monks. "It's really a demon! It's really a demon!" Xiao Han was secretly happy. It really worked. In fact, this method of hiding the spell was learned from Xiao Qian. Once at the Ascension Conference, Xiao Han noticed the way Xiao Qian released the spell. Even he was shocked. Although it was just a small trick, it could have miraculous effects in some occasions. When the 9 nether holy flame began to burn, Xiao Han was already preparing this spell as a very strong group attack method, especially the spell that had just been deduced. It took a long time. The voices of the monks continued to discuss. Everyone was curious about when this spell appeared. Even if there were similar methods, most of the hidden spells were relatively rubbish. Or it was a relatively powerful single-target attack spell. Such a strong group attack spell must have required a lot of time and noise. How could it be released so quietly? Or let's run away, someone among the monks watching said. The trembling and fear in his voice were clearly visible. "Fuck! What are you afraid of? Can he kill us all by himself?" "That's right. Don't you see how many of us there are? There are so many. Yuanying monks alone. I don't care. I don't want to watch this excitement." Another monk said so, and then his figure quickly disappeared into the sky. The monk who stayed behind laughed and said, "What a coward! Ha ha!" The crowd laughed immediately, and the original fear and terror gradually disappeared in the laughter. Few people noticed that among these monks watching, some people slowly withdrew and finally left. Seeing that the whole battlefield became wrong, the monks who still maintained their rationality finally chose to leave. And Zhang Cheng, who was commanding the battlefield, was nervous at this time. He was not sure how long he could hold on, especially now that his head seemed to be hit by something and he felt very uncomfortable. Sometimes some judgments become confused, especially the attack just now. But did they take the initiative to attack? It was obvious that they only needed to stop Xiao Han and others for a while. But they chose to attack against their usual practice. Fortunately, there were a steady stream of cultivators rushing to join the encirclement and suppression team, which reduced his panic a lot. Forcibly suppressing his impulsive emotions, Zhang Cheng quickly summed up his experience in his mind and filtered out the most important information. He only needed to block and stop Xiao Han. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Cheng looked at the Qingmu boat and immediately said loudly, "The Yuanian cultivators should prepare for defense against Xiao Han and all the remaining Jindan and foundation building. Cultivators should attack the flying magic weapon." At this time, he sorted out his thoughts. Xiao Han's weakness was not the flying magic weapon. It was really putting the cart before the horse. With this order, the encirclement and suppression cultivators began to take action, but it was undoubtedly much slower than before. Let alone the influence of the previous Shenyuan technique, these methods alone made these people unconsciously fearful. However, there were still many Jindan cultivators heading towards Qingmishao. In the brief confrontation just now, Qingmishao was about to reach the border of Wangxinghai without knowing when. They only needed to hold on for a while longer to directly step into the Wangxinghai. With their full-speed escape, coupled with the special Wangxinghai, these people had no chance of making any achievements, unless a cultivator of the Huashan stage came in person. But when a cultivator of the Huashan stage came, Xiao Han would not be stingy with his jade slip. Xiao Han stared straight at the cultivator heading towards Qingmishao, and immediately condensed 3 magics, aiming at the cultivators who rushed the fastest. The fatal needle flew out quickly. Whoosh! The tiny piercing appeared beside Xiao Han's ear, and the cultivator who rushed the fastest died directly under the fatal needle. How could the Jindan cultivators accept such a scene? They didn't even resist, but died inexplicably. For a moment, all the cultivators heading to the Qingmu boat stopped where they were. At the same time, the spells that blocked Xiao Han's attack also arrived in front of Xiao Han and hit him hard. Xiao Han endured the severe pain, looked at the surrounding cultivators with cold eyes and shouted loudly, "Anyone who comes close will die." Xiao Han poured a lot of spiritual power into the word death, and immediately controlled the whole situation. Everyone was stunned. Even the monks who kept coming behind him did not dare to approach. Zhang Cheng knew that he could not let the situation continue. Seeing that the flying magic weapon was about to break through the defense line, Zhang Cheng rushed towards the flying magic weapon with quick eyes and hands. Now he needed to take action himself. Xiao Han's repeated attacks made everyone feel scared. How could they be hesitant to attack effectively? Zhang Cheng directly sacrificed his own magic weapon, holding a fiery red spiritual sword in his hand, and slashed at the flying magic weapon. This scene came too fast. Xiao Han did not react, and the sword had already reached the flying magic weapon. Bang! This sword had a taste of breaking through the sky, and it already had some
Magnificora.
The defensive magic on the Qingmu boat trembled violently, and even the Qingmu boat trembled with it. Fortunately, with Qiao Tanner and Li Yishuan, the Qingmu boat finally blocked the sword after shaking violently. Xiao Han quickly calculated the distance between the Qingmu boat and the Wanqing Sea in his mind, and his body expanded rapidly. Boom! A huge roar came from the expanded body, accompanied by a low shout, and the golden hair on the top of the head also spread rapidly, and a huge golden ape appeared in the sight of the cultivators. #C 1991 break through the blockade. 6. How could such a big noise not alarm Zhang Cheng? Zhang Cheng immediately shouted, "All cultivators, quickly intercept Xiao Han," after saying that his hands did not slow down at all. In fact, it was wrong from the beginning. All the fighting power should be gathered on Xiao Han, and then he should directly smash the flying magic weapon and intercept all those people. In this way, Xiao Han must surrender. Even if the loss is heavy, the goal can be achieved. He was really a little scared. How could Xiao Han and even the people around Xiao Han be so perverted? Don't think it was just one sword just now, but that sword has been used with all his strength, almost draining half of his spiritual power. This sword is enough to kill any cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. But in the face of such a defensive spell, it only shook a few times, and there was no sign of breaking. Thinking of Zhang Cheng concentrating a sword again, a huge sword shadow suddenly appeared in the void and slashed directly at the flying magic weapon. Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan standing on the deck looked solemn.
Kia Tan
Immediately increased the spiritual power output of the defensive spell. Her whole face was pale and blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. She had taken most of the power of the sword just now. If it wasn't easy to hurt her foundation if she continued to take it, she could have taken it just now. Li Yixuan was also angry. Why were those people around so indiscriminate? How could Xiao Han be that kind of person? Xiao Han had never had any other thoughts, even though she was so beautiful. At first, she was still preparing various means to prevent Xiao Han, but she didn't expect that she had never used them. Why would she go to those fallen women? It was really a rumor. Then she turned her head and looked at Qiao Tanner beside her. Such a good sister, although she was reluctant to admit the excellence of this sister on weekdays. This could not deny her excellence and her goodness. After thinking for a while, Li Yixuan shouted, "Damn it, you are so disgusting. Don't you use your brains when doing things?" The voice of a cultivator has a strong penetrating power, especially for cultivators above the Jindan stage. This voice made everyone curious, but there was no time to pay attention to these things in this situation. Li Yixuan made up her mind and threw out a ball, which was suspended directly in the void. The ball expanded rapidly and formed a huge ball of light in a short time, which just wrapped the Qingmu boat in it. The huge sword shadow slashed on the ball of light again, and this time it didn't even shake, and the Qingmu boat could even move forward steadily. Seeing that his two attacks were safely resolved, there was not much spiritual power left in his body, and Zhang Cheng could only use the means he had prepared in advance. Just when many Yuanying stage cultivators were blocking Xiao Han, Zhang Cheng immediately threw out 6 formation flags, which were suspended in the void, and he saw that he still had a formation plate in his hand. The 6 formation flags quickly rotated and floated directly onto the flying magic weapon, quickly forming a formation. A giant sword slowly emerged from the formation and smashed directly onto the flying magic weapon. Boom! A huge collision sound appeared, and the light ball that had just formed shattered with a crack, but the giant sword that appeared also dissipated in the air. Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was too late. How many magical methods did Li Yixuan have? But this was not the time to think about these. Xiao Han punched a Yuanying cultivator who was close to him and slammed his fists to the ground. His huge body quickly approached the Qingmu boat. When everyone was confused, Xiao Han had successfully arrived at the Qingmu boat. Zhang Cheng didn't understand what Xiao Han was going to do until this moment. In a hurry, Zhang Cheng shouted, "Quick! Stop Xiao Han quickly, at all costs." When he said this again, he even wondered if it was worth it. It cost such a huge price, and he didn't know how many cultivators died during this period. Soon he frowned. Something was not right. This idea today was not right. Could it be that the magic had such a big impact on them at the beginning? Soon he calmed down, and anyone who threatened Chanhua Valley would die, even if it cost his life. Thinking of this, he touched his dantian with his hand, and his aura suddenly increased. This secret method was too damaging to the foundation. If it was not handled well, the whole person would not have the possibility of breaking through in this life. However, in order to stop Xiao Han, everything was worth it. Just received the news that help was coming soon, and he must stop it. Those Yuanying cultivators took action one after another, and a magic appeared. Instantly, Zhang Cheng condensed a huge sword shadow that was more solid than before, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and slashed it with a sword. Xiao Han immediately dragged the Qingmu boat up and shouted, "Hold it firmly!" As the 3 words fell, Xiao Han suddenly threw the entire Qingmu boat out, and threw it directly into the depths of the Wanxing Sea. It was not until the Qingmu boat disappeared that Xiao Han breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally sent them into the Wanxing Sea. Without the restraints, what else can they use to stop me? As he thought about this, the spells that followed one after another arrived. In front of Xiao Han stomped his 2 huge feet, and smoke and dust began to spread. Xiao Han whispered, "The 4 sacred beasts are back." The 4 sacred suits were completed in an instant, and at the same time countless spells hit Xiao Han directly. These were all powerful attacks. Xiao Han tried his best to dodge some of the stronger spells, but it was impossible to dodge them all. In the end, many spells hit his huge body. Fortunately, Xuanwu's defense was strong enough. When the 4 sacred beasts reached the limit of what they could bear, Xiao Han removed the 4 sacred suits and took on the rest of the attacks alone. The huge impact made Xiao Han feel the blood in his body surging, and a mouthful of golden blood spurted out. As the various spells fell, everyone's eyes fell on the place where Xiao Han fell. Forget about the flying magic weapon just now. At this speed, unless it is a cultivator in the god transformation stage, it is impossible to find the target. I just hope that Xiao Han will die under this attack. The cultivators watching around all breathed a sigh of relief. Soon a cultivator said, "Hey, that demon is finally dead now. Don't worry about the strength." So many nascent soul cultivators attacked together, and there was a sword from the late nascent soul cultivator. How could he not die? Even a nascent soul great perfection cultivator couldn't resist it. Alas, it's just that the cost of killing the demon is too high. Look at how many righteous cultivators died today. What's the matter? Some losses are necessary. It's like a cancer. If it's not cut off, it will endanger life sooner or later. That's right. Zhang Cheng also locked his sights on the attacked Xiao Han. Such a huge battle can be said to be no less than the battle between the god transformation stage. Even if the power is not enough, there will be a certain shock. Just as Zhang Cheng was thinking, a huge figure suddenly shot out from the attacked place and went straight towards Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng's pupils widened a few points, but in the previous attack he had overdrawn all his strength. In a panic, Zhang Cheng shouted loudly, "Hurry up! Hurry up!" But it was too late. Xiao Han had already arrived beside Zhang Cheng. A huge golden palm grabbed Zhang Cheng's head and squeezed it hard. Bang! Zhang Cheng's head was like a watermelon, directly crushed in the void, and the Yuanying in the Dantian quickly escaped. But how could Xiao Han not have prepared for this move and slapped it with a palm, directly slapping the Yuanying to death on the spot? After killing Zhang Cheng, Xiao Han looked around, looking at the surrounding monks with cold eyes, and after a pause he said sternly, "I said anyone who comes close. D. #C 1992 10,000 stars C1. Xiao Han's eyes were full of murderous intent. If Li Yixuan hadn't had any tricks in her hands, I'm afraid that all the people in the Qingmu boat would have died because of that sword. Whether it was Qiao Tanner or Xiao Qian's siblings or even the other disciples, they all had some feelings for each other after such a long time of contact. The Tao is ruthless, but it doesn't mean it is really ruthless. It's just that when facing certain things, you need to be determined and not indecisive. Xiao Han thought that he couldn't abandon these people now. Even if you raise a cat or a dog, you still have some feelings, let alone a person. At this glance, countless monks who were besieging around shuddered. Subconsciously, even the Yuanying stage monks were the same. Just now there was a Yuanying late monk who was crushed to death. No matter what, Xiao Han was in a position to kill these monks. As everyone looked at each other, Xiao Han slowly said, "Hehe, what you did to Me today, Xiao Han. I will always remember in my heart. I will certainly ask for justice from you in the future. After saying that, Xiao Han's figure suddenly jumped up and rushed directly into the Wanqing Sea behind him. Even if he wanted to vent his resentment, his strength did not allow it. His body was already on the verge of serious injury, and he needed to find a secluded place to recuperate as soon as possible. It was not until Xiao Han left that the cultivators realized that Xiao Han was on the verge of his limit, otherwise how could he escape so quickly? But they still stayed where they were, and no one got up to chase him. That scene was too shocking. Perhaps he would never encounter such a thing in his life. A cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul protected a group of foundation-building cultivators and escaped from a group of nascent soul Jindan cultivators. No one despised Xiao Han who escaped in their hearts. They knew in their hearts that anyone, even a nascent soul great perfection, might not be able to do this. The pursuing monks arrived one after another, but it was too late. Xiao Han had already escaped into the Wanqing Sea. Soon, several messages were sent back to their respective sections. The monks who led this matter had a sad face, as if they were facing a huge disaster. Then they contacted each other. This time they had already mobilized the energy of their respective families. As the heads or core members of their respective families, not to mention the losses caused now, just the shaken status alone would be a huge loss. Now they all regretted it more or less. Sure enough, this benefit was not something that could be easily taken. But it had come to this point. The arrow had to be shot on the string. Once many things started, they had to do it. On the other side, Xiao Han endured the pain in his body, released the giant ape transformation, and stepped on the void to quickly go in the direction where the Qingmu boat had just flown out. However, the occasional fog in the Wanqing Sea made Xiao Han quickly lose his sense of direction. Fortunately, Xiao Han had amazing hearing and had discussed it with Xiao Yun and others. Ding ding dang, dang ding dang. With this regular rhythm, Xiao Han locked a direction and went quickly. If it wasn't for the advanced discussion, Xiao Han might not even be able to find the specific location of the Qingmu boat. A huge flying magic weapon appeared in Xiao Han's sight. Xiao Han's face was happy, and he appeared on the Qingmu boat in a flash. There were several monks standing on the deck, and each monk was familiar to him. Xiao Han said softly, "Are you all okay?" Li Yixuan wanted to step forward, but finally held back and said softly, "Compared to you, I think we are all pretty good." "Oh, your old lover doesn't seem to be well, you can go see her." Xiao Han frowned when he heard this. Is Qiao Tanner in such a bad condition? Then he looked at Xiao Yun and said, "The spacecraft slows down and keeps heading north, and try to go to a place with few people. If you encounter a conflict, try to avoid it and find a place with few people, preferably an uninhabited island. The more desolate, the better. Remember to mark it down, or notify me directly." Xiao Han made a decision quickly. He had thought of this early in the morning. After seeing Xiao Yu nodded, he came to Qiao Tanner's healing room. The Qingmu boat can accommodate about 100 people. These 100 people are only based on the premise that it does not affect the riding experience and the speed of the flying magic weapon. If you really don't care about anything else, the number of people it carries is still quite good. Now that there are only so many people, the Qingmu boat looks much more spacious at this time, and it can even be said to be luxurious. The room where Qiao Tanner is the largest room in the entire spacecraft. Xiao Han knocked on the door lightly, and soon heard a voice from inside. It's Xianer. Is this really so close to Li Yixuan?" Xiao Han said softly, "It's me." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Han heard a rustling sound coming from inside. Xiao Han was not in a hurry, but just waited quietly outside. After a while, Xiao Han heard Qiao Tanner's voice from inside the house. "Come in." Qiao Tanner's voice was full of joy. Xiao Han could feel it. Xiao Han pushed the door open and entered. Qiao Tanner was sitting by the window admiring the beauty of the Wanxing Sea. It was already late at night. The endless sea came into view. The sea water was calm, like a calm mirror, and above the sky was the boundless starry sky. The night is beautiful, and people are even more beautiful. Xiao Han slowly walked to Xiao Tanner's side, sniffing a fragrance from the tip of his nose. His mind was a little dazed. Tanner, I heard from that woman Li Yixuan that you are not in good condition, right? It has been a long time since I asked Xiao Tanner this question. Xiao Han's current state of mind has changed greatly from the beginning. In the past, he only thought of himself as a passerby, but now he is gradually taking on the role of Xiao Han in this world. Things have really changed. Puff! Xiao Tanner smiled, and her purple clothes moved with the wind. Xiao Tanner's beautiful eyes flashed and said, "Hey, why do you call Shenner like that? If she hears you call her like that, she will be mad to death." Xiao Han frowned and said, "Hey, is there anything wrong with what I said?" "Didn't say anything. There is nothing wrong with this sentence." Seeing the confusion on Xiao Han's face, Xiao Tanner stopped keeping him in suspense and said slowly, "Girls are very careful, especially for the people they care about. She is not a woman, but a girl. It's not me who was turned into a woman by you, so you can call her that." This was confusing. Xiao Han didn't care what Li Yixuan thought and said, righteously, "She is hundreds of years old, and you told me that I should call her a girl instead of a woman." Puff! Xiao Tanner laughed again. Xiao Han's personality was still the same, so she explained again, "Girls are girls, even in terms of age. According to her cultivation, Li Yixuan can be considered a girl." "Okay, I won't argue with you about this." Xiao Han decided not to mention this matter anymore and said again, "How is your physical condition? If you feel very bad, tell me what's wrong quickly, so I can think of a way." #C 1993 10,000 stars C. 2. There were so many people blocking the way, and the power of the giant sword was so strong that Xiao Han didn't think it was strange that everyone was injured, let alone Xiao Tanner, who was responsible for protection. Li Yixuan had treasures on her body to protect herself, but Xiao Tanner didn't. Xiao Tanner, who was also from an upper-class sect, was very lucky to reach the nascent soul stage. Without the background and knowledge of the top sects, and without adventures, she would only linger in the nascent soul stage in this life. Xiao Tanner said gently, "Hee, it was Shenner who told you." After saying that, her face darkened. She didn't stop her calmness just now, and she spit out a mouthful of black blood. Xiao Tanner fainted and said, "I was indeed seriously injured." Xiao Han hurriedly supported Xiao Tanner and directly injected a stream of pure spiritual power into Xiao Tanner's body. Even though his current situation was not good, I just felt that Xiao Tanner's spiritual power was disordered, and the situation was indeed very bad. Xiao Tanner interrupted Xiao Han immediately, and after a pause, she said, "Don't waste your spiritual power. I know you're not in a good condition either. Don't look at me as weak as I am now, and my spiritual power is disordered. In fact, my condition is much better than yours. I took the life-saving pills you gave me as soon as possible. It's only a matter of time before I recover. Don't force yourself to make me feel that you're fine. Get well soon. Let's do it together." Xiao Han raised his eyebrows. Just as Xiao Tanner said, his condition was indeed much more serious than Xiao Tanner's. "Heh, I'll remember this time. I'll settle accounts with those people later." Xiao Han's eyes were terribly cold. Whether it was the Juejian sect or the Chanhua Valley, no matter what the original purpose was, they were now deadly enemies. So what if there were cultivators in the Huashan stage in the sect? Thinking of this, Xiao Han immediately spat out a large mouthful of black blood. His condition was even more serious than Xiao Tanner's. Under heavy blockades, Xiao Han took on so many attacks and sent the Qingmu boat into the Wanxing Sea. This kind of damage was the most fatal. Xiao Han, who has always been walking on the edge of a knife, has long been accustomed to this situation. Xiao Tanner felt distressed, and soon a hint of joy appeared on her face. The current situation is exactly what the book said. Then Xiao Tanner slapped the storage ring with her hand, and a book appeared. In Xiao Han's sight, Xiao Tanner quickly said, "Xiao Han, I have a book of complementary techniques here which is most suitable for our current situation. Take a look at this book first, and then get ready." Xiao Tanner raised her hand and a soundproof cover appeared, followed by a barrier. The window was also slowly closed, blocking the beautiful scenery of Wanqing. See, the weather was good, and there was no fog at this time. The grandeur of the sea was fully displayed here. In fact, Wanqing Sea is just an inland sea. It is just because the area is too vast that you can't see any inland sea at all. Xiao Han endured the weakness and grabbed the book in his hand. After seeing the content on it, Xiao Han felt his face burning, and then decisively closed the book, looking at Xiao Tanner, hesitant to speak. How could Xiao Tanner not know what Xiao Han was thinking about? She quickly said, "This is the most suitable one now, and given the current situation, is there any other choice?" Xiao Han thought about it and could only open the book again and start reading. The content was not difficult. In fact, as long as you read it carefully, you will definitely learn it. It just takes some time. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Han closed the book and handed it to Xiao Tanner, saying, "I'm almost there. You should learn it first." Xiao Tanner put the book away and said, "I've learned it. Get ready and start." Xiao Han, when did you learn this? However, the current situation does not allow for so much consideration. She is still wearing the same purple clothes, but it is not as thick as before. A few months later, in a sparsely populated area in Wanqing Sea, not even a cultivator could be seen for hundreds of kilometers. There were ripples from time to time on the calm sea surface, and soon a sea monster broke through the water surface, biting a low-flying bird or beast in the air and swallowing it into its stomach. A huge spaceship passed slowly, and its speed was so slow that it could be called an old man walking. Xiao Han pushed open the door of the room and came to the deck, while Xiao Tanner was lazily sleeping on the bed, not looking weak at all and looking radiant and charming. At this time, Xiao Han was refreshed, and the spiritual power in his body was running in an orderly manner. Even his cultivation level was about to break through to the middle stage of the nascent soul. He benefited a lot in the past few months. Although the complementary technique was more costly, the effect was good. Just as Xiao Han was admiring the beautiful scenery of the Wanqing Sea, a figure appeared on the deck at some point. "Hey, you look good. I really can't figure out how you recovered from such a serious injury in such a short time." Li Yishuan's face was full of doubts. After a pause, he continued, "Tell me quickly, have you been doing something secretly during this period of time? And you have been in Tanner's room all the time. You are not." Li Yishuan suddenly thought of something and quickly covered her mouth. "What can't you do?" Xiao Han asked subconsciously, still feeling a little weak in his heart. After a pause, he continued, "It's just refining some pills to help Tanner recover." "What are you thinking about?" Li Yishuan couldn't hold back her expression and said quickly, "Did I say anything? You admitted it yourself. Don't blame me." Xiao Han lost his temper. How did Li Yishuan become like this without him noticing? Then he ignored Li Yishuan and stood directly on the spaceship, looking at the situation around him. No one noticed that there was a hint of envy in Li Yishuan's eyes, but she quickly suppressed it, thinking about something in her head day by day. Grandma had told her long ago that there was no man in the world that she could rely on, and she had to rely on herself for everything, including the grandfather and father she had never met. Just as the two of them were in a daze, the spaceship suddenly began to vibrate below, and Li Yishuan immediately floated up and controlled the spaceship to quickly fly into the air. In order to better hide the spaceship, King Mizhao has been flying at low altitude. Xiao Han also reacted quickly. This kind of thing happened more than once or twice. During his and Xiao Tanner's retreat, this kind of vibration also occurred from time to time, mostly caused by some sea monsters. It's just that no one has called him and he didn't take action, which means that this problem can be solved. Zhao Linger and Xiao Yun, brother and sister, also rushed to the deck after hearing the news, all with solemn expressions on their faces. Li Yixuan said quickly, "This noise doesn't seem to be caused by a third-level monster. Everyone, be on alert." Li Yixuan threw out several formation flags and a small formation appeared outside the Qingmu boat. The place to be defended was just below the Qingmu boat. Xiao Han was a little surprised. After not seeing each other for a while, Li Yixuan handled things more efficiently. Although she was a little immature, she was undoubtedly much better than before. Looking at Zhao Linger and Xiao Yun not far away, Xiao Han understood why this happened. During his retreat, he obviously gave the command of the team to Li Yixuan. #C 1994 10,000 stars C3. There was nothing wrong with Li Yixuan's arrangement, but it was not as good as Xiao Yun's. Xiao Han looked at the expression in Xiao Yun's eyes and seemed to understand a little. He was about to take action, but he stopped immediately and waited quietly for Li Yixuan's next move. Li Yixuan was hesitating, and when he saw Xiao Han still staying where he was, he hurriedly said, "Xiao Han, please help me. This is obviously not a movement that a third-level monster can cause." After saying that, he started to get busy controlling the spacecraft to a safe place, arranging the formation, condensing the magic to start defense, and preparing to take action to check the situation. I thought I was really making rapid progress, but this time it was exposed and the handling was messy. How could Li Yixuan not understand Xiao Han's meaning at this point? Especially the smile at the corner of Xiao Han's mouth explained this problem. Li Yixuan grumbled angrily, saying loudly, "I don't care whatever happens, I have a way to save my life anyway." Xiao Han then took off and took control of the spaceship, then looked at Xiao Yun and said, "You control the spaceship and pay attention to dodge all attacks from monsters." After that, he handed over the control of the spaceship, then turned his head and looked at Zhao Linger and said, "You go check what's going on first and pay attention to protect yourself at all times. The rest of the disciples are ready to take action and follow my instructions." After arranging all this, Xiao Han turned his head and looked at Li Yixuan and said, "Just control your defense formation." Everything was in order. Xiao Yun quickly controlled the spaceship and quickly stabilized the entire spaceship, while Zhao Linger stepped on the flying sword and observed near the spaceship. The disciples did not have any confusion, but just stared at the ancestor, ready to take action at any time. Xiao Han stepped on the void, and the next moment his figure appeared outside the Qingmu boat, opening up his entire vision. The reason why he was not panicked was because the sea monster that attacked was not a fourth-level monster. It was just a group of sea monsters, a group of second-level monsters led by several third-level sea monsters. The reason why Li Yixuan felt the movement far beyond the third-level monsters was that this group was too large. How could the fourth-level transformed monsters be cabbages? They would be there if they were said to be there. These fourth-level monsters usually would not easily attack. Unlike the human race and the demon race, the monsters have been lurking. It's not easy for them to practice. The time required is several times that of the human race and the demon race. They are more precious about their lives, and only some third-level monsters will run around. Soon Xiao Han saw a series of white rays gushing out from the sea level. These white rays have good power. The huge movement just now was caused by these sea monsters attacking together. Xiao Han's ears moved slightly. Such a huge group, even Xiao Han felt a little scalp tingling, but overall it was not a big problem. After thinking for a while, Xiao Han said loudly, "Zhao Linger will be the captain and take the other cultivators to encircle and attack the sea monsters. Xiao Yun, cooperate at all times and pay attention to the direction of the spaceship. The reason why Xiao Han chose Zhao Linger to lead the team was that he wanted to train another person. Following Xiao Han's instructions, the 19 people acted quickly. Even Xiao Qian in the crowd didn't know when he successfully built his foundation, and he reached the middle stage of foundation building. Under the leadership of Zhao Linger, the cultivators worked closely together, and the means of the 5 elements of mutual generation had already been played to perfection. For a while they were evenly matched with these sea monsters. Li Xuan looked at all this. It turned out that these cultivators with only the strength of the foundation building stage could also show great potential. Under reasonable leadership, just this series of effective attacks made her feel a little ashamed, and the small ball in her hand was quietly put into the storage ring. It was because of these things that whenever she encountered danger, she subconsciously thought of these life-saving methods and these reliances, but she didn't know that when she didn't have these, her cultivation would be worse than that of a Jindan cultivator. It was not until this moment that she completely understood what her grandmother meant. Just as her grandmother said at the beginning, if she could learn something from Xiao Han, it would not be in vain. So it was true. Xiao Han's huge potential had not yet been fully unleashed. There was no problem with having trump cards in hand. The problem was how to use these trump cards to the extreme. Thinking of this, Li Xuan quickly stepped out of the spaceship, condensing the magic with one hand, thinking about the skills her grandmother taught her. In the past, she disdained these skills, but now it seems that they affect the success or failure of a battle. Seeing this, Xiao Han smiled knowingly. If the goal was achieved, there was no need to toss and turn like this and waste time. Thinking of this, Xiao Han said directly to Zhao Linger, "Everyone hide. Don't look under the boat." After Xiao Han finished speaking, the colorful magic was useless for a breath and dissipated into the void. Xiao Han slapped the storage ring, and a green pill was taken out. At the moment of taking it out, Xiao Han had already held his breath and didn't even breathe. This pill was made from the poison sac he got from the Asian dragon. With some highly toxic and toxic poisons, it is most suitable for attacking these monsters. The most important thing is the assistance of seawater. At this time, he only has 3 pills. If it weren't for the limited spiritual medicine, that poison sac alone would be enough for Xiao Han to refine hundreds of pills. The pill was catalyzed by Xiao Han and thrown into the monster group. The sea water visible to the naked eye began to turn green and spread rapidly. In less than 3 breaths, a group of sea monster corpses floated on the sea surface. This sea monster looks like a seal, but its tail is like a sharp knife with a metallic luster. There is also a hole on the top of its head like a whale's blowhole. The white light just now sprayed out from this hole. After a few breaths, the spreading green slowly dimmed, and the originally noisy sea surface became calm. There were hundreds of sea monster corpses floating under the entire Qingmu boat. This kind of monster has never been seen in the monster illustrations. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han said, "Collect all the monsters and save them quickly. It's better to let others do this kind of battlefield cleaning. There is no other reason, just laziness." Watching Zhao Linger and a group of disciples cleaning up the mess, Xiao Han sat comfortably at the highest point of the Qingmu boat and looked around. Quietly, he felt that this position was very suitable. Such a sparsely populated place might be hard to find in the entire Wanxing Sea. He still knew something about Wanxing Sea. In addition, this place is not too far from Wangxingfang City, and it can also avoid pursuit well. Going deeper will easily encounter some demons. Although this place is a chaotic place, it is also divided into some areas as a whole. After comprehensive analysis, this area is the most suitable. It's just that the spiritual power is a little thin, but this is also a good thing. The thinner the spiritual power, the less spiritual veins there are. In places without spiritual veins, not to mention cultivators, even monsters are unwilling to come. It's just right. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han looked at the busy people on the deck or outside the deck and said, "Get ready. Our next task is to find a place to stay." Hearing the ancestor say this, the disciples unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Whether it's mortals or cultivators, they all have an inexplicable dislike for wandering around, as if they were homeless dogs. Now that the ancestor said that he wanted to find a place to stay, at least, there is one more place for everyone to live so they can relax and not be nervous. #C 1995 Desolate Island. In a remote place in the Sea of 10,000 Stars, a spaceship slowly stopped on a small island. The island was not large, only more than 100 square kilometers. It would be good if it were placed on Blue Star, but it would be good if placed in the Sea of 10,000 Stars. Inside it can only be regarded as a small island. The island seemed completely deserted. This was the result of the spacecraft orbiting it several times and Xiao Han using his hearing to detect it. Not to mention the human population, there are not even monsters, only some relatively ordinary beasts. The spiritual energy here is extremely thin, making it extremely difficult to give birth to elixir monsters, and there are no sea monsters living in the nearby sea area. Such suitable places are extremely rare in the Sea of 10,000 Stars. The group of people got off the spaceship, and everyone's face was full of surprise, but how could they question the ancestors' decision? They were just filled with emotion. "Xiao Han, are you sure we choose this place?" Li Yixuan finally asked the doubts in her heart. Xiao Han frowned and said, "Isn't this obvious?" After speaking, Xiao Han turned to look at Xiao Qian and continued, "Take everyone to explore the area, and draw a simple map. Mark where there are resources or where they can be utilized. Yes. Remember to find a place where you can build a residence or cave." It wasn't until the others dispersed that Li Yixuan continued to speak. "The desolation you are talking about is not the same as the desolation I understand. How can this be considered desolate? It's obvious that I don't know what words to use to describe this place. That's all. Anyway, I have the elixir, so I won't delay my own practice. However, if your disciples stay here, they will probably be delayed." Xiao Tanner was also a little worried and said, "Yes, Xiao Han, this place is indeed a bit desolate. At least it will not affect the basic practice." Xiao Han touched Xiao Tanner's hair, looked at Xiao Tanner seriously and said, "Don't you still believe me?" After saying that, he looked in one direction and said again, "Go, take a good look around. Maybe this is not as simple as it seems on the surface." Xiao Tanner frowned, her face half understanding, and she quickly understood what Xiao Han meant. She turned around and stopped Li Yixuan and said, "Sister, let's go take a look around. Although it's a bit desolate, the scenery here is still pretty good. After you settle down after a while, you can still come out and play from time to time. You must be tired during this period. Why don't we just relax?" After hearing this, Li Yixuan's eyes lit up and she said, "My sister is right. It is indeed a good place to relax." Looking at the direction the two were leaving, Xiao Han looked depressed. The relationship between the two has become like this now. They are calling each other sister and sister, and they are still so close. In terms of Blue Star, they are like a pair of best friends with the best relationship. When everyone left, Xiao Han's eyes suddenly turned cold. He stepped into the void and arrived at a quiet place in a few steps. He didn't feel anything when he was patrolling, but when he was talking, he noticed that there was something different here, especially this subtle movement which always felt a bit strange. Although the spiritual power here is thin, the thinness is actually a bit exaggerated, so exaggerated that it is impossible to exist in the Tianxian realm. Although the island is very desolate, this kind of desolation does not mean that there is no grass growing, but that kind of relative desolation. Except for some places with special geographical locations and the mortal world, the rest of the Tianxian realm is covered by a large amount of vegetation which grows extremely densely. The same is true for this small island with a beautiful environment and rich vegetation. It wasn't until he arrived at this quiet place that Xiao Han discovered the problem. The vegetation here was in a state of decline, as if it had been drained of life. This was true of all the vegetation within a few miles of the square. After a few miles, the vegetation becomes more lush as you go outwards, and the corresponding center is the small hill in front of Xiao Han. Sure enough, there are some skills.
Sia Han muttered.
After arriving here, he could feel the thin spiritual energy around him and even the vitality of the vegetation flowing towards this place and finally merged into this small hill. Xiao Han stomped one foot slightly, and a white light spread quickly around the sole of his foot, eventually forming a barrier within a few miles nearby. The barrier only has some sound insulation and defense effects, and the effect is not strong, but it is enough as long as it is not too close. Then another formation was arranged nearby. After preparing these, Xiao Han suddenly stamped his feet and said loudly, "Get out of here!" The sound of spiritual power spread rapidly. After waiting for a while, Xiao Han didn't see anything coming out, but the rustling sound couldn't fool Xiao Han. Xiao Han condensed a spell, went directly towards the voice and said again, "Say it again, get out of here." Just as Xiao Han stared, he saw a group of dark mist quickly fleeing from the corner towards one side. Xiao Han frowned. Could it be a ghost coming out of the abyss? Then he took a few steps forward, and a heaven and earth technique blocked the black shadow. The surrounding black fog quickly dissipated, and what came into view was a demon. The black 5-petal flower on his forehead was clearly visible. Xiao Han was slightly relieved when he saw this. If there is a demon here, then you absolutely cannot stay here and need to leave quickly, but if it is a demon, there will be no problem. The moment the figure stopped, it turned its attention to Xiao Han. When he saw Xiao Han, he frowned and said quickly, "Why is it you, Han Tian? Aren't you already dead?" "Wait, that's not right." After the demon said that, he frowned and said again, "You are not Han Tian. You are a human. I don't know who you are. Why are you targeting me so much? If I remember correctly, I don't seem to have offended you. This Wanxing Sea is not your human territory. Today my strength is not as good as yours, so I will give you the place. Why do you want to kill me?" Xiao Han didn't hear what the demon said later, only heard what he said before. After a pause, Xiao Han slowly condensed a demon spell, which was just the most basic spell. Even Xiao Han himself didn't notice that a black 5-petal plum quietly appeared on his forehead, which was originally empty. After a pause, Xiao Han slowly said, "Hey, it's been a long time since we last met." His expression was normal, without any doubt. The demon looked at Xiao Han again with cold eyes and said, "Impossible. How can the demon hide the forehead mark? This is absolutely impossible." Xiao Han still said calmly, "What's impossible? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it." The demon continued, "So you haven't died all these years, but have been hiding among the human race. I really don't understand what's so good about that woman. I was secretly happy for a long time after you died. Since you are not dead, you can kill me today. The grudge between us is no longer clear in a few words." Xiao Han remained unmoved, with a calm expression. Even though his heart was in turmoil, he still didn't show any other emotions. He just said in a deep voice, "Then it's as you wish."
Dièse c'est 1996 Soul-searching technique.
This demon seemed to have been seriously injured. On the surface, it looked like he was only at the early stage of the demon lord. It would be easy for Xiao Han to kill him, but it was precisely because of the first few words that made Xiao Han hesitate. He didn't know why the other party said that, but since he said that, there must be a reason, so he followed the other party's words. Fortunately, he could learn the magic of the demon clan, otherwise it would be difficult to fool. Although the human Race and the demon clan are basically the same in appearance. The essential difference is the black 5-petal plum on the forehead. This point cannot be changed in any way, and the black 5-petal plum of the demon clan cannot be imitated at all. Thinking of this, Xiao Han frowned. Again, he heard from the demon clan that he did have a black 5-petal plum on his forehead. After forcibly suppressing this thought, Xiao Han immediately stepped on the void and condensed several heaven and earth arts. While releasing the heaven and earth arts, a very small art quietly condensed in the palm of his right hand. The demon clan could not hit him. You are not Han Tun. Who are you? Why do you look so much like Han Tian? You can't. Before the demon clan finished speaking, Xiao Han's figure appeared in front of the demon clan, and the magic in the palm of his right hand directly hit the demon clan's head. Soul search technique. Xiao Han groaned, and felt that the whole demon clan was like being drained, and his body twitched rapidly. This technique was deduced by him, and he never dared to use it. The cost of using this technique is too high. The soul search of the same realm can even turn him into a psychopath. Usually, the soul search is weaker than his own strength, and it will be the same if he doesn't handle it well. However, for this information, Xiao Han can only give it a try at this time. With the help of the power of destiny, it should not be a big problem if he is more careful. The demon clan kept repeating the 3 words, can't, and Xiao Han began to read the demon clan's memory. From birth to growing up, and meeting each person, Xiao Han's spirit was under great shock, but Xiao Han still did not give up. This was equivalent to experiencing the life of the demon clan. The more Xiao Han looked at it, the more surprised he was. Whenever his spirit was about to collapse, the power of creation would always pull him back a little, and he never collapsed completely. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Han did not give up, but the mental torture still existed. This kind of pain from the spirit was far more direct than the physical pain. It was not until 2 more figures appeared in his sight that Xiao Han slowed down the speed of reading his memory and carefully remembered the appearance of the 2. The man in the picture looked exactly like him, just as the demon clan said. On the other hand, the woman looked very kind, and there was no black 5-petal plum on her forehead. Even if Xiao Han didn't want to admit it in his heart, some facts could not be changed even if he didn't admit it. Soon he read the picture he had just experienced, and Xiao Han suddenly took his hand away from the head of the demon clan. This is a demon king who fell to the realm of demon lord because of his damaged strength. He finally found this quiet island in the sea of 10,000 stars and slowly recovered on it. At this time, looking at the demon clan again, he fell to the ground with convulsions all over his body, foaming at the mouth, and his life breath was almost exhausted. Xiao Han ended his pain with a palm and put it into the storage bag. Then he patted the storage ring, took out a red pill and swallowed it into his stomach. From Xiao Han's slightly trembling hands, it can be seen that the damage he suffered this time is no worse than any battle he has experienced. And it is even worse than that. It is just the damage to the spirit. It's really a close call. Xiao Han was still in shock. This matter was too impulsive. In fact, he could have arrested him and tortured him slowly without suffering so much pain. Now his head feels like it is pierced by thousands of needles, and there are countless ants crawling in his head. Thinking is unconsciously suspended for a long time. After taking the pill, Xiao Han's condition slowly stabilized, and then he sent messages to Xiao Qian, Xiao Tanner, and Li Yishuan respectively. I want to break through the middle stage of the nascent soul. You don't need to look for me for a temporary retreat. The arrangement of the disciples depends on you. Emergency retreat. The safety of the island depends on you. Remember to set up the formation. I need to retreat for something. I know you have some tricks at the critical moment. I hope you can use them. I will return these things to you when I come out of retreat. After the message was sent, Xiao Han did not wait for a reply. He stepped on a cave nearby with one foot. With a wave of his hand, another barrier appeared. In addition, a hidden barrier was arranged. There was no problem from the outside. Even if they came to investigate, they could not find anything. After doing these, Xiao Han crossed his legs to regulate his breathing and restore his mental power as much as possible. Fortunately, his mental power has always been strong, and the nascent soul has been optimized by the power of creation. No wonder the soul-searching technique says to use it with caution, including the forbidden technique written in the book. This is simply something that hurts others and yourself. While recovering his spirit, Xiao Han digested the memories he had read. As the pictures flashed by, Xiao Han quickly summarized the important information. In his mind, the entire demon clan is roughly divided into two factions. One faction is represented by the Han family, who advocate peace and believe that if they continue to fight internally, they will sooner or later have big problems. Instead of doing this, it is better to develop peacefully and explore more realms to seek development. The other faction is represented by the Yen family, who advocate war and believe that they must enslave the human race, and then enslave the demon race, using them as resources for development and exploring more realms. There are 12 major families in the demon clan, 7 of which advocate war, which leads to the fact that the relationship between the entire demon clan and the human race is not harmonious, but the reason why there is no final outbreak is because of the Han family. As the first family of the demon clan, the Han family is also deeply loved by many pro-peace demon clans, which is why it maintains its status as the largest family, and the pro-peace demon clans are not excluded. But whenever there is a war, the major families that advocate peace must also contribute. The rest are some various cultivation problems of the demon clan as well as some other secrets. Xiao Han slowly digested them and had more thoughts in his heart. The most critical piece of news is that the current demon clan saint is named Lu Yen, who is in seclusion at this time. Except for the strongest demon clan, no one has seen Lu Yen. Xiao Han had already guessed in his heart. Even if he knew this news, he still didn't want to believe it. Before seeing her in person, Xiao Han would not give up looking for Lu Yen. When the agreement between the demon clan and the human clan is opened a few decades later, Lu Yan's appearance will definitely be seen in the shocking battle at that time. Just these news made Xiao Han feel deeply shocked. The sequelae of this time would be very serious, and it would even take more than 10 years to slowly make up for it. Before summarizing this information, Xiao Han might have some regrets, but now he has no regrets at all. If he is given another choice, he will still choose Soul Search. This person is a core member of the Yen family of the demon clan, and he happened to be seriously injured, so he is the best choice for Soul Search. #C 1997 Frost. Inside the cave, Xiao Han frowned from time to time, and sometimes he relaxed his brows. Sometimes he lay on the ground holding his head and roaring in a low voice. The extreme pain tortured Xiao Han, and he looked like a nobody. The pictures in his mind passed by one after another, and Xiao Han had to tell himself every moment that he was Xiao Han and not the demon whose soul he had searched. But every time he would fall into self-doubt, which was a strong sequela. He almost experienced the life of this demon, and it took a long time, which made Xiao Han unable to judge who he was. Fortunately, his spirit always maintained the last bit of clarity, and he was not completely lost. Until this demon grew up, understood various things, and met Han Tian by chance. One is a genius from the Yen family, and the other is a genius from the Han family. The originally good relationship eventually went in two directions, because of the concepts of the two families. From the very good relationship at the beginning, it turned into a blood feud, and Han Tian is a lonely person. Even people in his own family rarely see Han Tian. Including his parents, they rarely saw him when he was growing up. Soon the demon clan learned that Han Tian went to the human race for training. disguised himself as a human, and then went to the battlefield of immortals and demons, looking for Han Tian everywhere in the Sea of Stars, just to defeat Han Tian and kill him. At that time, the demon clan was only at the peak strength of the demon lord. It was not until he reached the level of the demon king that he finally met Han Tian in the battlefield of immortals and demons. At this time, Han Tian was standing with a woman, which was the scene Xiao Han saw. After a brief exchange between the two, a big battle broke out, which shocked the entire battlefield of immortals and demons. In the end, the two ended in a tie. Both were seriously injured, and Han Tian disappeared in the battlefield of immortals and demons. The demon clan finally went back and never saw Han Tian again. But he did not tell the other demon clans about Han Tian. In the memory that Xiao Han saw, what did the demon clan say about Han Tian? All kinds of emotions were extremely complicated. There was hatred in the heart, but they also sympathized with each other. It was a few months later that Xiao Han woke up from digesting the memory. Although this danger was successfully passed safely, the sequelae had already fallen. In the next few years it will happen from time to time, and the pain will make Xiao Han fall into extreme pain. The soul-searching technique must not be used casually. This is Xiao Han's warning to himself. Perhaps it was because of the demon life that others had experienced. Xiao Han's perception of some things increased exponentially, and he became more and more indifferent to some things, and that realm seemed to be unable to be suppressed. Feeling this situation, Xiao Han did not hesitate, and immediately swallowed several pills, began to digest the energy brought by the pills in his body, and refined and utilized it. A few months later, Xiao Han walked out of the retreat place refreshed, and at this time he had entered the middle stage of the nascent soul. This kind of small realm improvement is completely different from the big realm improvement. In addition, Xiao Han could have entered the middle stage of the nascent soul long ago, but he had been suppressing his realm. The insights of the demon clan made his mind rise several levels at once. In this way, he stepped from the early stage of the nascent soul to the middle stage of the nascent soul in just a few months. During the entire retreat, Xiao Han did not block the outside world's transmission, and he also had a general understanding of the current state of the island. When he came out of retreat, Xiao Han had already released his consciousness and hearing to explore the state of the entire island. With his current hearing, it was still very easy to cover the entire island. With the joint efforts of Chao Tanner and Li Yishuan, the entire island was first arranged with the mountain protection formation that Xiao Han gave to Chao Tanner early in the morning. In addition, another formation was arranged in the newly built cave and the place where he lived. This formation can withstand the attack of the Yuanian Great Perfection Cultivator. Unless it is a cultivator in the God transformation stage, it cannot be broken. This is Li Yishuan's thing. Not only that, she also made a hidden formation on the outermost layer to hide the entire island in the Wanxing Sea. From the sky, the location of the island is like a sea level, and there will be some fluctuations from time to time. If it is not directly hit by the formation, there is no sign of an island. Here, Xiao Han has been very safe during his retreat, without any changes, and the entire island has developed rapidly. While receiving various information, Xiao Han listened to the voices from all over. Since the hidden danger of the demon clan was solved by himself, the spiritual power of the entire island has been more abundant. Although it is still thin and poor, it is far less exaggerated than before. Soon some subtle water sounds reached Xiao Han's ears. Wow, sister, I feel like you've grown up again. You're so enviable. What nonsense. You're really good. Your appearance hasn't changed at all. Honestly, have you taken the anti-aging pill? I think you did too. Did you also take the anti-aging pill made by Xiao Han? I envy you. I don't need to spend a lot of money to buy it like me. Then there was another round of playful noises. The two of them didn't know how to pay attention to their image. As they listened, Xiao Han quickly locked onto the place where the noises were most concentrated, and then stepped into the air. When he appeared again, he was already in a huge open space. The entire residential area was directly flattened. Designed from the beginning, the appearance of this place was exactly the same as the original Yuyun Peak. The difference is that the buildings are undoubtedly much larger. Even if the island is small, it is definitely much larger than Yuyun Peak, so there is no need to save so much on the building area. Looking around, Xiao Han saw a large area of medicine fields being reclaimed. Xiao Han was happy in his heart. Xiao Qian was still the child of the Gu family who knew how to save. At this time, the medicinal fields were full of spiritual medicines. Although most of them were first-level spiritual medicines, the area was not small. This batch of harvests could also be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones. In the middle of the medicinal field, there was a spring which was flowing out continuously. In the spring water you could vaguely see a trace of spiritual energy flowing. Xiao Han saw some second-level or even third-level spiritual medicines nearby. Could this be the soil that Xiao Tanner dug at the beginning? At this time, a disciple finally discovered Xiao Han's figure and hurriedly shouted, "Grandpa! Grandpa has come out of retreat." The news spread quickly, and everyone knew it in a few dozen breaths. Wherever Xiao Han heard, there were sounds of people rushing on the road, especially Li Yishuan and Xiao Tanner. After a burst of water sound, the next moment they appeared not far from Xiao Han. For cultivators, time is indeed like a number, but they will miss each other. After not seeing each other for a long time, but compared with ordinary people, this kind of miss is more like not seeing each other for a day or two. Xiao Tanner said excitedly, "Hey, you are in the middle stage of the nascent soul, the speed is really fast." Li Yishuan frowned, her face was pulled all the time, and she finally said a word after a long time. "Don't be arrogant, I have used a lot of good things. During this period, remember to return them to me with elixirs." Xiao Han's face twitched and said, "Hey, you were bothering me about this just after I came out of retreat." Then he said helplessly, "No problem, I will give it to you after I refine some elixirs." Can be felt that Li Yishuan did use a lot of good things. Although she was tough, she used all the things she should use. As time passed, everyone soon gathered together, chattering non-stop, and their words were full of joy. #C1998 getting more and more. At night, bonfires were lit on the island. It was hidden in the sea of 10,000 stars, so why worry about such a small bonfire? The construction of the entire island surprised Xiao Han. Even though all the monks helped to build it, the speed was really fast. The disciples were also very busy during this period. When the ancestor came out of retreat, they took advantage of this excuse to play crazily. All kinds of spiritual fruits and monster meat that they usually couldn't bear to eat were taken out and enjoyed at this moment. The fragrant lightning sheep, the flavorful baixiang venison, and a spicy grilled flame fish, don't mention how cool it is. Xiao Tanner smiled beside the bonfire, looking at everything in front of her, and said, "It would be great if it could always be like this. I think the Luyun sect was actually not bad, but I don't know why it is becoming more and more utilitarian. Isn't utilitarianism normal?" Xiao Han thought in his heart, but he didn't say what he thought in his heart. Some people just want to see the world beautiful, which has nothing to do with right or wrong. Thinking of this, Xiao Han changed the subject and said, "You have worked hard during this period to make the island so good. Actually, this is completely unnecessary. We are only here temporarily. Let's not talk about when the catastrophe will come. Just the fact that the demons will definitely conflict with the human race in a few decades will make it impossible for us to stay for long. But even so, we have to do our best to make it better. No matter how long we live here, it is always a home." Xiao Tanner had a little persistence and seriousness on her face. After a pause, she continued, "In short, we should have everything we need. Actually, I'm fine. Everyone has worked very hard during this period. especially Li Yixuan and Xiao Qin. One of them contributed manpower and things, and the other arranged the entire island in an orderly manner. Xiao Han raised his eyebrows and said, "Hey, you really speak for Li Yixuan." Know Xiao Qin's ability, and I still understand Li Yixuan's character. No one will get up early without profit. He must be thinking about something. Xiao Han spoke in a low voice, and Li Yixuan couldn't hear it. Xiao Tanner pouted and then explained. In fact, you can try to let go of your prejudice against Shenner. She may have done something at the beginning, but if you look at her carefully, she has no big problems except for being a little arrogant, and she is kind by nature and has no ulterior motives. Okay, let's not talk about this. Xiao Han interrupted Xiao Tanner, handed Xiao Tanner a skewer of barbecue and continued. Have you found that the spiritual power of the island has been more sufficient recently? Xiao Tanner shook her head. If Xiao Han didn't want to talk about this, then she naturally wouldn't have to say it. But she pitied Li Yixuan's thoughts. She is a woman and can feel the throbbing in Li Yixuan's heart. Li Yixuan herself doesn't understand this kind of ignorance. Well, Xiao Tanner raised her head and thought, paused and said softly, if it is indeed more sufficient than when she first came to the island. After speaking, she looked at Xiao Han and said, to be honest, is your retreat at that time related to this? Is this a woman's intuition? Xiao Han did not remain silent, but said, no, I just felt that the spiritual energy became richer after the retreat. Oh, Xiao Tanner pretended to believe and then said, this small island is not enough to support everyone's practice, especially if you don't take pills. Here in the Jindan stage you will even stagnate. Look at these disciples, one by one, they will soon reach the great perfection of foundation building, and it won't be long before they all enter the Jindan stage. By then, it's impossible to take pills every day. Even if you take them, there will always be a day when they will run out. So if you want to stay here for the next few decades, I think you need to think of something. Shenner has a suggestion that you can consider. She has a spirit gathering array that can be set up, but it's a bit difficult and requires a lot of materials. If you do it. Xiao Han raised his hand to interrupt. It's okay. I have a way without her. Spirit gathering array. Just wait. This time Xiao Han didn't do it on purpose, but he did think of a good idea. The spirit vein dragon has taken so many benefits from him, so he should do something. Previously, it was because the spirit vein dragon itself had some problems. After long-term repair by the power of fortune, the spirit vein dragon can be said to be as good as it can be. Not knowing how to make the spirit vein dragon obedient, Xiao Han suddenly said, have you seized some storage bracelets from Jindan period cultivators? Before, Xiao Han's own was eaten by the fortune bead, but Xiao Tanner's has never been asked. Xiao Tanner frowned, then waved one hand, and more than a dozen storage bracelets appeared in Xiao Han's sight, and then said, are you talking about these? Although they are useless, I thought they don't take up space in there, so I didn't throw them away. Take them all if you need them. Xiao Han's expression was delighted. Just these dozen alone can increase the power of fortune a lot. The most critical issue is how to communicate with the Hongmeng fortune bead. To let it help the spirit vein dragon live in the island so as to increase the concentration of spiritual power on the island. Now, in addition to providing storage bracelets to the fortune bead, I really can't think of any other way. Xiao Han looked at Li Yixuan, and then his eyes lit up. He had really forgotten about this guy. Li Yixuan was grilling alone at the moment, missing the happy times in the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, she felt an uncomfortable gaze, and then looked up and met Xiao Han's eyes. Ah, Li Yixuan whispered, and then said with some concern, hey, why are you looking at me like that? I tell you, don't have any bad things in your head. I am a principled person. Don't think that you can push your luck just because I have changed my impression of you a little bit. Xiao Han frowned, moved his eyes down from Li Yixuan's face, and said with a roll of his eyes, "Do you think I am interested in you?" Li Yixuan was still so confident, and then said again, "I want to make a deal with you. Are you interested?" Li Yixuan subconsciously said, "I will never make a deal that will cheat me." Xiao Han pulled his face and said, "I don't know what gave you the illusion. Why do you always think of me like this? Do you have the Kongming stone? If you do, I can exchange it with you for various elixirs, including those for killing, saving, and all kinds of elixirs." In order to prevent Li Yixuan from thinking too much, Xiao Han specifically stated his purpose. He had always overlooked a problem, that is, although Li Yixuan was not a cultivator in the god transformation stage, she had a grandmother who once doted on her. Li Yixuan tapped her storage ring and saw a huge stone floating in the air. She asked in confusion, "You're talking about this, right?" Xiao Han was delighted. Li Yixuan really had this thing. He really neglected this. If he had asked earlier, would there be so many problems later? "Tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Han went straight to the point. On the contrary, Li Yixuan took the Kongming stone and said, "Sorry, I don't plan to trade with you. This is something I got from my grandma with great difficulty. It is said to be worth a lot of spirit stones." #C 1999 Spiritual Veins Breakthrough. Looking at Li Yixuan's behavior, Xiao Han's mouth twitched. It is indeed worth a lot of spirit stones. I wonder how many storage rings can be made from this huge piece of Kongming stone alone. That's right, according to the quality of this piece of Kongming stone, it can be used to make storage rings. From this, we can see how much the city lord loves this granddaughter. Such a large piece of Kongming stone is given to her. "Tell me, what do you want?" Xiao Han didn't want to talk so much nonsense with Li Yixuan. He was determined to get this piece of Kongming stone. Li Yixuan said again, "I said I don't want to change it. What else do you want? Force me to change it." Xiao Han looked at Li Yixuan's chest again, paused and said softly, "I have Fengxiong pills here. Do you want to consider it?"
No consideración.
Top-grade pills grow naturally and can self-adjust the desired size. In addition, there are height-increasing pills, which are permanent height increasing, not temporary. Oh, there are also pills that can change skin quality. Li Yixuan thought to herself, "Am I such a person?" Of course, he quickly said, "Exchange, I'll exchange." After that, he handed the Kongming stone to Xiao Han and said, "I hope you won't lie to me. Hee hee. Women are really powerless against beauty." Xiao Han thought to himself and replied, "You must know that I can refine the rejuvenating pill, so there's no need to lie to you about the other pills. But now I can only write you an IOU. The spiritual medicine for these pills is not easy to find. I need some time, and the difficulty of refining is not low. I know, you don't have to explain so much to me." Just when the two were trading, Xiao Han suddenly felt some pain in his waist. When he was wondering if it was a bug bite, he suddenly noticed that Xiao Tanner was smiling at him. Looking again, isn't this Xiao Tanner pinching his waist? Then he reacted and whispered, You have it too? Can I still take yours?" After that, Xiao Han felt the pain in his waist disappear, and then he ate the food happily. Late at night, Xiao Han came alone to the cave that Xiao Qian had prepared for him. It was still the same style as the Yuyun Peak, with all the facilities complete, and even a small artificial lake. The only difference was that this cave was not on the top of the mountain, but inside a small hill. There were no high mountains on the entire island, only some low hills, and the cave he lived in was the highest hill. Xiao Tanner and Li Yixuan's caves were near him. Xiao Han touched the green-patterned jade pendant and released the 4 sacred beasts directly. He saw that the vermilion bird flew to Xiao Han's head as soon as it came out, and pecked Xiao Han's head with its beak. He was still muttering, "I told you to forget us. I almost suffocated you to death. Why did it take so long this time?" Xiao Han took the vermilion bird off his head with a dark face, and said, helplessly, If I could let you out, would I not let you out? Xiao Han said this without blushing or beating his heart. He could never admit that he had forgotten them. Then he continued, "You guys take it easy first. Have important things to do." The vermilion bird was a little suspicious, and the white tiger was also a little suspicious. It was still Xuanwu who smoothed things over and said, "Xiao Han didn't let us out. I guess he had his difficulties. He had always let us out to breathe steadily before. This time he forgot and must have encountered a problem." The azure dragon also followed. "It's not enough to maintain the lowest survival state, right? Why not take it easy while you can?" The 4 sacred beasts didn't care about it. Xiao Han had a better impression of Xuanwu in his heart. He was still a good guy. Watching the 4 sacred beasts go to rest, Xiao Han came to the secret room, set up the barrier and soundproof cover, and first took out the dozen storage bracelets he got from Xiao Tanner, and carefully observed the state of the
Hongmeng Krisischen Pearl.
Until he finished absorbing it, he didn't feel any changes in the power of creation, but the little dragon of the spirit vein was eating happily, and he was not afraid of being full. Just when Xiao Han wanted to take out the empty stone for the creation pearl to absorb, he suddenly noticed that the little dragon of the spirit vein seemed to have some problems. I saw some fine golden light on its body, and soon the golden light began to flourish, and the little dragon unconsciously emitted spiritual power. Such pure spiritual power made Xiao Han feel a little tricky, and the spiritual power spit out by the little dragon of the spirit vein was visible to the naked eye. What's going on? Xiao Han thought of his previous guess. It seems that this little dragon of the spirit vein is going to jump from the 2nd level spirit vein to the 3rd level spirit vein. It was about to break through the level before, but because the Hongmeng creation pearl was asleep, the progress slowed down. It was not until the power of good fortune appeared again that the little dragon of the spirit vein accumulated strength. Such a strong spiritual power would not want to burst his dantian. Xiao Han decisively put away the Kongming stone. There was no time to delay at this time. A big problem would occur if he was not careful. Xiao Han appeared outside the cave with a flash and went directly to the medicine field. On such a poor soil, Xiao Han encountered such a thing again. He had already thought of what to do. When the little dragon of the spirit vein spewed out spiritual power, Xiao Han was also desperately releasing spiritual power outside, using the formation to directly integrate a large amount of pure spiritual power into the soil of the medicine field. Fortunately, this medicine field was large enough. Even if it was not enough, Xiao Han would expand its area. The originally barren soil was quickly filled with spiritual power, and the spiritual medicine growing in the medicine field grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. The spiritual medicines with a limit to their own level were maturing rapidly, and those without a limit continued to grow 2nd or even 3rd level. The speed did not slow down until it grew to the 3rd stage.
Xiao Han
collected the mature spiritual medicines with a wave of his hand, and then sowed enough seeds in the open space. This time Xiao Han used precious spiritual medicine seeds. The seeds germinated and grew in the soil. After this time, even if there was no spirit gathering array or anything else, the spiritual power of the island was enough for the cultivators of the golden core stage to practice. One person changed the innate conditions of the entire island, but these spiritual powers would gradually decrease in the future until they dissipated. Without spiritual veins, it is destined that it cannot be maintained for a long time. This movement was not small, attracting the attention of Qiao Tanner and Li Yixuan, and soon Xiao Yun and Zhao Linger also came here. Xiao Han did not intend to hide it from everyone. Such a big movement coupled with such a clear increase in spiritual power, how could it not attract tension? Qiao Tanner muttered. "So this is your method. It's really unbelievable." Li Yixuan said, "I really can't figure out where all this spiritual power comes from. How can one person have so much spiritual power? Just as everyone was discussing, golden light quickly emerged from Xiao Han's dantian and then enveloped Xiao Han. The yuanying in the dantian was also being baptized, and the flesh outside was also being baptized. Even the disciples nearby benefited from it. Xiao Han felt the changes in his body. This was another great opportunity. With the click sound in the spirit vein dragon's body, a white relic appeared in the dantian just like shedding its skin. The spirit vein dragon successfully broke through and reached the third level of spirit vein. #C2000Fool. Xiao Han carefully observed the state of the spirit vein. Compared with the previous one, the whole body was a circle larger, but the size was not obvious. Before Xiao Han wanted to take out the remains in the dantian, he saw the yuanying little man quickly took it in his hand, just like eating spicy strips. The little mouth did not move at all, and the whole remains were eaten by the yuanying. Good guy, is this hungry and indiscriminate? I still want to study it carefully. There are not many introductions about the spirit vein remains. Even in ancient books, Xiao Han did not find much information. It is just said that the spirit vein remains are extraordinary and have great effects. Fortunately, it is eaten by the yuanying. It is his own anyway, otherwise I really want to cry to death. It was not until the spirit vein dragon in the body stabilized that Xiao Han stopped sending spiritual power to the medicine field. Looking at the large piece of medicine field in front of him, Xiao Han was very happy. This is really a profit. I don't know how many spirit stones I can get just this one time. Xiao Han even communicated with the little dragon of the spirit veins, asking it if it was willing to live on this island, but the little dragon of the spirit veins shook its head like a rattle, saying that it would never leave Xiao Han's dantian. After another plea, the little dragon of the spirit veins looked puzzled, and soon his eyes lit up, and a large amount of spiritual power began to spew out from his body again. This made Xiao Han panic, and he quickly transferred the excess spiritual power to the medicine field. It was not until the spiritual power was transferred that Xiao Han understood what the little dragon of the spirit veins meant, and muttered, "Do you mean that you are willing to replenish the spiritual power of the island from time to time like this?" This was just what he thought of. If the little dragon of the spirit veins had not done this, Xiao Han would not have thought of doing this. Seeing the little dragon of the spirit veins nodding his head, Xiao Han completely understood. The little dragon of the spirit veins really meant this, and it was not bad to think about it carefully. The concentration of this spiritual power was enough for all disciples to practice, even Chao Tanner and Li Yixuan. This is a compromise. We can only wait until the good fortune pearl is awakened to see if there are any better ways. Xiao Han looked at the disciples who were watching, and then looked at Chao Tanner and said, "I have thought of some ways to increase the concentration of spiritual power. Everyone go away. Xiao Qian, pay attention to this medicinal field. When it is ripe, pick it." Xiao Qian bowed and said, "Yes, ancestor." After dealing with this matter, Xiao Han continued to return to the secret room. This happened unexpectedly. Fortunately, it was solved smoothly and nothing out of control happened. When everything returned to calm, Xiao Han took out the Kongming stone again. As soon as he took it out, Xiao Han felt a huge suction from his dantian, which directly sucked the Kongming stone into his dantian. A sharp pain hit Xiao Han's brain. The original sequelae had not healed yet, and with this, Xiao Han fainted immediately and lay on the ground motionless. The whole person seemed to have completely lost vitality. At the same time, in Xiao Yun's place, Xiao Qian and his sister stood beside a small pond, quietly looking at the pond. The moonlight tonight was particularly bright, reflecting on the pond and emitting a white light. Xiao Yun picked up some things and threw them into the pond. The calm pond began to ripple, and soon some fish swam to the surface of the pond, eating the things Xiao Yun threw quickly. These fish were more beautiful than one another, and they also emitted some spiritual power fluctuations. Each one was a first-level sea monster. Its biggest feature is that the fish has 7 colors on its body, and these 7 colors are very coordinated and look extremely beautiful. Tears welled up in Xiao Yun's eyes. She turned her head and looked at Xiao Qian beside her and said, "Brother, do you still remember my dream now? I was still young at that time and I didn't think about it when I said these words." Xiao Qian nodded. In order to catch these colorful koi, Xiao Qian was in a mess. Although it was only a first-level sea monster, it was extremely difficult to catch, and you also need to be lucky enough. It is precisely because of this that the colorful koi can always maintain a high price in various continents. Xiao Yun was lucky enough to see a colorful koi when she was a child, and she went back to tell her brother about it every day. And these colorful koi only exist in the Wanqing Sea, so my sister's wish has never been realized. However, there are dozens of them in this pool now, and each one is very beautiful. Hey, who made you my only sister? These are all trivial matters, don't worry too much. Xiao Qian scratched his head. As long as he could make his sister happy, he felt that everything he did was worth it. Xiao Yun secretly said, "Fool, I'm grown up now. You told me not to care about such trivial matters, but you care about this unreasonable dream," I said. At that time, I was thinking about such things in the qi refining stage. The two chatted with each other, and at this moment Xiao Qian suddenly felt a restlessness in his body, and hurriedly said, "I'm going to go back and retreat urgently. I feel that I'm going to impact the foundation building." Great perfection. Xiao Yun frowned, and then reacted. Before, everyone took pills to practice, and the spiritual power on the island was not sufficient, but just now, the grandfather replenished enough spiritual power for the island. Now it seems that it is only a matter of time before the realm is impacted. It's normal for my brother to have this situation. So he hurriedly said, "Okay, you go to retreat." Xiao Qian's figure quickly disappeared from the spot, leaving Xiao Yun alone, quietly looking at the pool. After so much time, Xiao Yun has long changed, from that naive little girl to a graceful young girl. On the other side, Zhao Taizhu and Zhao Linger were also together, enjoying this quiet time. Zhao Taizhu was about to talk about something when he suddenly felt a sense of restlessness in his body. He quickly said, "Sister, I feel like I'm about to break through the Jindan stage. I need to go into seclusion now." Zhao Linger looked happy and said, "Then brother, go quickly. This kind of thing happens from time to time on this small island. Wang, Pingzhong and Shixin are all like this. The top-grade Ningyuan pill has already been distributed to all the cultivators." A few years later, in a restaurant in Wangxingfang City, with a bang, a teacup was thrown to the ground and shattered. The person who threw the teacup said with a gloomy face, "What did you say? There is no news about Xiao Han yet. Are you telling me that all these years of spiritual stones have been wasted? Even if you search everywhere, this huge Wanqing Sea has been searched almost completely. And now you tell me that you have no news." As he said this, the black-clothed cultivator slowly raised his hand, and a fireball condensed in his hand and continued, "Since you are so useless, then go to hell. I want to see if someone else can do this." Judging from the breath alone, this person has reached the nascent soul great perfection, and he is Li Ziqiang, the nascent soul great perfection cultivator. In Chanhua Valley, one of the people who once hunted Xiao Han together. After Xiao Han disappeared in Wanqing Sea, Li Ziqiang secretly sent people to Wanqing Sea to look for Xiao Han, and sent people to guard near Wanqing Sea at all times. Once Xiao Han's trace is found, report to him immediately. He believes that he will definitely find him after spending many spiritual stones. One of the 7 people died, and there are still 6 people who formed a short-term alliance whose goal is to kill Xiao Han. Chanhua Valley and Juejian sect are both top sects, with cultivators in the God transformation stage, but Qingshu sect and Yanhua sect are only slightly better upper-class sects. After a probe, Qingshu sect and Yanhua sect already want to withdraw. After all, they can't afford to offend the city lord. Once Xiao Han returns, it will be a fatal blow to the sect. In this case, only Chanhua Valley and Juejian sect are left. However, the ancestor of Juejian sect recently released news that Juejian sect must not take action against Xiao Han. That's why he is so anxious. If this goes on, only Chanhua Valley and Xiao Han are left. He also tried to test the ancestor's opinion, but did not get any response, so the whole thing became confusing. In the end, he thought that since it has come to this point, it is a fight to the death, and the ancestor also acquiesced. Unexpectedly, after a few years, no news was received. How could he not be angry? The man kneeling on the ground hurriedly said, "Give me another chance." Wonder if Xiao Han will stay in the Wangxinghai Demon Clan's territory. Otherwise, there would be no news. Li Ziqiang's expression eased a little after he said this. Now is the time to use people. Kill one less, so he said in a deep voice. Then I will give you another chance. If you still don't get any news in a month, I will let you see how long you can last under my hands. #C2001 will not die. On the small island, more than 20 people are busy on the island at this time, practicing cultivation, practicing magic, and some are managing medicine fields. With farming, hunting, and breeding, the entire island has become a paradise. After several years of development, it has basically achieved self-sufficiency, and the products are so rich that it can feed 10 times as many people. If you observe carefully, you will find that each of these monks has the strength of the golden elixir stage, and the weakest ones are in the early golden elixir stage. In the water pool of Chao Tanner Cave, the waves were sparkling. The soft light shined directly into the water pool through the open skylight, and the calm surface of the pool shone with white light. With a wow sound, a figure emerged from the water. The flawless white skin looked more delicate against the white light, and it always had a hazy beauty. Then another figure came out, flicked his long hair, stretched out his fair jade arms out of the water, and wiped the water stains on his face. "Sister Tanner, do you think I've grown up recently?" Li Yixuan first tried it herself and then asked with some worry. Xiao Tanner covered her mouth and snickered. "Hey, he must have grown up. Otherwise you can measure it yourself and see if there are any obvious changes. But I always feel that there is no difference. Maybe it's because I've been thinking too much lately and it's an illusion." Li Yixuan was slightly disappointed. Xiao Tanner touched Li Yixuan's forehead and said, "Actually, you don't have to pay too much attention to what he said. Under normal circumstances, you are already pretty good. Who cares about what he said?" Li Yixuan was extremely ashamed, and then explained, "I just think it's better to look like my sister. Everyone loves beauty, so why would you care about what he says? Okay, I haven't even said who it is and you're already anxious to explain." Xiao Tanner smiled. How could she not see such an obvious thing? Li Yixuan didn't say anything for a while, and finally changed the subject, and said, "This Xiao Han is really the same. He clearly didn't finish what he promised me, but he just went through it like this. You said that he has been in seclusion for 5 years. I have helped him find half of the elixirs he needs, and he still hides them secretly. Do you think there is any problem?" "Nonsense." Xiao Tanner's face changed drastically. After a pause, she continued, "What's the problem? Xiao Han often retreats. This is just a normal phenomenon. Maybe he suddenly finds that he can break through again while in retreat." "Oh, don't talk nonsense about this kind of thing." Li Yixuan also felt that there was something wrong with her guess and quickly explained, "Actually, that's what I said. Isn't it because I am anxious for him to make elixirs for me? Okay, let's not talk about this. When do you think we will return to Wanzhong City? I haven't seen my grandma for a long time." Speaking of this matter, Xiao Tanner was a little hesitant. She had stayed on the island for a long time, But Xiao Han hadn't said anything yet, so she couldn't take the initiative to go out. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Tanner said softly, "Have you forgotten the previous pursuit and blockade? Xiao Han knows this matter well. Let's just wait for the news quietly." The two of them chatted without a word, and Xiao Han could not do without 3 sentences. On the other side, in Xiao Han's cave, the 4 holy beasts were waiting, boredly just looking at Xiao Han's retreat room quietly. The Suzaku said, "You said Xiao Han won't die inside. There has been no news for such a long time, and he doesn't even need me to help him make elixirs." Qinglong looked like he was hesitating to speak, but it was Baihu who revealed, "I think you want the elixir refined by Xiao Han. Am I that kind of person?" Suzaku continued disdainfully, "I just simply care about Xiao Han. Something is obviously not right this time. Thinking about my previous retreats, I always leaked some information or made arrangements in advance, but this time it feels like something is wrong." Xuanwu said thoughtfully, "According to what Suzaku said, something really seems to be wrong. So what should we do? How about breaking in?" Qinglong squinted at Xuanwu and said, "Do you think your attack can break through the barrier arranged by Xiao Han? Even if the 4 of us work together, we can't. Not to mention if Xiao Han is still in the critical period of seclusion, whether such a forceful attack will have any major impact on him." Baihu thought for a moment and said, "If we don't wait for a while, if there is no movement, we will go out and notify Tanner and discuss with her what to do." The 4 holy beasts looked at each other again and quickly decided on this matter. In the secret room, Xiao Han was still lying quietly on the ground, without any movement, except for a faint light shining in his dantian. After a few more days, the finger suddenly moved, and Xiao Han suddenly sat up from the ground like a corpse. Then he gasped for air once or twice, and slowly his breath gradually stabilized. Xiao Han touched his face and confirmed again and again that there was indeed nothing wrong with him. In the past few years, his consciousness had been there, but his body could not move, as if it was restricted by something, including communicating with the Hongmeng fortune pearl. Time passed like this, day by day, and the initial expectations turned into extravagant hopes and finally despair. Xiao Han almost thought that the fortune bead was too powerful and turned him into a vegetative state. It was not until a few days ago that the fortune bead absorbed all the Kongming stone, and he finally regained his ability to move. 5 years, the realm has not moved at all, which is undoubtedly bad news for Xiao Han. He wanted to use a few more years to impact the late stage of the nascent soul, or even the great perfection of the nascent soul. Fortunately, his body has recovered his ability to move, and he has also recovered from the sequelae left by reading the memory of the demon clan. The realm can only be made up slowly, and it is not all bad news. The first moment of recovery, Xiao Han sent a message to Xiao Tanner and others saying that he was fine and asked them not to worry. Then he checked himself up and down until he checked the dantian. Xiao Han found that the concentration of the power of creation was twice as rich as the previous peak moment, and its container is much larger, and the spirit vein dragon is swimming happily in it. Seeing this, Xiao Han was happy and quickly sank his entire consciousness into the dantian. Xiao Han almost cried with joy. After a moment of silence, Xiao Han whispered, "Qiu, you finally woke up. Stop." The voice of the fortune pearl came faintly, and after a pause he continued, "The next sentence is to say that you know how I have been living these years, right?" Xiao Han's face darkened and said, "Nonsense. Why would I say this? I just want to say, do you know how hard I have been living these years? Isn't this the same meaning?" The fortune pearl asked in confusion. Xiao Han didn't agree, and hurriedly said, "This is not important. The important thing is that I really want to know why I suddenly fainted at the beginning, but I was conscious. This kind of pain is definitely not something that ordinary people can endure. #C2002 Control. Who hurt your spirit? The tone of the fortune pearl was full of meaning that it was none of my business. After a pause, he continued, how could I know that you were mentally injured at that time? Under normal circumstances, you would not faint in my state, but if the premise is mental injury, it is very good that you are alive now. Be thankful in your heart. Otherwise, you would be a dead man now. Hongmeng Fortune Pearl answered calmly, with no ripples in his tone, and did not feel any special emotions because Xiao Han almost died because of this incident. Fuck! Xiao Han cursed. Turning his head and thinking about it, it was indeed true. At that time, the state of the Fortune Pearl was indeed impossible to know that he was mentally injured. This matter could not be blamed on the Fortune Pearl. After thinking about this, Xiao Han felt better. Just like what the Fortune Pearl said, I should be thankful that I am still alive now. Okay. Stop cursing, you've gained a lot this time. Fortune Pearl patiently explained. The piece of Kongming stone you gave me is of excellent quality. It not only helped me recover, but also helped me move up a level. Feel the rest of the benefits yourself. Xiao Han already knew about the increase in the power of fortune. Under this circumstance, Xiao Han is now truly invincible below the nascent soul stage. As long as there are not many people, Xiao Han can remain invincible for a long time, and this is without relying on the giant ape transformation. Now he dares to say that he can fight even a cultivator in the early stage of the spiritualization. He doesn't have a clear feeling about the other benefits mentioned by Fortune Pearl, but since he said so, it means that they do exist. After sorting out his thoughts a little, Xiao Han removed the barrier and pushed the door open. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Han looked at the 4 sacred beasts outside the door with surprise in his eyes. After a pause, he continued, if you don't know, you might think you are waiting for me. Suzaka nodded and said, we are indeed waiting for you. Baihu also said, we thought you were dead in there. Qinglong and Xuanwu didn't say anything, but they also nodded. Xiao Han was silent for a moment and then said, come and practice with me to see if you have made any progress during this period of time. Fuck! You are so ruthless. Are you trying to beat us? Qinglong shook his head vigorously, and Baihu also retreated again and again. How could they agree to such a request from Xiao Han, a freak? On the other hand, the vermilion bird seemed eager to try. Xiao Han frowned at the vermilion bird. Then a hint of joy appeared on his face and he said, are you gonna break through to the 4th level? Vermilion bird raised his eyes and said, so aren't you waiting for you to give me the right elixir? I originally wanted to break through by myself, but just to be on the safe side, it's better to wait for you to come out and give me the elixir. After all, in my current state, I don't care about 3 to 5 years, so it's better to be safe. Xiao Han understood and said, that's right. Let's practice first. I don't use magic or giant ape transformation. I only use a wooden sword, and my spiritual power is also controlled to 10%. Can I fight you? The white tiger's eyes suddenly lit up after hearing this, and he said calmly, what if I use too much? Xiao Han didn't know what these guys were thinking, so he stretched out 3 fingers and said, the elixir will be tripled in the future. Vermilion bird hurriedly said, you said it, and you will never regret it. Seeing Xiao Han nod, the 4 sacred beasts looked at each other, and finally found an opportunity to beat Xiao Han up. They had been holding their breath for more than a year or 2. In the open space in the center of the island, Chao Tanner, Li Yishuan, and others came here after hearing the news that Xiao Han had come out of retreat. When they saw Xiao Han's familiar figure, they were completely relieved. In the past few years, they had also wondered whether Xiao Han would have any problems in the dead of night. Now that Xiao Han had come out of retreat safely, the joy was indescribable. The white tiger took the lead in telling Xiao Han about the agreement. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. In this case, even a cultivator in the nascent soul stage would not be able to win, and would lose miserably. For a while, everyone started to discuss. Under this situation, the ancestor must lose. You underestimate the ancestor too much. The ancestor is not an ordinary person. It is usually not possible to use common sense. Xiao Qian muttered to the side. I think the ancestor will definitely win. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Qian and said, Brother, I feel that the grandfather is practicing. His strength must have greatly improved after the retreat, and he wants to adapt as soon as possible. Xiao Han raised his hand and a barrier appeared. This kind of fight will inevitably hurt other things. Xiao Han likes every flower and tree here. He doesn't want to make a mess here. The 4 sacred beasts immediately restored their bodies. The vermilion bird let out a long roar and pounced on Xiao Han. A large amount of flames sprayed out of its mouth. It is obvious that the vermilion bird is the main one, and the other 3 sacred beasts are helping to fight this time. Xiao Han reached out and took a branch on the side. The use of spiritual power can be roughly divided into 4 types. The first is to use it through magic, using magic to condense powerful attacks, and the second is to use it with the help of spiritual tools, such as controlling the spiritual sword to fight in close combat. The third type is various arrays and talismans, and the last type is to use various mortal objects, but no cultivator would choose to do this. Compared with the first 3 types, this type of attack will not only not increase the attack, but will even greatly reduce the spiritual power. This is also the reason why the 4 sacred beasts agreed when they heard that Xiao Han only used wooden swords to fight them, which basically limited the possibility of any powerful attack methods. Even if they couldn't break Xiao Han's defense because Xiao Han didn't have any powerful means and couldn't cause any harm to them, they could beat Xiao Han unscrupulously. How could Xiao Han not know what these guys were thinking? Feeling the fluctuation of spiritual power in his body, he put 2 fingers of his left hand together to make a sword, picked up the branch with his right hand, and wrapped the spiritual power in his body directly on the branch. It's still a bit difficult, Xiao Han muttered in his heart. But the more interested Xiao Han was. Only in this way could he master the subtle control of spiritual power to the extreme. This time, the coma gained far more than that. In addition to having a lot of good fortune, Xiao Han found that his mental strength was also enhanced several times, and his control of spiritual power became more and more handy. At this moment, Xiao Han realized the huge magic released by the city lord. When he returned to the void half a step, which spread over dozens of kilometers, with the strength of the peak of the spirit transformation, it is far from reaching this level, but to accurately control the spiritual power to every strand, it does have this effect. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Han dared to challenge the divine transformation cultivator. Xiao Han swung the branch, and a sword shadow flew out quickly, directly cutting the flames spewed out by the vermilion bird in half, and quickly went towards the vermilion bird. Just when the sword shadow arrived in front of the vermilion bird, it paused for a moment and dissipated directly into the void.